The Supreme Court's.
Before I get on, yes.
Governor, you mentioned the Supreme Court's decision in the birthright citizenship case. Should Florida be among states to call for a constitutional convention to try and fix this?
So we're already leading. Before I get on, yes.
Governor, you mentioned the Supreme Court's decision in the birthright citizenship case. Should Florida be among states to call for a constitutional convention to try and fix this?
So we're already leading the efforts for an Article 5 convention for both term limits for members of Congress as well as for federal balanced budget requirement. 28 states have done balanced budget. I think we're at 14 or 15 on term limits, but that's very popular. That's going to go. So I obviously would be supportive of that. I think the chance of doing that is probably less likely to get done, but yes, I think clarifying that the parameters, although I think also there's things that Congress can do. There's things maybe the states will be able to do something. So while yes, I would support if they clarified that to say that, you know, you actually have to be lawfully present here, or however you would want to word it to fix some of the things that I think a lot of people are concerned about. As much as I would do that, there's other ways where you can fight back. I mean, the executive branch can fight back at the federal level on this. In fact, they've got a lot of tools at their disposal. So there's going to be a lot of things that will happen, hopefully. That's a tough lift to be able to do an Article 5 convention over this. You'd need 34 states to certify that. I think you'd probably get a majority of states. You know, I don't know if you'd get 30. I just don't know. I think it's tough when you start doing that. Well, I think it's a great opportunity for education of young students to be able to see what this is, maybe get inquisitive about why is this bell in the middle of my school, and then start to do some research and see some of the stuff. And what I found is when young people start to study the formation of the Republic, when they start to read the Declaration of Independence, understand the Constitution, if they familiarize themselves with some of the key debates that they had, both leading up to Revolution and then leading up to the Constitution, it becomes infectious. These are very powerful ideas. You know, I think there's a reason why some people that have a political agenda have tried to demonize the Founding Fathers, because I don't think that they recognize when people go back, they understand they got a lot of this stuff right. And what they're saying makes logical sense. It makes sense in terms of liberty. It makes sense in terms of human nature, all these things that go into how a society would function. And but some of the agendas that some people have in modern times, you read the founders, like, you know that that's not anything they would subscribe to, right? I mean, it conflicts. So I think you've seen an agenda to do that. So my view is just present it to them. Let them be able to read and understand it, and I think a lot of people will get hooked about, yeah, you know what? We are fortunate to have this inheritance as Americans. I would not want the inheritance of any other country on earth in terms of freedom and liberty than the United States. Now, we've got more work to do. We've got to correct some of the ways which we've maybe gone off track over many decades, and we see that all the time in different things that we're fighting for. But we've been given a good hand as Americans right now, and I just think in spite of all the problems we see, all the things we see on social media and news, and there's a lot of things that can get your blood boiling, I get it, but taking a step back, I wouldn't want to be any other place. And the reason why I can say that is because they laid the foundation 250 years ago. Thanks, everybody.
Kind of an obligation. It's not really fun. You've been doing a lot of family. I'll tell you Oh, is it 6 times?
was in with that one? Wow.
Yeah. 6 times 2, like it should be lost. I'm going to try later to see if I just have to do like 8 by myself. It has log footage in there. Wow. My Zoom F6 like traffic.
Yeah.
All right, good morning. Good morning, everybody. We are here today because 8 allegedly illegal alien members of Tren de Arauco foreign terrorist organization are being charged with vicious kidnappings and murders in separate cases out of Texas and Illinois. These violent murders should never have occurred in the first place because these men should have never been allowed in our country. Instead, 8 TDA members from Venezuela came here illegally, all 8, every one of them, during the Biden administration, and went on to allegedly commit the heinous crimes described in the charges discussed today. First, let me tell you what happened to a family outside Dallas, Texas. In 2024, 4 men murdered a father. And then they kidnapped his 13-year-old daughter and 12-year-old nephew. Today, right outside Dallas, we unsealed an indictment charging 5 alleged members of TDA with various crimes arising out of that incident I just described. 3 of the 4 are already in custody in the United States for other crimes they had committed, and 1 is being held in Colombia. Also this morning in Chicago, federal and local law enforcement charged 3 alleged TDA members on a criminal complaint charging the brutal murder of another victim in the Chicago area. Our United States attorneys from the Northern District of Illinois and the Northern District of Texas will give you more detail about the 2 incidents that I just described. All 8 of these individuals, the 5 charged in Texas and the 3 in Chicago, crossed our southern border illegally. Every one of them entered under the Biden administration between December 2021 and April 2024. None of these men should have been in this country. The father in Texas should be alive today. His daughter and nephew should have never been kidnapped. The young victim in Chicago should be alive. These violent crimes and murders happened because under the Biden administration, open border policies left our borders wide open, and hundreds of suspected and now convicted TDA terrorists poured through those borders into our country. Now, President Trump stopped this madness on January 20th of last year. That same day, President Trump designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. In the 18 months since January 20th, and President Trump did that, nearly 350 members and associates of TDA have been charged and or convicted of horrific violent crime, murders, sex trafficking, kidnappings, along with weapons charges, drug trafficking, robbery, ATM jackpotting, and other widespread financial crimes. Law enforcement in this great nation have worked overtime to find these terrorists, build these cases, and bring them to justice. TDA members who entered under the previous administration should have never set foot on our shores. Much of the work that I just described today was carried out by Joint Task Force Vulcan, which we built to eradicate MS-13 and expanded to take on TDA. Also, The work has been done by our Homeland Security Task Forces, HSTF, established by President Trump to dismantle the cartels and transnational criminal organizations. This is very dangerous law enforcement work. It requires an all-government, all-law enforcement approach. Today I'm joined by two of our United States attorneys from Texas and Illinois, and you'll hear the details from them in a moment about the two charging instruments that I just described. You'll also hear from our FBI Director, Kash Patel. I also want to thank the folks from Task Force Vulcan, our FBI agents on the ground, and our partners at Homeland Security Investigations. All of them, all their work on the ground is the reason why we're here today. So thank them for their work. I'll now turn it over to Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thanks to President Trump's historic leadership and decision to designate Tren de Aragua as terrorists, because that's what they are, law enforcement was given the tools for the first time to go after this vicious gang for what they are, violent, vicious gangsters. And because of that, the interagency was able to get together and go after and attack street gangs and gangs throughout America. Gangs are the reason why so many drugs, guns, and violence are deployed onto our streets and onto our community and take so many innocent lives, as the Attorney General laid out. The task force, Joint Task Force Vulcan, thank you to you and your leadership, not just for Tren de Aragua, but MS-13. Thank you to our United States attorneys, both in the Northern District of Texas and in the Northern District of Illinois. And a huge thank you to our partners at HSI and the Homeland Security Task Force. And for me, a special thanks to the men and women of the FBI, specifically today in the Dallas and Chicago field offices. This work is an interagency lift by a huge team that gets after it every day in combination with our state and local partners, and the results here and the details that you're about to be given will speak for themselves. I just want to highlight, since President Trump took office and let good cops be cops, what law enforcement has done collectively with our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and our Attorney General Blanche's leadership. We've arrested 29,000 violent gang members since President Trump was sworn in. We've disrupted and dismantled 2,700 gangs around the country. That is a 365% increase from the same time period into the last prior administration. We have seen, specifically as it relates to Tren de Aragua, a 519% increase in arrests. As the Attorney General laid out, you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Tren de Aragua violent gangsters and thugs picked up and arrested and taken off our streets permanently for crimes ranging from kidnapping to murder to drug trafficking to firearms violence and more. We are safeguarding American citizens and American communities because President Trump decided to put law enforcement first, give us the resources that we need to do our jobs and safeguard our communities, and make sure that the details that you're about to hear never happen again to another community in Dallas or Chicago or anywhere else. And that is due entirely to the leadership of President Trump and allowing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to partner with our interagency folks and our state and local partners across the country to make sure this never happens again. And the reach, as you will hear, of the long arm of the law, that is the United States Department of Justice and our partners, will go wherever we find any one of these gangbangers to be hiding. We will get them anywhere in the country. We will go overseas to get them. And as you just saw last month with our successful takedown of the ATM jackpotting scheme led by Tren de Aragua, we will go overseas and get the highest ranking members of Tren de Aragua and bring them here to justice. Attorney General, I just want to thank you for your brilliant leadership, your support of law enforcement, and the men and women of the FBI. It's a truly great partnership. It is a historic partnership. And I want to thank President Trump for recognizing Tren de Aragua for what they are, terrorists. And that is how we are always going to treat them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Rabel, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. I'd like to thank General Blanche for his leadership in helping empower us U.S. attorneys in the field to eradicate TDA from our communities. TDA is a transnational criminal organization that has metastasized its reach across the Western Hemisphere by preserving and promoting its power through intimidation and violence. But whenever violence enters a community, that is when freedom leaves. This is not just an abstract concept. People in our communities, including in North Texas, are impacted when the activities of gangs, particularly TDA, go unchecked. Kids cannot play in parks or walk to the ice cream shop with their grandparents. Parents go to bed at night worried that stray bullets might hit their homes. The Trump administration has helped us return freedom back to our communities by systemically attacking and dismantling TDA, criminal enterprises, and other violent street gangs. Yesterday's indictment in the Northern District of Texas underscores the extraordinary efforts we are making in North Texas to disrupt and dismantle any TDA presence. I learned of this case because of the great work of our state and local partners, those in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Farmers Branch Police Department, and the Dallas Police Department. Through their efforts and prosecution of one of the TDA members earlier this year, the evidence that came to light compelled me, as well as General Blanche and Director Patel, to act. Let me tell you what that evidence was. On August 24, 2024, in the middle of night, a man and two kids had their hands zip-tied and were kidnapped by TDA members who demanded that they pay them money. Once the TDA members realized the man could not pay them any money, they pulled over by a bridge in Dallas and told the man to jump off. When he refused to do so and attempted to flee, a TDA member gunned him down, execution style, in front of the two children. The Farmers Branch Police found the man on the side of the road, abandoned and bleeding from the head because of a single gunshot right between his eyes. This led my office to initiate an international investigation of this transnational criminal organization. I immediately mobilized my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate, to team up with Task Force Vulcan and the Homeland Security Task Force, which includes many different agencies, particularly FBI and HSI, to investigate this transnational gang at the highest levels. Yesterday was a culmination of this outstanding multi-agency collaboration to bring the full force of the federal government on TDA's presence in Texas and our nation. In our federal indictment, a Northern District of Texas grand jury charged 5 TDA members, including a high-ranking TDA official, Hector Garcia Zuniga, also known as Murray, with racketeering charges spanning state lines and international borders, including murder, kidnapping, and jackpotting. Those defendants charged in our indictment are all foreign nationals who have illegally been present at one time or another in this country. Those defendants are as follows: Murray, who I just mentioned a moment ago, Carlos Luis Zambrano Bolivar, Yanni Jesus Serrano, Jonathan Toro Gonzalez, and Hiker Mendoza. And let me be clear, we're just continuing to investigate, and we're going to dig deeper and deeper. And I'll end with this. To members of TDA, we're coming for you, and we're particularly coming for you if you come to North Texas. With that, I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois.
Good morning. My name is Andrew S. Boutros, and I'm the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. It's an honor and privilege to stand here with General Blanche and all of our other law enforcement partners as we make this important announcement. A criminal complaint was filed yesterday in the Northern District of Illinois charging 3 individuals, Josue Pacheco Torres, Cliver Montesano Bursino, and a 3rd individual with kidnapping, conspiracy, and committing a kidnapping that resulted in death. And let me just also describe the ruthless kidnapping and murder that occurred that is the basis of this criminal complaint. On a spring afternoon in May of this year, just less than 60 days or so ago, a victim was walking with 2 other men near a particular park in Chicago, which houses a large green space on the south side of Chicago with 3 playgrounds, a basketball court, and a baseball field. The defendants captured the victim and then forced him into a car where he was initially driven to a Chicago apartment. There, the defendant and their co-conspirators bound the victim's wrists behind his back, held him against his will, and kept him in there for hours. They later exited this apartment with the victim, where now the victim's hands were tied behind his back. They transported the victim to an abandoned building in Chicago, where he was shot multiple times in the head and in the body. The victim's lifeless body was left face down in the bathroom, partially in the bathtub, in an abandoned unit. When the victim's body was recovered, it was badly beaten, and there were blunt force trauma and injury to his head, his face, his arms, his neck, his hands, and his torso. The following night, the Chicago Police Department received a call from the victim's mother, who requested a wellness check at the abandoned building. The mother told the police that she had been directed to the building by an individual associated with the co-conspirators. Chicago police entered the building and found the victim dead inside the bathroom, shot multiple times, and again with the victim's wrist still being bound behind his back. I want you to think about those facts for a moment. A man kidnapped from a park in Chicago in broad daylight, beaten, held against his will, taken to an abandoned building and shot multiple times and left in a bathtub. All in the name of Tren de Aragua, and to show just how brutal and merciless this gang is, someone then went and called the victim's mother and told her where she could find her lifeless son's body. The violence that TDA has wrought in Chicago did not begin this spring afternoon in May. Federal law enforcement has been investigating these murderers and these various shootings involving suspected TDAs since 2024, when the new administration came in. And make no mistake that a new dawn of crime fighting is underway in Chicago. It started when in the United States in January of 2025, when President Trump was sworn into office, and it also began when in April of 2025, when General Blanche and General Bondi supported me to become the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. In Chicago, we are laser focused on anti-violence work and on being serious about going after criminals who wreak havoc and violence in our community. And the numbers and the stats reflect the level of seriousness and commitment that we are bringing to bear in this particular program area that is of vital importance. These charges today are just one example of the tireless work that our federal law enforcement apparatus in Chicago is undertaking. And it is literally the reflection of the fact that the feds, all the various agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're working day and night, we're working weekends and holidays to keep the citizens of Northern Illinois safe. I couldn't be prouder of our federal prosecutors and law enforcement partners who have embraced the anti-violence initiative that I've been leading. This 4th of July weekend, as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, many families in Chicago will be able to celebrate with loved ones because the whole of federal government in Chicago is taking violent crime seriously in a way that hasn't been seen in years. The scourge of violence in Chicago has gripped Chicago for too long, and now Chicago is beginning to see relief. The complaint against these 3 TDA members should leave no doubt that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago will vigorously pursue transnational organizations and hold their members and associates accountable for their violent criminal acts. We will continue to prioritize these investigations, in particular of TDA, which very deservedly have been designated by President Trump and his administration as a terrorist organization. Our shared goal is crystal clear: to disrupt and dismantle TDA and not allow it to gain a foothold in the United States or in Chicagoland. Plus, we want to bring to justice those who break the law, especially using violence. Thank you, General Blanche, Director Patel, and all the other partners who are here for the tremendous leadership and unwavering partnership. I want to thank the FBI, HSI, ATF, DEA, and the many others who are on the front line as we work to fight the scourge of TDA and other violence. I'll also say that tomorrow, I'll be back in Chicago tonight, but in tomorrow, and we have a major anti-violence announcement coming out of Chicago involving a historic operation that is actually fully coming down today, and we'll be announcing the results of what we're calling a badgeless operation, and the results of that tomorrow. So for those interested, stay tuned big news out of Chicago in the anti-violence front.
Thank you.
Just before we take questions, if you can note, we're putting some photos up from the complaint from the Chicago arrests, and you can see in one of the photos that's on the screen right now, one of the alleged participants is wearing an ankle bracelet because he's out on bail in Chicago for very serious crimes. And again, there'll be more coming out about that in the coming days, but it's an example of the dangers of no cash bail and sanctuary city policies that results in things like those photos. All right, I'll take a couple of questions. Good.
I have two questions. I know the administration has been using terrorism charges against TDA members in other cases. Is it possible that those charges will be added in these cases?
Yes, yes. Oftentimes, those charges, additional charges come later in the case when we're able to supersede, and I've instructed, President Trump's instructed our prosecutors to, wherever possible, add any sort of terrorism charges to existing cases or cases that we're charging, so yes.
I have a question for the FBI director, if you don't mind. Reuters is reporting that the ransom notes that were sent regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are fake. Are you able to confirm that those have been determined to be fake?
I'm not going to comment on that. We are continuing to assist that investigation. We've always been in an assist role. It's a state matter being led by the state authorities. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I have questions about two recent Supreme Court rulings. Let's start with yesterday, the birthright citizenship ruling. I know you guys announced yesterday you're going to ramp up efforts to combat birth tourism schemes. But Secretary Mullen said earlier today there are discussions about other options after this ruling. Can you discuss what other options are on the table after yesterday's decision?
Well, from a Department of Justice standpoint, it's obviously focusing our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners on birthing tourism, and it's a booming industry, and it will continue. It will continue given the Supreme Court's decision yesterday. There's other things that DHS can do and the federal government can do in the visa process and the application process to try to minimize or limit the opportunity of folks coming here to not to visit and not to do what they're saying they're doing on their tourist visa, but just to have a baby that can then be a U.S. citizen. So from our standpoint, it's focusing on what is a problem. So everybody should agree that it's a violation of our laws if your intent in coming here, if you're pregnant, is to have a child to become a United States citizen because of our now laws. And so what we have to do as the Department of Justice is make sure our agents, our HSI agents that we work with and the FBI are focused on stopping that, and that's what we're going to do.
I have a question on the Supreme Court case. There was another ruling in the Hawaii gun case, ruling that banning guns on private property is unconstitutional. There are other states that have those same laws. Is the Justice Department going to take action against any other states that have those laws currently on the books after this ruling?
Yeah, look, I think Maryland, California, New Jersey, New York have basically existing laws that are now unconstitutional. So the fact that the Department of Justice should have to take action is embarrassing to the attorneys generals and the leadership in those states if we do have to take action, because they now have a law that the Supreme Court has said is a violation of our Constitution. So if we have to sue them, of course we will, and they should be sued. But it shouldn't take this Department of Justice telling a state they're violating the Constitution when the Supreme Court told them they were yesterday. So it's not only those 4 states. There's a bunch of other states that have pending legislation that mirrors the Hawaii law that was just declared unconstitutional. So I expect those efforts will cease, but we'll see what those states do, and if they don't immediately rectify their unconstitutional law, we'll do it for them.
Thank you, Attorney General. How have the earthquakes in Venezuela impacted any of the Nicaragua investigations or ongoing cases?
I mean, it's a horrific tragedy, and I think at a time when over the past week, 10 days, a lot of the effort that we've been entering into has been to save lives and to help the communities there recover. I view that as a separate track from the work we're doing here to combat TDA, whether they're here or in Colombia or Venezuela. So I don't view the tragedy as having slowed us down. It's just something that we all of our hearts break for what happened in Venezuela, and that's separate apart from the work we're doing on the TDA folks.
My question's for U.S. Attorney Boutros. You said that you had launched a review in light of the revelations of prosecutorial misconduct that came out of your office. Can you kind of give us a sense of where that review stands, how many cases are being examined, and how many cases could potentially be in jeopardy?
So I implemented a several phase remediation plan. And so we've already implemented phase 1, which went into effect immediately, which was prospective in nature, so future, and it set out very bright line rules for federal prosecutors in my office about what they need to do in terms of turning over grand jury materials, when they turn it over, and things of that nature. And it removed discretion from the prosecutors and created bright line rules so that there would be no error in judgment or otherwise. Phase 2 of the remediation plan is now going back to examine to see, are there other errors that were committed both by the specific prosecutor who has been a topic of focus as well as other prosecutors. So that is going to actually be multiple categories. So I've already announced in one of the filings that all the grand jury presentations by this particular prosecutor will be examined going all the way back to 2007. In addition to that, we are putting together a massive plan that's going to involve a review of basically all pending grand jury matters in the entire district, which will probably take us in an order of magnitude close to 4 figures. In addition to that, there will be an additional review of additional minutes in grand jury presentations for an additional category of prosecutors. So when this is all said and done, I will tell you that well over 1,000 grand jury presentations will be reviewed in the Northern District of Illinois. It'll both be retroactive, looking at what happened, in some cases going all the way back almost 20 years. It'll cover everything that is happening now that's pending in court, and so it is current, and therefore there can be assurances and confidence that the cases that are pending are not suffering from those issues, and if they are, that they can be appropriately raised and litigated by the defendants. And it will also ensure that the prosecutors who are in my office and who have been in my office have acted ethically and in accordance with the expectations of the department. So it's going to be a massive review, a comprehensive review, and it is underway, and it's being formulated as we speak.
The first question, Mr. Blanche, is what is the status of TDA in the United States now? I know that the administration has killed the 2 leaders abroad, but I guess what is the status of the gang in the United States now?
So we've arrested, I think, almost 350 alleged or confirmed members of TDA. There's a lot more. There's a ton of ongoing investigations. Task force, I mean, that's a big part of the work they're doing. Their focus during the first Trump administration for several years was MS-13, and now we're focused more on TDA. I think that the numbers speak for themselves. 350 of a Venezuelan gang is a pretty good start. I think that the way these cases work is you get cooperating witnesses that are arrested that tell you about other individuals and other crimes that they were part of or they know happened, and those cases are then developed and charged. So I thought this was a good time to update. These are important cases and heartbreaking cases, but also a nice check-in point to say that we've got 350 of them. There's a lot more that we're investigating, and I think that you'll hear about more arrests in the coming months.
I just have sorry, I have another question. Just for Director Patel, can you talk about the threat mitigation landscape for this weekend, both here in DC, but also across the country?
So we have a lot of events going on. We've got the World Cup, which we're about halfway through. We have the 250 events that have already kicked off here. And what we've done under the leadership of the White House and President Trump is utilize the interagency and our state and local partners and basically dispersed around the country, and have had, specifically for the FBI, our special agents in charge of respective field offices, make sure we have security plans in place for each and every single event. You've seen what we've done at the World Cup so far, and we're going to continue to do that. As it relates specifically to 250 events, we're working with the interagency, Homeland Security specifically, and mostly our state and local partners where these events are taking place to ensure that Americans have a tremendous time and a safe time celebrating America's 250th.
All right, just one more question.
Yeah, so quick follow-up on that one before. Has there been any credible threats at this point in regard to similar to ones that we saw with the UFC fight?
putting the UFC fight aside, we are constantly working with the intelligence community and state and local partners to share even information that is not credible in an abundance of caution. So far, to date, we have not seen and received credible information for any ongoing future threats, but we're going to continue to monitor that.
And then for Attorney General Blanche, a few weeks ago, Governor Gavin Newsom said that he was under an investigation by the DOJ. He called this political targeting. What can you share, at least respond to what his comments were on that matter?
The only thing I'll say about what he chose to do and what he chose to say is I'm not sure his words are in any way grounded in fact. He'd have to address that, but to the extent there's investigations that are ongoing, I will not talk about them, and neither will anybody behind me or in this department. He can choose to say whatever he thinks helps him. It doesn't make it true. Thank you, guys.
Trump just disclosing that he's earned over $1 billion from his crypto ventures. Now, this is according to an annual financial disclosure form that just came out, about 900 pages. So there's a lot in there. But it does include this: more than $526 million in income from World Liberty Financial, which is a crypto venture Trump co-founded with his son. So take a look at this chart by top economic analyst Steve Ratner. He actually created this. Steve did before tonight's disclosure. I was looking at it. Then this happened. It was like, wait, we got to look at this. So let me tell you what it says. So what Steve did is put in blue how much money Trump's family has gained from crypto. That's the upper line there. In red, that's the line of how much investors have lost. About the same amount, more than $2 billion. Out front now, Ty Cobb. He is the former Trump White House lawyer. Ty, pretty interesting there when you look at that chart and how much Trump has made and how much everyone else has lost. What is your reaction to the scale of what we're seeing in this disclosure, of how much Trump is earning from these crypto ventures? Over $1 billion last year alone, right? This isn't a cumulative number. It's in 1 year. An industry he's actively promoted and supported and done policy and executive orders related to. Is it legal?
I don't believe so. Certainly, I don't think it was contemplated by the founders when they created the emoluments clause. I do think that one of the line items, of course, is the commemorative coins. Several $100 million of income related to those coins. How can that be anything other than trading on his image and likeness in violation of the emoluments clause? With regard to the crypto, obviously that's it's a slimy industry. Certainly the way he's going around it, where he creates policies that can only enrich himself and his family, is something that I think the average American should be staggered by. But you mentioned the scale, and I think the scale here is just it's intentional. There's no question. I mean, we are seeing the greatest onslaught of corruption in the history of mankind in the last 18 months. We have the $1.8 billion that he and Todd Blanche tried to take from the American taxpayers through the phony settlement of a contrived controversy with which he was going to pay off his friends. This is somebody who every day is devoted to the accumulation of wealth and power, and this is, you said, is 900. I think it's 937 pages. I could be off by a few, but it's got to be the longest disclosure in the history of the American presidency. And when you talk about the scale, you've got Hunter Biden, who if they traced every dollar that he was accused of ever having, he couldn't ante in the game that Trump is playing. Trump is playing with billions. They were playing with millions. And this disclosure, on top of the disclosure that he issued last month, where he listed recent trades, up to $750 million in trades many of which involve government contractors. So the grift is on. It's stunning.
It's stunning, and you use the word, staggering, and it truly is just the scale of it, as you point out, Ty. I also want to point out the New York Post, obviously conservative editorial board there, and in a rare rebuke, they've just published a column titled "Hunter Biden-Style Sleaze is just as slimy when the Trump boys do it." They go on to call what's happening here the shame of the nation. And they say it stinks to high heaven. Now, specifically what they're talking about, Ty, here, because it's hard to keep track of all of these deals. This one that they're writing this editorial about is the $1 billion mining deal we just found out between Trump and Kazakhstan that Trump's sons stand to profit from, according to the New York Times. And the New York Times goes on to report that there are at least 14 companies, 14, tied to Trump and Howard Lutnick, his Commerce Secretary's son, actively working with the federal government right now on critical mining deals, making incredible amounts of money. I mean, do you think that I would imagine you agree that with the New York Post that it stinks to high heaven and it's the shame of the nation.
It is the shame of the nation, and people should be paying attention. I mean, look back at the Iran war. Shouldn't have been started, but once it was started, what did we learn? We learned that the Trump sons have a drone company and become a huge government contractor. You hear this Kazakhstan deal announced. It was announced in November of 2025 when the $1.6 billion in financing was disclosed. What we didn't know was that the Trump sons, just a few weeks earlier, actually just days before the deal was announced, had acquired an interest in a company that had a substantial part of that deal. And they've only gotten closer corporately with the people that are involved in that deal. So, we see the 14 companies that you were talking about that the Trump sons or the Lutnick sons, have an interest in. The amount of guaranteed financing from the United States government for the 14 companies that are pursuing those deals, $9 billion. So yes, people should pay attention. It is staggering. It does stink. And I think when the Democrats take Congress, which hopefully they will, we'll get some answers as to how this all came about. And hopefully people will start to pay attention.
I mean, $9 billion. Now, of course, what we hear from the Trump sons will not be surprising. Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. told the New York Times they weren't involved in the specifics of this $1 billion deal. Eric Trump says he's been a passive investor with absolutely no management role. Now, the New York Times, the New York Post says it comes after Don Jr. and other Republicans spent years, obviously, bashing Hunter Biden's work with Burisma. But, what I'm curious about, Ty, is when we keep hearing again and again from whether it's the Trump sons, Lutnick sons, they don't know the details. They're passive investors. It's not the first time we've heard this.
No, and just because that they're not wearing a hard hat with a lantern or using a pick, that doesn't mean that this isn't their deal. They're in line to make millions and millions of dollars. The Lutnicks have already made millions of dollars in terms of the fees that they've charged for financing this deal. So, they can try to deny, their involvement all they want. But the reality is their companies are in these deals and they're benefiting from what the companies earn in terms of revenue and profit.
New York Times investigation found that the families of President Trump and the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick stand to profit from a $1.6 billion mining deal with Kazakhstan. Last year, the president, Secretary Lutnick, signed a deal with Kazakhstan that gave a little-known American company access to one of the world's largest untapped reserves of tungsten, critical metal needed to make missile warheads, fighter jets, and computer chips. Within weeks, the sons of both Trump and Lutnick also became financially connected to the deal. The Times is exclusively reporting one or both families now have financial ties to at least 14 companies involved in critical mining deals with the government. Joining me now is New York Times investigative reporter Eric Lipton, who's on the byline by that report. So, Eric, can you just walk us through the key points of your reporting here?
Well, we've already reported about how the Trump family moved into cryptocurrency and has made, more than $1 billion, most likely. They separately are now working as a defense contractor through Don Jr. And here's a whole entire new landscape that the family is looking to make money, and that's in the critical metals. The United States is investing, tens of billions of dollars to try to increase the supply of these metals because China is restricting access to them. They are very vital to the U.S. economy. And so it makes sense that this is something that was started in the Biden administration, that this be done. But at the same time as U.S. government is moving to put tens of billions of dollars into companies to help them, build out new mines in the United States and around the world, the Trump sons have started to invest in the same sector, not only in the sector, but in some of the companies that the United States government is backing. And separately, the family of Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, is helping a bunch of these companies raise capital in the private sector. So both of them are touching these deals. Now, the Lutnick family is not actually directly involved in the Kazakhstan deal, but they're helping one of the partners in the Kazakhstan deal raise more than $200 million in just around the same time as Dad Lutnick was helping negotiate something that was going to benefit the same businessman. So, what you're seeing, a crossing of interest of the government actions and the family private interest, which is something we've seen a number of times in this administration, but it's quite unusual in American history.
And there's an Australia-born rabbi somehow at the center of this, according to your reporting.
That's right. So there's an Australian executive who is in the mining sector, and he's the one that negotiated access in Kazakhstan to these deals. And he also was the co-founder of a separate company called USA Rare Earths, and he's also a shareholder there that's also slated to get billions of dollars. And Lutnick went out of his way to try to get the Kazakhstan government to give this contract to his company. So he's benefiting from potentially as much as like $5 billion worth of U.S. assistance. And his business partners include Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. So it's just, again, it's very unusual to see direct financial interest from the family of the president and from the Commerce Secretary that are intermixed with some of these, enormous deals with taxpayer dollars on the line.
At the end of the day, are there any limits to what they can do? Is anybody going to, is there any oversight, any regulatory agency going to stop them?
I'm sure that there will be Democrats in Congress that will send letters asking for information about this, which will probably not be responded to. There's not going to be any investigation by the current administration. And none of this is actually necessarily explicitly illegal, because Lutnick's two sons are adults and they have their own businesses, and the president, under law, has no conflicts of interest. He's exempt from the criminal conflict of interest law. So, there certainly is something that could be investigated to see whether or not there was inside information given to the Trump sons, from the government or from someone in the government, and that would be inappropriate, but it's unclear if it would be explicitly illegal.
And what has the White House said about your reporting?
They said that the president has no conflicts of interest and that his sons are businessmen who are entitled to pursue whatever business they want to, which is, it's basically, they have rejected again and again and again. Every time, we or other news organizations have written stories that examine the overlaps, they say that there are no conflicts and that the president's sons are entitled to pursue whatever, profits they want.
Karen, obviously we know the president's been raking in a lot of money. It's amazing to see the details.
Yeah.
Even those Bibles he's been hawking have brought in like $200,000 plus.
Yeah, he's doing very well. The presidency has been very good for his bottom line. And, as I've always said, this is a coin-operated presidency, really. And you just put money in and to give to him, and then he gives you other things. And this is exactly what's happening with the crypto stuff, which is he's getting a fee no matter what, even though the value of the crypto has gone down, 83%. So everybody else loses. So he's taking from the people who buy it. And at the same time, this deal with the UAE is just astonishing. They're getting what they need for what is essentially, they're paying him in order to get something else. And so he can do this all day long. They're doing it in Kazakhstan. The New York Times had a great piece about that. They're doing it all over the place, no matter where they are.
Yeah, right. That's another deal that they're making in Kazakhstan, that the Trump's sons are involved with a whole bunch of other businesses related to it.
Well, everywhere. What they do is they go in advance of Trump showing up and do some kind of deal with whatever country. It doesn't matter. They go around from country to country, shaking people down. This is, it's a VIG is what's happening here. And if you know where that term comes from, that's exactly what's happening here. He's getting a VIG for everything he does as president.
Yeah, it's a loan sharking term or mafia term too. Jeff, does all this raise any legal concerns or just certainly ethical concerns? But he can do this, right?
Well, the Supreme Court has said that any official action he takes may not be the subject of criminal charges, and it can't even be investigated. And if we can just talk about crypto, the regulation of crypto is one of the hottest issues being dealt with in the executive branch now. So he is in charge of regulating something that is putting literally billions of dollars in his pocket. But regulating crypto is an official action of the executive branch. So under the decision of Trump v. United States, he can do whatever he wants. He can open a lemonade stand on the front lawn of the White House and take public payments in return for regulatory changes. But because that's an official action, he's immune from prosecution.
Well, that's such a ridiculous example. Like, the next thing you're going to say is that he would be selling commemorative coins for a UFC fight on the front lawn of the White House.
Yeah.
But that would never happen.
That would never happen.
Yeah.
Kara, do other countries look at what the UAE is doing with the president's crypto and look at what Qatar did with the jet and realize there is a very real way to put money in the pocket of the president of the United States? I mean, people who are looking for pardons certainly know there is an avenue to getting pardons this way as well.
Then there's the pardon scam. That's the other thing that's going on, that's happening, where he's getting payments or things to his political committees and things like that. And of course, the tech people knew this right away. You put in 25 million or 200 million, you get out billions in contracts. This is a paper play situation. And the question is whether you can't do anything about it, because no one ever imagined someone could be this, greedy, essentially, on the public dole. And so we're all paying for it. Just like he said, everything was in the East Wing was going to be paid for by private donations. In fact, it's the public that's paying for that. It's the public who's paying for what's going on at the Kennedy Center and even the reflecting pool. This is all, it's coin operated is what it is. You put money in and you get stuff you need out, and everyone's onto it, from the tech people to the Kazakhs to whoever it happens to be. And that's what's happening here.
Now, if I can just add one point of possible accountability, the Constitution is still in effect, and the Constitution defines impeachable offenses as treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. Yeah. This looks an awful lot like bribery. UAE puts in money, gives them a plane, gets stuff in return. The
Qatar
crypto business,
gave him the plane, but yes.
Qatar was the plane. Try to keep track of all the grift, essentially.
Sorry, UAE is the crypto. I don't think, certainly the Congress in its current state of Republican control is not going to do anything, but bribery is specifically mentioned in the Constitution, and this looks an awful lot like bribery.
But, at the end of the term, as Joe Biden pardoned his, family members, they'll just pardon everybody, proactively. And there's nothing, for people who think, well, afterward there'll be investigations and the like, there can just be blanket pardons, right, Jeff?
The president has already said I think in Maggie Haberman's new book, there's a line where he says, I'm going to pardon everyone who came within 25 feet of the Oval Office, or some words to that effect, that he's pardoning everybody so that if there's a Democratic administration, they can't prosecute anyone. Whether he actually will do that, who knows? But it's just indicative of the fact that the lack of accountability that we're seeing in the current administration is likely to continue regardless of who wins the next election.
Colorado Democratic Socialists are celebrating the ousting of a longtime Congresswoman. Mayla Quiros is projected to beat Congresswoman Diana DeGette in Colorado's 1st District. It's the latest in a string of primary wins for progressives over establishment Democrats. Now Quiros says Denver is sending a message to both parties, President Trump and the entire country.
We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy. We will not wait.
Meanwhile, State Attorney General Phil Weiser is projected to win the Democratic nomination for Colorado governor over Senator Michael Bennet. ABC News political director Avery Harper is here for more on all of that. Hi, Avery. So what do these results tell you about the divide within the Democratic Party?
Yeah, in this ongoing debate about the ideological future of the Democratic Party, we are continuing to see that progressives and the left flank of the party has momentum in some of these primary contests. I think after we saw Democratic Socialists win in places like New York, there was a question about if those kinds of victories, if that brand of politics can exist and be successful elsewhere. And so in Colorado last night, we saw that it was in their first congressional district. That is around Denver. That is still a solidly Democratic district, but we also saw a progressive candidate win in a toss-up district in Colorado's 8th congressional district as well. So we're definitely seeing momentum for progressives and for Democratic Socialists this primary season.
What's driving this wave of progressive wins?
I think it's a combination of things. I think there is a definite anti-establishment sentiment within the Democratic Party, this idea that incumbents have not fought hard enough against this current Republican Party, this current administration. But there's also a focus on an economic message that centers working class voters. Also, in Maylot Quiros, in her candidacy and in her campaign, she also did focus a lot on Israel as a huge part of that conversation as well. So there's certain issues that are mobilizing voters, but also this idea and style of being more confrontational against this Republican Party is also attracting voters as well.
How would an influx of progressive and socialist Congress members change the Democratic caucus?
Yeah, this has implications for Washington, D.C. We're going to see a larger block of progressive lawmakers heading to Washington after November's general election, and that could spell trouble for Hakeem Jeffries as he tries to become the speaker if Democrats win back control of the House. It also could become more difficult for him to keep a diverse party with differing viewpoints together on specific votes. We could see this louder, more aggressive progressive bloc try and push the party to the left.
All right, ABC's political director Avery Harper, thank you.
Thank you.
Be the first flight of what I think is maybe the greatest commercial plane ever built. I said to Boeing, what's the best one? They said, this is the best plane ever built, and you're going to have the privilege of flying it, and I have a privilege also of flying it. But this is the first flight. We're going to the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library opening, and that'll be very good. That'll be a lot of fun. But I think, to be honest with you, I'm excited about the first flight. It's something nobody's ever seen anything like it. Even you people with all your experience and all of your talent, you will never see anything like this. So they just completed it. They made it appropriate for a president. That means the security and all of the different bells and whistles they put on. Very complex stuff, but it's really quite something. And this is a plane that the United States of America should have. Our Air Force One was 35, 36 years old, and it would be parked next to the new ones like this, and it really didn't look appropriate for our country. So we're very proud of this. The country is very proud of it. And you can do two things. You can low-key it, or you can show it. And I think the country should be very proud of it. And it's beautiful, and you'll see that in a little while when you board. As far as things are going, the denuclearization of Iran is moving along well. They've had very good meetings, and we'll see. We hit them very hard for 3 nights, as you know, but we're getting along very well. So I call it the denuclearization, and it's all taking place. It's all going well. The stock market is setting records virtually every day. The oil price is way down. We're down at 68. I see it hit 68 today. That's lower than when I started the, I guess you could call it an attack on Iran so that they never have a nuclear weapon. So the oil price is now lower. The retail prices, the gasoline is coming down rapidly.
Tonight, we are hearing from Eastern Carolina residents about the Supreme Court's decision to uphold birthright citizenship, dismissing President Donald Trump's executive order ending the citizenship of children born in the country with parents here illegally or temporarily. Charlene Richards was in Washington today, where she got reaction from residents on that decision, and she's live now in the studio with more. Charlene?
Dave, it's a Supreme Court ruling that some residents say is just unconstitutional, with others saying they have mixed feelings.
I'm glad that they stood on the side of what's right, what's just, and did not err on the side of discrimination.
I have a lot of compassion for children who've been born here and raised in America, but I think the solution really is securing our borders.
Those were some of the reactions Tuesday to the Supreme Court's 6-3 ruling in the case of Trump v. Barbara to uphold the 14th Amendment in regards to birthright citizenship. The question raised was whether the Constitution guarantees citizenship to children born in the United States of parents who are unlawfully or temporarily present in the country. President Trump, an opponent of birthright citizenship, has argued that it incentivizes people to come to the country illegally. The court ruled that children born in the U.S. to parents unlawfully or temporarily present are citizens under the 14th Amendment. Yadira Osario, a Washington resident whose parents moved to the country from Mexico and started a family business, says she agrees with the decision.
I think it's really good. Like I said, I feel like everyone deserves a chance, and I mean, they were born here. People come to this country for, like, you know, an American dream, and I mean, isn't that like the motto of America, like, you know, free country, free speech?
Others say they have compassion for birthright citizens, but also believe in securing the border.
We need to know who's coming in and out of our country. It's part of being a country is having secure borders.
And Supreme Court Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Nan Gersh dissented in the ruling, arguing that not every child born on U.S. soil is automatically granted citizenship. Dave?
All right, thanks, Arlene. And President Trump reacted to the decision, calling it, quote, too bad for the country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation.
On the ground and our partners at Homeland Security Investigations, all of them, all their work on the ground is the reason why we're here today. So thank them for their work. I'll now turn it over to Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thanks to President Trump's historic leadership and decision to designate Tren de Aragua as terrorists, because that's what they are, law enforcement was given the tools for the first time to go after this vicious gang for what they are, violent, vicious gangsters. And because of that, the interagency was able to get together and go after and attack street gangs and gangs throughout America. Gangs are the reason why so many drugs, guns, and violence are deployed onto our streets and onto our community and take so many innocent lives, as the Attorney General laid out. The task force, Joint Task Force Vulcan, thank you to you and your leadership, not just for Tren de Aragua, but MS-13. Thank you to our United States attorneys, both in the Northern District of Texas and in the Northern District of Illinois. And a huge thank you to our partners at HSI and the Homeland Security Task Force. And for me, a special thanks to the men and women of the FBI, specifically today in the Dallas and Chicago field offices. This work is an interagency lift by a huge team that gets after it every day in combination with our state and local partners, and the results here and the details that you're about to be given will speak for themselves. I just want to highlight, since President Trump took office and let good cops be cops, what law enforcement has done collectively with our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and our Attorney General Blanche's leadership. We've arrested 29,000 violent gang members since President Trump was sworn in. We've disrupted and dismantled 2,700 gangs around the country. That is a 365% increase from the same time period into the last prior administration. We have seen specifically, as it relates to Tren de Aragua, a 519% increase in arrests. As the Attorney General laid out, you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Tren de Aragua violent gangsters and thugs picked up and arrested and taken off our streets permanently for crimes ranging from kidnapping to murder, to drug trafficking, to firearms violence, and more. We are safeguarding American citizens and American communities because President Trump decided to put law enforcement first, give us the resources that we need to do our jobs and safeguard our communities, and make sure that the details that you're about to hear never happen again to another community in Dallas or Chicago or anywhere else. And that is due entirely to the leadership of President Trump and allowing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to partner with our interagency folks and our state and local partners across the country to make sure this never happens again. And the reach, as you will hear, of the long arm of the law, that is the United States Department of Justice and our partners, will go wherever we find any one of these gangbangers to be hiding. We will get them anywhere in the country. We will go overseas to get them. And as you just saw last month with our successful takedown of the ATM jackpotting scheme led by Tren de Aragua, we will go overseas and get the highest ranking members of Tren de Aragua and bring them here to justice. Attorney General, I just want to thank you for your brilliant leadership, your support of law enforcement and the men and women of the FBI. It's a truly great partnership. It is a historic partnership. And I want to thank President Trump for recognizing Tren de Aragua for what they are, terrorists. And that is how we are always going to treat them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Rabel, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. I'd like to thank General Blanche for his leadership in helping empower us U.S. attorneys in the field to eradicate TDA from our communities. TDA is a transnational criminal organization that has metastasized its reach across the Western Hemisphere by preserving and promoting its power through intimidation and violence. But whenever violence enters a community, that is when freedom leaves. This is not just an abstract concept. People in our communities, including in North Texas, are impacted when the activities of gangs, particularly TDA, go unchecked. Kids cannot play in parks or walk to the ice cream shop with their grandparents. Parents go to bed at night worried that stray bullets might hit their homes. The Trump administration has helped us return freedom back to our communities by systemically attacking and dismantling TDA, criminal enterprises, and other violent street gangs. Yesterday's indictment in the Northern District of Texas underscores the extraordinary efforts we are making in North Texas to disrupt and dismantle any TDA presence. I learned of this case because of the great work of our state and local partners, those in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Farmers Branch Police Department, and the Dallas Police Department. Through their efforts and prosecution of one of the TDA members earlier this year, the evidence that came to light compelled me, as well as General Blanche and Director Patel, to act. Let me tell you what that evidence was. On August 24th, 2024, in the middle of night, a man and two kids had their hands zip-tied and were kidnapped by TDA members who demanded that they pay them money. Once the TDA members realized the man could not pay them any money, they pulled over by a bridge in Dallas and told the man to jump off. When he refused to do so and attempted to flee, a TDA member gunned him down, execution style, in front of the two children. The Farmers Branch Police found the man on the side of the road, abandoned and bleeding from the head because of a single gunshot right between his eyes. This led my office to initiate an international investigation of this transnational criminal organization. I immediately mobilized my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate, to team up with Task Force Vulcan and the Homeland Security Task Force, which includes many different agencies, particularly FBI and HSI, to investigate this transnational gang at the highest levels. Yesterday was a culmination of this outstanding multi-agency collaboration to bring the full force of the federal government on TDA's presence in Texas and our nation. In our federal indictment, a Northern District of Texas grand jury charged 5 TDA members, including a high-ranking TDA official, Hector Garcia Zuniga, also known as Murray, with racketeering charges spanning state lines and international borders, including murder, kidnapping, and jackpotting. Those defendants charged in our indictment are all foreign nationals who have illegally been present at one time or another in this country. Those defendants are as follows: Murray, who I just mentioned a moment ago, Carlos Luis Zambrano Bolivar, Yanni Jesus Serrano, Jonathan Toro Gonzalez, and Hiker Mendoza. And let me be clear, we're just continuing to investigate, and we're gonna dig deeper and deeper. And I'll end with this. To members of TDA, we're coming for you, and we're particularly coming for you if you come to North Texas. With that, I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois.
Good morning. My name is Andrew S. Boutros, and I'm the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. It's an honor and privilege to stand here with General Blanche and all of our other law enforcement partners as we make this important announcement. A criminal complaint was filed yesterday in the Northern District of Illinois charging 3 individuals, Josue Pacheco Torres, Cliver Montesano Bursino, and a 3rd individual with kidnapping, conspiracy, and committing a kidnapping that resulted in death. And let me just also describe the ruthless kidnapping and murder that occurred that is the basis of this criminal complaint. On a spring afternoon in May of this year, just less than 60 days or so ago, a victim was walking with 2 other men near a particular park in Chicago, which houses a large green space on the south side of Chicago with 3 playgrounds, a basketball court, and a baseball field. The defendants captured the victim and then forced him into a car where he was initially driven to a Chicago apartment. There, the defendant and their co-conspirators bound the victim's wrists behind his back, held him against his will, and kept him in there for hours. They later exited this apartment with the victim, where now the victim's hands were tied behind his back. They transported the victim to an abandoned building in Chicago, where he was shot multiple times in the head and in the body. The victim's lifeless body was left face down in the bathroom, partially in the bathtub, in an abandoned unit. When the victim's body was recovered, it was badly beaten, and there were blunt force trauma and injury to his head, his face, his arms, his neck, his hands, and his torso. The following night, the Chicago Police Department received a call from the victim's mother, who requested a wellness check at the abandoned building. The mother told the police that she had been directed to the building by an individual associated with the co-conspirators. Chicago police entered the building and found the victim dead inside the bathroom, shot multiple times, and again with the victim's wrists still being bound behind his back. I want you to think about those facts for a moment. A man kidnapped from a park in Chicago in broad daylight, beaten, held against his will, taken to an abandoned building and shot multiple times, and left in the bathtub. All in the name of Tren de Aragua, and to show just how brutal and merciless this gang is, someone then went and called the victim's mother and told her where she could find her lifeless son's body. The violence that TDA has wrought in Chicago did not begin this spring afternoon in May. Federal law enforcement has been investigating these murderers and these various shootings involving suspected TDAs since 2024, when the new administration came in. And make no mistake that a new dawn of crime fighting is underway in Chicago. It started when in the United States in January of 2025, when President Trump was sworn into office. And it also began when in April of 2025, when General Blanche and General Bondi supported me to become the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. In Chicago, we are laser focused on anti-violence work and on being serious about going after criminals who wreak havoc and violence in our community. And the numbers and the stats reflect the level of seriousness and commitment that we are bringing to bear in this particular program area that is of vital importance. These charges today are just one example of the tireless work that our federal law enforcement apparatus in Chicago is undertaking. And it is literally the reflection of the fact that the feds, all the various agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're working day and night, we're working weekends and holidays to keep the citizens of Northern Illinois safe. I couldn't be prouder of our federal prosecutors and law enforcement partners who have embraced the anti-violence initiative that I've been leading. This 4th of July weekend, as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, many families in Chicago will be able to celebrate with loved ones because the whole of federal government in Chicago is taking violent crime seriously in a way that hasn't been seen in years. The scourge of violence in Chicago has gripped Chicago for too long, and now Chicago is beginning to see relief. The complaint against these 3 TDA members should leave no doubt that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago will vigorously pursue transnational organizations and hold their members and associates accountable for their violent criminal acts. We will continue to prioritize these investigations, in particular of TDA, which very deservedly have been designated by President Trump and his administration as a terrorist organization. Our shared goal is crystal clear: to disrupt and dismantle TDA and not allow it to gain a foothold in the United States or in Chicagoland. Plus, we want to bring to justice those who break the law, especially using violence. Thank you, General Blanche, Director Patel, and all the other partners who are here for the tremendous leadership and unwavering partnership. I want to thank the FBI, HSI, ATF, DEA, and the many others who are on the front line as we work to fight the scourge of TDA and other violence. I'll also say that tomorrow, I'll be back in Chicago tonight, but tomorrow we have a major anti-violence announcement coming out of Chicago involving a historic operation that is actually fully coming down today, and we'll be announcing the results of what we're calling a badgeless operation, and the results of that tomorrow. So for those interested, stay tuned. Big news out of Chicago in the anti-violence front. Thank you.
Just before we take questions, if you can note, we're putting some photos up from the complaint from the Chicago arrests, and you can see in one of the photos that's on the screen right now, one of the alleged participants is wearing an ankle bracelet because he's out on bail in Chicago for very serious crimes. And again, there'll be more coming out about that in the coming days, but it's an example of the dangers of no cash bail and sanctuary city policies that results in things like those photos. All right, I'll take a couple of questions. Okay.
I have 2 questions. I know the administration has been using terrorism charges against TDA members in other cases. Is it possible that those charges will be added in these cases?
Yes, yes. Oftentimes, those charges, additional charges, come later in the case when we're able to supersede. And I've instructed, President Trump's instructed our prosecutors to, wherever possible, add any sort of terrorism charges to existing cases or cases that we're charging. So yeah.
I have a question for the FBI director, if you don't mind. Reuters is reporting that the ransom notes that were sent regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are fake. Are you able to confirm that those have been determined to be fake?
I'm not going to comment on that. We are continuing to assist that investigation. We've always been in an assist role. It's a state matter being led by the state authorities. Thank you. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I have questions about 2 recent Supreme Court rulings. Let's start with yesterday, the birthright citizenship ruling. I know you guys announced yesterday you're going to ramp up efforts to combat birth tourism schemes. But Secretary Mullin said earlier today there are discussions about other options after this ruling. Can you discuss what other options are on the table after yesterday's decision?
Well, from a Department of Justice standpoint, it's obviously focusing our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners on birthing tourism, and it's a booming industry, and it will continue. It will continue given the Supreme Court's decision yesterday. There's other things that DHS can do and the federal government can do in the visa process and the application process to try to minimize or limit the opportunity of folks coming here to not to visit and not to do what they're saying they're doing on their tourist visa, but just to have a baby that can then be a U.S. citizen. So from our standpoint, it's focusing on what is a problem. So everybody should agree that it's a violation of our laws if your intent in coming here, if you're pregnant, is to have a child to become a United States citizen because of our now laws. And so what we have to do as the Department of Justice is make sure our agents, our HSI agents that we work with in the FBI, are focused on stopping that, and that's what we're going to do.
I have a question on one other Supreme Court case.
Sorry.
There was another ruling in the Hawaii gun case, ruling that banning guns on private property is unconstitutional. There are other states that have those same laws. Is the Justice Department going to take action against any other states that have those laws currently on the books after this ruling?
Yeah, look, I think Maryland, California, New Jersey, New York have basically existing laws that are now unconstitutional. So the fact that the Department of Justice should have to take action is embarrassing to the attorneys generals and the leadership in those states if we do have to take action, because they now have a law that the Supreme Court has said is a violation of our Constitution. So if we have to sue them, of course we will, and they should be sued, but it shouldn't take this Department of Justice telling a state they're violating the Constitution when the Supreme Court told them they were yesterday. So it's not only those 4 states, there's a bunch of other states that have pending legislation that mirrors the Hawaii law that was just declared unconstitutional. So I expect those efforts will cease, but we'll see what those states do, and if they don't immediately rectify their unconstitutional law, we'll do it for them.
Thank you, Attorney General. How have the earthquakes in Venezuela impacted any of the Tren de Aragua investigations or ongoing cases?
I mean, it's a horrific tragedy, and I think at a time when, over the past week, 10 days, a lot of the effort that we've been entering into has been to save lives and to help the communities there recover. I view that as a separate track from the work we're doing here to combat TDA, whether they're here or in Colombia or Venezuela. So I don't view the tragedy as having slowed us down. It's just something that we all of our hearts break for what happened in Venezuela, and that's separate apart from the work we're doing on the TDA folks.
My question's for U.S. Attorney Boutros. You said that you had launched a review in light of the revelations of prosecutorial misconduct that came out of your office. Can you kind of give us a sense of where that review stands, how many cases are being examined, and how many cases could potentially be in jeopardy?
So I implemented a several phase remediation plan. And so we've already implemented phase 1, which went into effect immediately, which was prospective in nature, so future, and it set out very bright line rules for federal prosecutors in my office about what they need to do in terms of turning over grand jury materials, when they turn it over, and things of that nature. And it removed discretion from the prosecutors and created bright line rules so that there would be no error in judgment or otherwise. Phase 2 of the remediation plan is now going back to examine to see, are there other errors that were committed both by the specific prosecutor who has been a topic of focus, as well as other prosecutors. So that is going to actually be multiple categories. So I've already announced in one of the filings that all the grand jury presentations by this particular prosecutor will be examined going all the way back to 2007. In addition to that, we are putting together a massive plan that's going to involve a review of basically all pending grand jury matters in the entire district, which will probably take us in an order of magnitude close to 4 figures. In addition to that, there will be an additional review of additional minutes in grand jury presentations for an additional category of prosecutors. So when this is all said and done, I will tell you that well over 1,000 grand jury presentations will be reviewed in the Northern District of Illinois. It'll both be retroactive, looking at what happened, in some cases going all the way back almost 20 years. It'll cover everything that is happening now that's pending in court, and so it is current, and therefore there can be assurances and confidence that the cases that are pending are not suffering from those issues, and if they are, that they can be appropriately raised and litigated by the defendants. And it will also ensure that the prosecutors who are in my office and who have been in my office have acted ethically and in accordance with the expectations of the department. So it's going to be a massive review, a comprehensive review, and it is underway, and it's being formulated as we speak.
The first question, Mr. Blanche, is what is the status of TDA in the United States now? I know that the administration has killed the 2 leaders abroad, but I guess what is the status of the gang in the United States now?
So we've arrested, I think, almost 350 alleged or confirmed members of TDA. There's a lot more. There's a ton of ongoing investigations. Task force, I mean, that's a big part of the work they're doing. Their focus during the first Trump administration for several years was MS-13. And now we're focused more on TDA. I think that the numbers speak for themselves. 350 of a Venezuelan gang is a pretty good start. I think that the way these cases work is you get cooperating witnesses that are arrested that tell you about other individuals and other crimes that they were part of or they know happened, and those cases are then developed and charged. So I thought this was a good time to update. These are important cases and heartbreaking cases, but also a nice check-in point to say that we've got 350 of them. There's a lot more that we're investigating, and I think that you'll hear about more arrests in the coming months.
And I just have just for Director Patel, can you talk about the threat mitigation landscape for this weekend, both here in DC, but also across the country?
So we have a lot of events going on. We've got the World Cup, which we're about halfway through. We have the 250 events that have already kicked off here, and what we've done under the leadership of the White House and President Trump is utilize the interagency and our state and local partners and basically dispersed around the country, and have had, specifically for the FBI, our special agents in charge of respective field offices, make sure we have security plans in place for each and every single event. You've seen what we've done at the World Cup so far, and we're going to continue to do that. As it relates specifically to 250 events, we're working with the interagency, Homeland Security specifically, and mostly our state and local partners where these events are taking place to ensure that Americans have a tremendous time and a safe time celebrating America's 250.
All right, just one more question, Ron.
Yeah, so quick follow-up on that one before. Has there been any credible threats at this point in regard to similar ones that we saw with the UFC fight?
Putting the UFC fight aside, we are constantly working with the intelligence community and state and local partners to share even information that is not credible in an abundance of caution. So far to date, we have not seen and received credible information for any ongoing future threats, but we're going to continue to monitor that.
And then for Attorney General Blanche, a few weeks ago, Governor Gavin Newsom said that he was under an investigation by the DOJ. He called this political targeting. What can you share, at least respond to what his comments were on that matter?
The only thing I'll say about what he chose to do and what he chose to say is I'm not sure his words are in any way grounded in fact. He'd have to address that, but to the extent there's investigations that are ongoing, I will not talk about them, and neither will anybody behind me or in this department. He can choose to say whatever he thinks helps him. It doesn't make it true. All right, thank you, guys.
Wow, look at this place. Welcome to Kid Rock Country. This is cool. A place where music, patriotism and politics all come together oh so well. You seem to me and I mean this with all the love in my heart, you are America. You are what I love about America.
What a compliment. Well, I'll take it.
Well, this is the thing where your confidence and your freedom to speak your mind and your freedom
recklessness.
Yeah, all of it. So when I say America to you, what does that mean? Because to me it's you, but what is it to you?
Freedom. Freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom.
And in the last 4 years, and even times before that, it feels like there are people who don't feel that in their heart, do they?
Oh man, but everybody's not an extremist nutcase, even though some of us do come off like one at times. You know, I know most people are not, but the ones that are, I just can't figure that out. And it's much I compare it to things like, you know, the trans thing that's come up so many times. Like, this is just bonkers.
This month I celebrated my day 365 of womanhood.
And then my gay friends, they're always pissed because they're just gay. You know, I tell them like, yeah, you're gay. I'm not going to clap for you louder when you come into a room. Just be gay. Just be Jewish. Just be black. Whatever. Nobody gives a shit. But, you know, like they're pissed off that like they're getting lumped in with all the crazy shit, you know, letting guys playing girls' sports and use little girls' bathrooms. That's just bananas. Or, you know, just opening a border up to any country and letting anybody come into it. Like, and then you get taken as, you know, then they love to use racist, Hitler, like all these whatever words. And it's like, no. Everybody wants great immigrants in their country. They do the shit jobs. And every immigrant before them did. You know, you need people to pick the vegetables and the fruit, to be in the back kitchen, you know, cleaning up, to, you know, clean the hotel rooms and things. And those aren't desirable jobs, but it's what people are willing to do to work their way up for what I'll call the American dream. But just to see anybody in this day and age just open up the border and run across it, like, what the f*** are you thinking, man? There's, you know, I got no affinity for these Muslim extremists at all. Like, get them out. Like, every one of them. If you're a good practicing Muslim and want to assimilate to Western culture, come on in, man. Let's party.
I noticed here there's no gender-neutral bathroom. There's cowboys and cowgirls, right?
None of that shit here.
Yeah. Over your life, what's been harder, to nail the music or to nail relationships, women?
Relationships. Hands down.
Do they always start out okay?
Oh, they start out great. So, you know, usually just you know, play a little game of rotate. Keep it fresh. I would love to settle down. But, you know, as you get older, it's totally different than when you're young. It's rock and roll. And everybody kind of wants the same thing. You just have a good time.
We were at a school this morning, and to see these little kindergarten kids reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Love it.
What a way to start the day.
Absolutely.
What's it like to be that little kid where it was you who was doing it? How important is that?
I think our values and morals and what this country was founded on, even though we all get a little crazy now and then, that's okay. That's the freedom to do that. You know, as long as you're not harming other people, you know, that's always been my motto. This country was, you know, founded one nation under God, you know, with Christian values. And I think that's very important, and to respect, you know, our flag, and for the people who have fought and died for it and for our freedom. That's everything. We lose that, we ain't got shit.
What's a party going to be like here on the 4th?
Oh, the best. That's my favorite holiday, in case you can't figure that out. It's great because I got a view of downtown with all the, you know, formal fireworks display that Nashville puts on. But I also have a view of every backyard firework. Every kid, you know, shooting off a bottle rocket or whatever they're doing. And, you know, if I get enough beers, I start shooting them off myself. I'll pull that cannon out there one day and boom!
Hallelujah. That'd be fantastic.
Amen.
How long did it take for you to get to the place where when Bob's working, Bob's working?
Man, I've always kind of been like that, secretly. You know, people really don't see a lot of my personal life, you know, that I'm just disciplined. I was up at 2 a.m. this morning. I worked 5 hours, you know, before I went up and worked out. And then my engineer came in to start the studio. And I love that time, and I love that. And I always tell people, you know, especially the American dream, you know, there's a lot of topic about, is it alive? Is it well? Yes, it is. But not working 40 or 50 hours a week, that's not how you get the American dream. You got to be willing to sacrifice and you have to be honest with yourself at whatever you're gonna do, whatever whatever lane in life you pick. That number one, you're good at it, or you can become good at it with enough work, and you'll have the fortitude and foresight to bust your ass to get there. It's gonna be over 10,000 hours, probably over 10 years in a lot of cases. You know, and some people don't want that. Some people want to work their 40 hours. They want to maybe have, you know, a nice car or motorcycle and maybe, you know, a little cabin on a lake or something. And that's their American dream. You know, there's all different American dreams. But if you want to climb to the top of that food chain, you're going to bust your ass.
Is it scary at the top of the food chain, or was it scary at the bottom starting? What was
bottom?
Yeah.
Bottom, top's great.
Are people still hungry, do you think, in America?
Yes, I think they are hungry. You know, times change and technology comes, and, you know, I think it's been the same concern and discussion for years about, is it still there? Is it this? You know, it was different after World War II than it is nowadays. But I absolutely think it's there.
I got to ask about your relationship with the president.
Yeah.
What's it like having a buddy who's running the world?
Awesome.
Does he text you randomly? How does it go?
Yeah, it's one of my late night drinking tricks, you know. I'll be like, because I know when to get him, and he's so gracious. He always picks up, or he'll call and check in just to shoot the shit. Most of the time, you know, he's not calling me to, you know, like, hey, what should we do in Iran, Bob? Like, I don't get those calls. But you know, I was sitting around having some beers. It's like 11, 12 on Friday or Saturday. I know he's up. He sleeps like me. He sleeps like 5 hours. Yeah. And I'll be like, hey, let's call the president. Bullshit. And like, people be like, what? And you're like, hey, Bob, what's up? And blah, blah, blah. It's the best. You know, I enjoy the hell out of hanging out with him and talking with him and just having a front row seat to the greatest shit show on earth.
I love that he's a president, right? I love what he represents. I love his hope for the country. I don't care about the noise. Sometimes the truths, I go, okay, I'll see you in a week's time. We'll see how it rolls. He's a leader, right?
It kills me, the people that don't see that. They want this level of bullshit that we've had since I've been alive. You know, with these politicians, presidents, like, you know, they're like, well, he's making so much money while he's president. Like, no shit, because he's a fucking businessman. He's smart. He did that before he was president. And I know his heart and soul, his concern is for this country. Period. This country first. And I think every leader in any country should be that for their country.
Do you know much about Australia?
Yeah, a little bit.
What do you think?
Love Australia. It's just fucking far. Man, is it far.
Yeah, and we went a little nutty on COVID.
Yeah, I mean, but we had states that did that too. My home state of Michigan went nutty on COVID. Luckily, I was in Nashville, where if you didn't turn on the news, like, we didn't know what was going on. We were at my honky-tonk, hanging here every weekend. But in Michigan, you know, our crazy governor, you know, crazy liberal governor wouldn't even let you plant your garden. You know, stuff like that, you know, buy stuff to plant your garden, just dumb things like, yeah, people lost their shit over that. You know, everyone was freaked out. I was freaked out at the beginning. I'm spraying down packages and doorknobs and shit. And after a couple people got it, this and that, I'm like, this is taking out people who don't have their shit together.
I think I just saw the difference between a man who's had to deal with a lot of controversy and a man who knows how to stop it before it begins. In the world of social media, how important is that when you know in a conversation like this, there's somebody who's going to turn around and say, well, he said this at the start of it, not at the end of it.
I'm really good at it, though. I just lean into it. When someone twists it up and says I'm this and that, like, I just fire back twice as hard. Or I stir the pot even more and promote something that I got going. They're too stupid to figure it out. They're like, every time we give this kid a platform and tell him he's a racist, he sucks, somehow he sells something.
The music business or the restaurant and bar business in Nashville, what's that like?
Wow, it's not like at the restaurant and honky-tonk that I'm handling any day-to-day operations. I pretty much hang pictures and stir the pot. So, you know, it's always the music, but that's my first passion, so I'm very fortunate to be, you know, someone who's doing what they love.
What's it like writing at this stage of your life when compared to when you started out?
Night and day. Night and day. I'm working on a spiritual album, but not in the traditional sense of like a Christian album or a gospel album. It's, you know, you can go to a great gospel church, you know, maybe down to Al Green's church in Memphis or something. You can go to see some great Christian bands, but I'm basically making the music that I want to hear at church. I want this to be in a stadium, you know, just positive messages and good things, which is coming a long way from my first album, Devil Without a Cause.
Yeah, a little, just a little. But also the idea that you can turn somebody's car into a church, that when they're driving around, they're feeling the music.
Absolutely.
Feeling the message.
Yeah, you know, it's like anything else. You live, you learn, you grow. And, you know, I've always been a spiritual person, a God-fearing man, as we say. And I don't know, it's just, he's been speaking to me the last few years, and I've been listening for once.
Are there songs you won't play because they don't fit with your feeling anymore?
Nah, I haven't got there. I mean, I always embrace and celebrate, you know, where I've been, where I've came from. And you know, and I know the 10 Commandments, and I didn't see one that said, thou shalt not curse. So.
When you decide to write an album, the process, are there ones that have come out faster? Are there ones that are harder, the grind? How do you know the difference between what you push on with and what you just got to put away for a little while?
I really don't write an album in that sense, and I'm sure a lot of people are like this, that I'm always writing, and it just, you know, it comes and goes. All the great writers I know of, from Mark Twain to Ernest Hemingway to Bob Seger to Bob Dylan. I mean, so I'm always writing and recording. That's what I do, you know, every day. And sometimes things just fall together, like this spiritual album. I was writing a lot of that stuff, and eventually, you know, I had this album of what I think's, you know, some of my best material ever. And then, you know, other times it goes the other way. But, you know, it just starts to take form, and you just realize over time that, you know, you can't fit, something round into a square hole. So, you know, you try not to force it.
What's it like hearing it back from a crowd, from the audience?
Oh, it's the ultimate accolade. You know, better than any award, better than any of that bullshit. You know, it's, you know, that's everything right there. Just even if it's not a crowd, just knowing that people feel something, get something out of it, you know, that it makes them happy, brings them joy, that it exasperates a feeling they have, whether it's lonely, sad, anything. There's just no emotion in life without music. You know, you think of your favorite movies or anything without a soundtrack. Think of going to a sporting event without music, without going to church without music, doing anything in life without music. It just makes it better.
When your kids play music that's a different genre, or maybe something you didn't grow up with, was there ever a time where you said, turn that shit off?
Oh, yeah. I'm a grandpa now. I do that shit all the time. Like, turn that bullshit off. Hell, you kids listen to? That girl can't sing.
Do they listen?
No. Not at all. I didn't either when I was young.
Exactly. And then, has there been a surprising person you've met along the journey who you were surprised was a not-so-secret Kid Rock fan? Dalai Lama?
I mean, there's been a lot of them. I really have to think into it, but yeah, there's been a lot. Some I don't want to drop names because maybe they're still not out of the closet, so to speak. You know, I find that with anything in life, whether it's your music, your politics, whatever, it's like once you get face to face with somebody and you start breaking bread, having some drinks, you can have some laughs. You can find a lot in common. You know, there's certain things, you know, people are going to disagree about, this, that, and the other. And it's, as long as it's not extreme one way or the other, you know, we can usually find some common ground.
Again, the music, and I've got to say, Born Free is my favorite of your songs. I love it. I've used it as themes for radio shows. There's something that is just unbridled joy and freedom, and you feel the open road, and you just, that song, if you don't mind me asking, where did that come from?
I was working with Rick Rubin on that album, and he's so focused on songwriting. Our agreement was, we're not going to record this record until we both agree on every lyric and every song, which, I like to do a little bit of corny now and then. I just kind of get, I kind of have a laugh at myself on it and shit like that. And he didn't want any of that. And I can't remember, my guitar player, I think, was playing that riff and we were sitting around. I think I just started, I was born free. And then I just imagined the open highway on a motorcycle, which also could be someone, going into combat, in Afghanistan at the time, doing a lot of trips over there to entertain our troops. And it was all these different emotions of just freedom.
As a grandfather, how's that different than being a father? What sort of a role do you play as a grandfather?
Because you get to be the greatest form of a parent alive in being a grandparent. Have them to the house, get them all hopped up on Mountain Dew and Swedish Fish and send them home. I really enjoy the hell out of it. I really do, man. It's anyone would tell you in my position, a grandparent's so special. I wish I could be a grandparent, forever.
You get a chance to write the birthday card of this beautiful country. What's Bob going to write? What's Kid Rock going to write?
A birthday card to the country?
To the country. You get to write the message to America and turning 250.
Kid Rock would say, "Dear America, congratulations on turning 250 years old. This place is f***ing awesome." And Bob Ritchie would say, "Dear America, congratulations on making it to 250 years, all well-deserved through the ups, downs, through the hard truths, but most of all for providing us the freedom and the opportunity to be successful. And we will always hold you near and dear as one nation under God."
Thrill of a lifetime to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
This view, this house, that man. I'm supposed to say something really profound, right? America!
Well, good morning. Great to see everyone here, all of my friends, back again. You'll notice our new and updated room, right, guys? It's looks a lot better. The carpet is no stains. I mean, this is it's a new day at USDA, and what a great first run today, and that is to talk about fertilizer. I have my extraordinary partner, the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin here. Our great Deputy Secretary Stephen Vaden is with us. Chris Wright had to leave, but he was just in the roundtable with us, our great Secretary of Energy. I'll probably quote him, got his permission to do that as well. He had some really great information that is very relevant to the conversation that we're having today. The most important people in the room are the row croppers, the corn and soybean farmers standing behind me. We also have some of our country's great fertilizer companies, American fertilizer companies, in the room and standing with me as well. So we have a great announcement. We'll take some questions, obviously. Really appreciate everybody being here today, and excited for the road, the progress that we've made, but also the incredible progress that we will continue to make. So again, very grateful that everyone is here with us. As you all know, the high cost of fertilizer is not a new issue for our farmers. The cost of urea, potash, MAP, DAP, ammonia, and UAN all rose very, very swiftly in 2022, 2023, and remained roughly 55% higher at the end of the last administration than at the beginning of the last administration. This reversing of this harmful trend really across all inputs, you all have heard me talk about inputs from day one, but reversing this specific trend in fertilizer remains very, very top priority for the Trump USDA and the entire Trump administration, which is why you see so many of our cabinet members who have remained involved and vocal on this issue with us. We are actually down in the last year and a half, 58% in urea, 54% in potash, and 40% in ammonia, again, in the last 18 months. However, fully recognizing that fertilizer is still way too high, and at a time where our row croppers, especially our ag community, our ag economy is struggling under high costs of inputs, the effect of the Iranian conflict bears repeating, but those numbers continue to move down and will continue to do so. As you all know, to date, in the short term, we waived the Jones Act for 60 days and extended it 90 more days. I shouldn't say we, the president did that. We waived import restrictions from Venezuela. We've seen a lot of movement from Venezuela. Great American companies like CF Industries delayed scheduled maintenance to prioritize supply for American farmers this year. Pivot Bio, another great one, locked in pricing through 2028 in an effort to support our American farmers. We're so grateful. The great EPA is revising their diesel exhaust fluid rules. Administrator Zeldin may have more on that. Department of the Interior added potash, as we know, to the critical minerals list, which allows ex-Bank to get involved in other great things that can happen when that becomes a critical mineral. One of our great fertilizer companies said, is there a more important critical mineral than those that support food production? And I would agree that there is not. So the recognition of that by this administration is welcome. Of course, on inputs, we are working with the Department of Justice every day on specific antitrust enforcements from some of our, especially foreign countries. So we'll continue to look at that. And just a couple of days ago, President Trump announced, it was a big announcement, that he was lifting the countervailing duty, the CVD, on phosphate from Morocco for 8 months. That one specific action will save our farmers $1.82 billion in output and prices just this year alone. It will reduce the phosphate fertilizer, just that one lift, by 22%, and will benefit more than 100,000 farms in America. So very grateful to President Trump. Of course, we continue to utilize Secretary Lutnick and the Department of Commerce, their investment accelerator, as they look to continue to invest in fertilizer projects. Secretary Wright, again, giving an update earlier on his Department of Energy Dominance financing program. His second largest investment from Department of Energy is a fertilizer production facility, which is really, really exciting. And he is continuing to prioritize fertilizer, which is really helpful. We, of course, launched the USDA Proving Grounds Network for Ag Tech and streamlining permitting across the federal government. And we'll have one of our fertilizer companies talk about what they have had to go through in 10 years of working to get permitting to get one of their projects off the ground. I'll be in Louisiana in about 3 weeks, where we are going to be officially breaking ground on the Blue Point project there, which will be the largest ammonia plant in the world when completed. So that's incredibly excited. Administrator Zeldin helped move that along, as well as our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Very grateful for that, and we will continue to invest in those projects across the Trump administration. So I'll talk a little bit more, if asked in questions, about how we're changing the programs here at USDA, but I want to allow plenty of time for others to speak. But very quickly, the Biden FPEP program, we all agree we need more fertilizer in America. But of the 121 projects that were announced under the Biden administration, only 8 have been completed. There were several in there looking at worms and flower pots and kombucha, lots of climate language, craziness. We are obviously pulling all of that back. The Trump USDA will not be funding fertilizer projects based on worms, kombucha, or flower pots. So that is probably not a surprise to anyone, but important to note. We are, again, really excited to announce today a brand new program called the Fertilizer Investment and Expansion for Long-Term Domestic Supply, or the FIELDS program. It will include a $500 million additional pot of money to invest from our rural development team here at USDA in both new but also existing fertilizer facilities to fast-track more fertilizer in America being built here. It will prioritize project readiness It will prioritize financial viability. We will look at private investment that's already in the project or coming into the project, and of course, measurable production outlines. And unlike under the last administration, applications which will be open for 45 days must demonstrate financing plans, market demand, project execution capabilities, and measurable benefits for our farmers. Our goal is simple. We want fertilizer plants built in America, and we are willing to prioritize it. We want fertilizer produced in America, and we want fertilizer delivered in America to American farmers. And by doing so, by opening up the market, obviously those prices will come down for our farmers. The vision by our president remains top of mind for all, to empower, to build a future where our farmers are never beholden to foreign and even hostile nations to feed, to fuel, and to clothe our nation and the world. With that, I'll turn it over to our EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin. Thank you again all for being here.
So I have to admit, sometimes I'll get up in the morning and I'll realize I had a bunch of different dreams that night before, but I don't remember any of them. I just remember that I had a whole lot of dreams at night. I'm actually more confident that I know what Brooke Rollins and Stephen Vaden and the USDA team is dreaming about at night. I am highly confident from Secretary Rollins' focus on this issue that she is working on this fertilizer access and price issue during the day and at night. And if you're wondering, well, why are we having another meeting and another press conference? We just had a meeting and a media engagement, which was right after the meeting and media engagement just before that, talking about fertilizer access and bringing down the prices. It's because it is this important to Secretary Rollins, to Deputy Secretary Vaden, and to this entire USDA team. For President Trump and this Trump administration, it's been a whole of government focus. We've seen it from Kevin Hassett, the White House, the National Economic Council, the National Economic Advisor. We've seen it from Secretary Wright, who was at this meeting, was just with us, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Lutnick, and others. All of us taking inventory of every option, every resource, any way that we can possibly help to make sure that we are at Trump speed addressing this as quickly and totally as possible. At EPA, it's been a whole of agency focus. We have many different program offices at our headquarters with different equities in the fertilizer space, from our Office of Water to Office of Air and Radiation, our Office of Enforcement and Compliance, and more. And knowing how important this is to the President, how important this is to Secretary Rollins, and especially those who stand in front of you behind me here, we know how important it is to them across this country for us to be able to do our jobs exceptionally. At EPA, we've had the traditional focus on nutrients, for example, and different regulations that at times need to be fine-tuned, improved. On the permitting front, to get new sites built, whether it's Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, it is a water permit, it's an air permit. What Trump speed means as it comes to permitting is to get stuff done as quickly as possible. And quite frankly, President Trump's response, whenever he hears how fast anything has gotten done, no matter how fast it gets done, he wants to know why it wasn't done faster, and we love that about him. So I'm excited to be back here. I've joined now Secretary Rollins at many of these meetings and media engagements to be able to hear from the men and women who are leaders across this country about their ideas, their concerns, to be able to answer their questions. And EPA continues to stand ready and will continue to do everything in our power to assist to make sure that Secretary Rollins can move on to losing sleep or dreaming about other topics. We know that on January 20th, she was dreaming about bringing down egg prices, and she did that. We know that she's dreamt about what we could do to combat the New World screwworm, and sure enough, what she was wishing into existence has been done. So with her track record and with USDA's track record, I'm pretty confident that we're absolutely heading in the right direction.
Thank you, Lee, so much. Thank you. That's really, really kind words, and I appreciate it. None of this is possible without the partnership of our extraordinary cabinet, including Administrator Zeldin, so thank you. Deputy Secretary Vaden.
Well, we have a great partner in Administrator Zeldin, but it would really take up less time to talk about who's not working on fertilizer than to list who is. This is an all-of-administration approach, and we've seen that this week, as the President has taken care of the short-term needs of our farmers by suspending the countervailing duties on imports from Morocco, and we're here today working on the medium and longer-term issues because we know the fertilizer issue didn't just crop up when there was a conflict in the Middle East. Farmers have been dealing with this for at least the past 5 to 6 years, and we're here to see to it that they will not be talking about it 5 and 6 years hence, because we're going to solve the problem by making strategic investments in projects that are shovel-ready and that will produce fertilizers of all types in amounts that will be market significant and that will ensure that we have domestic production here in the United States, so we are not worried about ships on some strait that most people have never heard of and whether or not they're going to be able to make it through. I'm proud that we are looking at fertilizer from across all sectors. We're not just looking at supply. We're working with our friends at the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission to ensure the markets are free and fair and the prices are transparent, and so that by the end of this administration, whatever it is Secretary Rollins is dreaming about, it won't be problems in the fertilizer industry. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Stephen. This press conference has gone slightly off track. I didn't know we were going to be talking about my dreams the whole time. But great leadership from you too, Stephen. Thank you. Very quickly, I've asked a couple of our great American fertilizer companies with very different perspectives that represent very different parts of the industry to just offer a couple of comments. First, Joshua Wessling with J. Wessling Company from Nebraska. Joshua.
Yeah. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you also to Deputy Secretary Vaden and Cody Cornell, who helped make this program a reality, and to members of Congress for keeping American fertilizer security on the agenda. I'm Joshua Wessling, founder of J. Wessling Company. We develop and build greenfield nitrogen fertilizer plants in the American heartland. Domestic fertilizer is a regional business. There are specific parts of the country where new production is urgently needed, where farmers are importing tons they shouldn't have to. I've been fortunate to have built in one of those places in Geneva, Nebraska, and Meadowlark in Gothenburg, Nebraska is next. Meadowlark is roughly a $1.2 billion nitrogen complex in Gothenburg, Nebraska. Nitrogen capacity is about 365,000 tons of UAN, 140,000 tons of ammonium thiosulfate, all of it American-made, all of it sold to American farmers in a region that runs a structural nitrogen deficit. That supply the co-ops can move and growers can count on. We expect to reach final investment decision around the end of this year and to be producing fertilizer for American farmers in 2029. Building a fertilizer plant in this country is a daunting task, and the hardest part isn't the engineering. It's the upfront capital. The economics have to compete with imports and with entrenched incumbents, and that's where good projects stall before the first shovel goes in the ground. USDA changed the message that domestic demand would always be met by overseas production. By putting American production at the center of this agenda, you've made it possible for projects like ours to attract the private capital and the lenders it takes to actually get built. That's why the Fields program matters. It's what closes the gap between a project that sounds nice and a project that actually gets built, between capacity built in the Midwest and capacity built somewhere else in the world. Every ton we make at home is a ton our farmers don't import at the mercy of foreign supply and global prices. And it's good jobs in rural communities that need them. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm ready to build. As I said in my testimony in May before the Senate Agriculture Committee, we need to make this stuff where we use the stuff. The Fields program gets us much closer to realizing that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Well done. Next, with a slightly different take, but very important, Jake Evans, who runs the True Organic Products Incorporated fertilizer out of California, focusing on organic and regen. So I wanted to give him a moment too. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and your senior staff and colleagues, and I really appreciate the opportunity to join this great discussion. We were one of the 8 companies that was able to complete the previous administration's project, but now with the Fields program, the Secretary has really committed to the success of organic and regenerative farming, and I really believe it will bring local production to allow our organic farmers the most cost-effective fertilizer they get to grow their organic crops. We've been doing organics for over 20 years, and I will say that it's been a pleasure to serve the organic farmer. The investment the organic farmers had to make into crops, into trials, into transition, to be the best organic farmers we have in the world. It's an honor to see, and their innovation is incredible of what they've done to grow the best crops, the most healthiest crops.
Finally, Nalan Gupta with Wabash Valley Resources in Indiana. Nalan, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Wabash Valley Resources is a $2.6 billion development project that, when in commercial operations, would serve 5 million acres of American farmland. It's located in Indiana in the Eastern Corn Belt. That will displace some of the highest priced imported nitrogens in our country and in our region. When I started this company, I focused on one thing. Why is it that America has the lowest cost of energy under its feet, but the highest price of fertilizer above us? That is not right. We should not be importing an energy-intensive product in this country because we have abundant of energy, fossil energy, natural gas, coal. I quit my job to start this company in order to pursue this vision. And I will say, Trump 1.0 was hugely supportive of this idea. By grants given to us in 2017 and 18, we were able to develop a very complex fertilizer facility. Since then, our permits got a little stalled until Trump 2.0 took office. I will say a permit that took 4 years on EPA's docket, Administrator Zeldin turned that around in a matter of 60 days after taking office. Administrator, thank you. And then subsequently, our application with the Department of Energy that was on docket since 2019, as soon as Secretary Chris Wright, who is not here today, but when he took office, he immediately processed that loan and finalized that loan within 90 days after Administrator Zeldin's team issued that permit. I'm so grateful to Trump administration, who has done tremendous amount of risk management and had foresight to foresee this problem of American-made fertilizers. In December, they enacted phosphate as on the critical mineral list at the Department of Energy. In February, they enacted the Defense Production Act for phosphorus, and now in June, they took actions on the import duties. So that's not a 1-2 punch, that's a 1-2-3 punch on phosphates. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We look forward to working with you. We appreciate what you do for us.
Thank you so much. Well done. Well done. None of them were planning to speak. I kind of put them all on the spot, but I thought those were such important points to make. Finally, Harvey's granddad, is that Brandon? Matt, come here, Matt. We've got some of our great row croppers here, corn. I held his grandson, Harvey, when we were together at, was it Commodity Classic?
Yes.
Yeah, Commodity Classic. Didn't get to visit your farm. But just one final set of thoughts to open it up for questions, representing the farmers and how important this is too, and for Harvey especially.
So, yeah, I want to, first off, thank you guys for what you've done this past year and you know, change the trajectory of, you know, what's going on in fertilizer. I took over as Vice President of NCJA last fall, and subsequently led a Inputs Task Force Committee. And talking to a few of you out there in Illinois, I'd made the comment, we're, you know, in a crisis, and some of you said, are you sure you want to say that? And I was like, yeah, I do. Our industry's in a crisis. But with that, you guys, as an administration, have come to the table with answers, and we're so appreciative as a farming organization and as farmers what you've done to move forward. We've got lots to do. Obviously, we're just starting, but what it has done for me and my farm, and I'm not the greatest story out there, but it's keeping a 6th generation on the farm, and the 7th generation has that opportunity. And I think that's really what it's all about for all of us. So thank you.
Very well said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll take some questions. Friends, questions. We answer every question. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Jake Sikowski with TTN Progressive Farmer.
Hi, Jake.
I guess
if someone could kind of explain what type of investments would be made with this $500 million. It seems like a drop in the bucket when it comes to the billions it takes to build or even refurbish or upgrade existing fertilizer. So
Stephen, do you want to take that? Sure. Perfect. Thank you.
So you're correct that the total dollar amount is smaller than the Biden administration program, but the focus is completely different. Under the Biden administration program, they were looking for quantity of investments to put in, not quality. What we are doing with this targeted $500 million investment is we are looking for a small number of projects that already have the economics behind it, private financing behind it, and that with an injection of federal capital can be accelerated to provide actual fertilizer that farmers can purchase quicker. So what we're seeking to do here is we're looking for quality over quantity, speed over using money to come up with plans for projects that don't yet exist, and people who already have capital behind them, who already have plans to build or in the process of building, and a strategic injection of capital can move that forward and get farmers fertilizer faster.
And I'll just add quickly to that, the leveraging of the new pots of money, whether that's Department of Energy under the Energy Dominance pot, whether that's the Investment Accelerator under Secretary Lutnick, and reprioritizing across the administration, but moving through USDA and our fastball, and then partnering, of course, with permitting, et cetera, is going to make such a big difference. Having said that, we're also deobligating some funds under the last, the FPEP program, so hopefully we'll be deploying some additional funds there, and this is just the beginning. I think that this administration has been very forward-leaning, and if there are more projects out there that we think would get more fertilizer out into the country quicker to more farmers, in addition to the $500 million, we will keep looking. Yeah, thank you. This is just a start. Yes, sir. Good to see you.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just wondering if you could outline sort of the parameters, what size of the grants, Deputy Secretary, you said small number of projects, so I assume, I don't know, you've got a 10, 20, 50 million limit? I'm not sure.
You know, I don't know that. Tate, do you want to answer that, or Cody? 15 to 150 million with 50% match. Thank you for reminding me of that. But again, just out of the gate, that's where we're starting. We fully expect to keep having these conversations. I think maybe the 2 or 3 times before the last time when we all gathered and met, we had CEOs from some of the bigger companies in, and I said, just tell me what you need. They need speed, they need permitting, they need investment. And I said, well, we're gonna go to work on that. So this is another step in that direction. But these conversations don't start and end with one round table and one press conference. It is a all hands on deck, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week conversations. And so we sort of see this as the first step. We think it's going to make a big difference. But again, if additional steps are needed, we will make that happen. Yes, we'll go in the back.
Hi, I'm Molly Martinez, Free Television. Thank you. We just got back from a reporting trip in Iowa, and the farmers with whom we spoke, their biggest problem is not what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. It's the price gouging domestically by the big 3 fertilizer companies. My question is, what's the latest on these antitrust lawsuits, and what's being done to break up these oligopolies?
I'll let I'm a lawyer, but not a really great lawyer. I'll let our really good lawyer, who actually knows these topics very well. And by the way, Deputy Secretary Vaden had a lifetime appointment as a judge. He was appointed under the Trump administration and left that to come back and work alongside me on these issues. So I'm very grateful to him, and he can give a quick update. Of course, Attorney General Blanche is not here. He would speak on behalf of the DOJ, but I will say they're ongoing. But I'll let Stephen talk a little more.
So you've got both the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission that are investigating, both civilly and criminally, the fertilizer market. And what they're looking at there is is the fertilizer market actually responding the way we would expect a free market to respond? Or has there been collusion in determining where fertilizer goes, not just here domestically, but overseas? I mean, keep in mind, you can do through inaction the same thing you can do through action. What I mean is if you have an arrangement where you decide we're going to send X amount of fertilizer to this country that's not the United States, Y amount of fertilizer to that country that's not the United States, and you don't say anything explicitly about the United States, but we all know fertilizer is in a finite supply, you have effectively determined how much fertilizer supply will be sent to the United States. These are the types of questions that the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission are asking, and that's why it's so important, the investment that the Department of Agriculture is making through this Fields program, along with the counterparts that Secretary Rollins mentioned, because the surest way to ensure we have a fair market is by ensuring we have more people competing in it. For some of these fertilizer markets, there are two companies that control 90% of the market. You don't need a law degree or an economics PhD to understand that that market is highly concentrated, and there are more than legitimate questions that can be asked about whether there is free and fair competition between those two behemoths. What we're seeking to do here is provide money to people who are not those two behemoths, who are going to come in and compete aggressively, and through that competition and providing fertilizer in market moving amounts, be able to ensure that producers can once again have confidence that the prices they are paying are determined by the market and not determined by some type of mechanism that's behind a closed door.
Thank you. Yes, sir. We'll do two more, first and number two.
Madam Secretary, I feel compelled to ask a related question. What did you think about the Supreme Court decision on glyphosate, and what do you think about Bayer petitioning the Commerce Department and the ITC for protection against glyphosate imports from China?
Listen, I have been unequivocal in this. The importance of our crop protection tools are not just about supporting our farmers. They are truly about supporting a food supply system that moves into national security questions and are absolute. And I think that this administration, the president, has also been very, very clear about that. So from that perspective, I think it's very important that we don't pull any rugs out from underneath our farmers. Having said that, we've also invested more in regenerative farming and other things along the way. I know that Administrator Zeldin is continuing and always looking to see what our current systems look like, what the current data shows, et cetera. And I don't know all the details, and Administrator Zeldin may not be ready to talk about it, but I know there's a continuing effort from this federal government to look and make sure that we're doing everything we can. But having said that, again, as I have said all along, all research, all data shows that the current crop protectant tools on the market are safe. This was a federalism question that the Supreme Court answered, and this administration leaned into that. And of course, I stand by that as well. So thank you. Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my question, Grace with Politico.
Good to see you, Grace.
I was wondering, just to clarify, I have a couple things, but I wanted to make sure, is the $500 million, is that coming from the previous FPEP funds, or is that a new?
This is in addition to the previous FPEP, yes.
Okay, that sounds good. And then could you kind of explain how soon you guys expect with this additional funding to kind of give farmers some relief in the short term, and especially as people are looking to start figuring out prices later this year?
No, that's right. So fertilizer continues to come down. I think I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but several of the key components are down 40%, 50%, even with the Middle Eastern conflict. But those numbers have already begun moving down. And the short term, we've talked about quite a bit. We'll continue to focus on and make sure that we're doing everything we can, that as the orders start going in this fall, September, October, for next year's planting season, that we are acutely aware of where those are, that we're working with our partners on the ground. As I mentioned, some of our great domestic companies who agreed to freeze prices, who agreed to defer maintenance to make sure that our farmers had what they need, understanding the immense pressure that the ag economy and especially row croppers are under right now. But as fuel continues to come down, fertilizer continues to come down, Labor continues to come down. I mean, we're on a really good trajectory. It's just going to take a little while to get those inputs down as we're opening up the markets around the world and we begin to solve for some of these very long-term structural issues. The 19 new trade deals over the last 18 months have cut the agricultural trade deficit by almost in half. We started with a $42 billion deficit 18 months ago. We're now down to almost half of that. We expect to drop another half this year. We expect corn exports to be at record highs. We expect dairy to be at record highs. Tree nuts are going to be up about 11%, and more deals are coming online every day. Of course, that's the international market opportunity. There's a huge domestic opportunity too. I know, Grace, you've been tracking for a long time as we're looking at more biofuels, year-round E15, 45Z credits. We just released that rule, I think, in the last few days. So all of the above is very, 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 very important. But really what we're talking about today is the importance of that long-term build so that we're never in this situation again. We have offshored over the last couple of decades almost half of our fertilizer production, when in fact, a couple of decades ago, we produced almost all of it here. That's what we've got to start reshoring. And I'll finish with this, that President Trump's vision of putting America first, whether that's reshoring manufacturing, reshoring pharmaceuticals, reshoring all of the above, continues to be a big priority. But I think what you have seen in the last 18 months is also agriculture moving to the very top of that list, being at the very top of all the trade negotiations around the world, but also on things like this as well. Fertilizer, Grace, you were here yesterday, we were talking about beef processing, the fact that we've got 2 Brazilian-owned companies that are managing or running about half of our processing in the country is just unsustainable. It is unsustainable. So we've got to get all of this back to America and get it back very quickly. Now, will this all be done in a year? No. But we're setting up the infrastructure so that for the long term, our farmers have what they need at the price that they need so that they continue to pass down their farms and we can continue to be the world's greatest source and breadbasket of food, fuel, and clothing for the future. And it is not lost on me as we celebrate 250 years that this country was built by farmers. It was built by agriculture, and getting back to that and putting that back into the middle of the national conversation, I think is one of the most important things President Trump has done. Thank you all for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Why do you think you lost your primary race?
Well, look, I think ultimately this really did come down to Israel, Gaza. It has taken on a massive and outsized role in democratic politics, and it's a really complicated issue. But ultimately, people are, I believe, just incredibly, incredibly horrified by all of the devastation and destruction and death that is going on in the Middle East. And I agree. But I have a different view of how to stop this Israeli government, how to rebuild peace in the Middle East, and I stuck with that, and I'm proud of the campaign that we ran.
So if you talk to people affiliated with the Lander campaign, they will tell you that, yeah, Israel was an issue, but it was more an issue of Brad Lander was more in touch with the constituents of the district who are more progressive than you, and that the constituents didn't necessarily see you as advocating for them and their needs as working families. You obviously disagree.
Well, I do disagree, and I think the proof is in the pudding. First of all, I was supported by the overwhelming majority of labor unions. I was supported by just about every single one of the 31 public housing developments in my district. I was supported by the immigrant community leaders, the Chinatown community leaders, the actual working families and the actual working class communities that are in the district. And in fact, I won those neighborhoods by 14% in an election where I got smoked by 32%.
So who didn't vote for you then?
Well, a lot of the people that didn't vote for me are not the people who I have worked so closely with to save their food stamps, to make sure their Section 8 vouchers are not taken away, to improve the conditions of their decrepit public housing, to build a triage center in my district office to help immigrant families whose loved ones are being wrongfully and illegally detained by this Trump deportation dragnet. Those are the people who I have really invested a lot of time with. And those are the people for whom this threat from the White House is existential. I think the broad majority of people who supported my opponent, Brad Lander, did so for other reasons, but that the ones who are actually impacted by this affordability crisis supported me, supported my vision, and I believe this is the pathway for the Democratic Party.
You and the man who defeated you, former comptroller Brad Lander, you both believe that Israel should exist. You both believe Israel should be a Jewish state and a democracy. The difference is you really have to go deeper than just the shallow, superficial level. You don't call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. You have a relationship with AIPAC, and I think you don't refer to what's going on in the West Bank as an occupation. Is there room in the Democratic Party for somebody who is progressive on all these other social issues having to do with the United States, but also disagrees with Brad Lander and Mayor Mamdani on these issues having to do with Israel?
You go down the sort of list of progressive policies, and I'm on board there. What has, I think, happened, and I think this is really dangerous, is that some of these, as you say, beneath the surface, very complicated, difficult issues have become buzzwords and litmus tests. And genocide in particular, as you point out, has been adopted by many as a morality test. And the real concern I have is that has translated into a tremendous danger and fear against Jews in America. Because American Jews are now being held responsible by too many people for what the Israeli government is doing. And that is anti-Semitism. And it's becoming normalized. It's becoming more and more frequent. And both as a Jew, myself, and having many, many Jewish constituents of all types, a lot are really, really afraid because American Jews are now being dehumanized because of frustration and anger with what's going on in the Middle East. That is anti-democratic, that is anti-American, and that fundamentally flies in the face of everything the Democratic Party has always stood for.
Why do you not call it a genocide?
Well, I think, first of all, as a former prosecutor who had to present evidence to convince a jury of 12 people unanimously that all of the legal elements of a particular crime were met, I simply do not think that anybody can know for sure what happened in Gaza right now until there is an independent investigation that includes on the ground actual evidence gathering. I understand the argument, and I certainly think that there are real legitimate claims that the Israeli government may have committed war crimes. But that is very different than genocide.
How much do you think you are where you are today because you did not endorse Mayor Mamdani?
Well, look, I think when you look at all the results around New York last week, his endorsement and his support had a tremendous impact. There's no question about it. I was very clear then, and have continued to be clear, that I had real concerns about whether or not some of his rhetoric and his actions would increase or escalate the anti-Semitism that has dramatically skyrocketed since October 7th.
You think it has?
I don't know if it's directly correlated. But what I will say is that you're seeing much more frequent use, for example, of Jews being compared to and equated to Nazis, and that feels to be normalized, and that feels different than a year ago. That just the fact that I was, prospectively banned from a coffee shop because I broadly support the state of Israel is something that's really dangerous. I think when you compare that to what calling AIPAC or other Jewish pro-Israel supporters monsters.
Right, he called them monsters.
Which he did. I think those are two very, very different reactions. I do think that he has recognized and acknowledged that anti-Semitism is up significantly. I'm optimistic that he will take a more even-handed approach in his criticism, but also similarly when really egregious anti-Semitic incidents happen, because this is not a First Amendment issue.
He had Mahmoud Khalil at his house, at the mayor's house, and he said he was doing that because he supports Khalil's right to free speech.
Right.
Did you have an issue with that?
It's not a question of the First Amendment. It's a question of whether or not the things that people say are okay in our society. If anybody said similar slurs or stereotypical tropes about any other protected class, any other minority group, they would be roundly condemned. But for some reason, when people say it about Jews, it's okay, or there's a dispute about whether or not it is anti-Semitic. And that is, to my mind, that's unacceptable. And I think as the leader of any city or country or any elected representative, it is incumbent upon us to set the right example.
Do you wish that he had said something more about what happened to you at the coffee shop?
I don't want to make the coffee shop about me personally. I think what is so upsetting about the coffee shop is a reflection, is that it is a microcosm of where we are. And particularly the dichotomy between the really wonderful interaction I had with a woman who was wearing a hijab, seemed to be clearly Muslim, and me, who's Jewish, but then to receive that social media post, which is, I guess people feel like it's okay calling people, genocide supporters. It's incredibly offensive. I mean, the idea that I, who has devoted my career to public service and civil rights and equal justice, would be called a genocide supporter, a baby killer, is unbelievably offensive, but it's been normalized to such a degree that it dehumanizes Jews, and I think it creates a really unsafe environment.
Stunning losses in Colorado. State Attorney General Phil Weiser upsets Senator Michael Bennet in the Democratic primary for governor.
People want to know that they're electing someone who's in this work to fight for them, who they know cares about them. And the goal of our campaign was to break through. We broke through a lot of negative ads. We broke through a lot of noise because I believe in the power of people.
And then you had Mila Quiros beat a nearly 30-year incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette last night. Quiros, the latest Democratic Socialist to win their primary.
We believe that fundamental change can and will happen if we fight for it. If we organize and show no fear in standing up for what's right. That is the message that Denver has sent to both parties, to Donald Trump, and to the entire country.
Zolan, I want to start with you because back a few months ago when there was infighting in the DNC itself, there were all these people that were like, I'm taking my toys and going home, right? Like David Hogg, I'm going to go spend my own money. Justice Democrats, we're going to recruit our own people. There was this real sense that there was going to be money spent elsewhere by different recruiters for different reasons. And I want to show the viewers right now how well Justice Democrats are doing, as it turns out. Primary winners, I think I'm looking at a count of up to 8 faces here. What are they doing differently than the DNC?
Yeah, it's interesting because that fight over spending, I do think, represented a broader fight over
the direction of the Democratic Party and who should lead them. And what we're seeing with this series of wins, the ones you just outlined, but also we're coming a week after
and those are in
Mamdani's
Colorado,
sweep
New
in
Jersey,
New York.
California, even Texas.
Right. Across the country. I do think the themes in these races speak to they resonate with something broader in the Democratic base across the country, right? In the last presidential campaign, I would often hear from Democratic voters, they didn't feel people represented them. You just highlighted somebody who won a generational race, right?
Yeah.
She was born a year after the incumbent won her first race.
But with the views that come with that in some cases.
And that brings us to Israel as well. We have seen Israel in the issue of whether the Democratic Party will support U.S. support for Israel, that has resonated, both in New York and these races.
I think I'm also fascinated by that because what happened with Kamala Harris and Biden is they truly struggled to talk about Israel and Gaza when that fight was at its height. Then you have someone like Milat Kiros. I want to play one more thing from her, this Colorado congressional candidate who had a win, because she uses an argument that you wouldn't have heard from the Biden administration last fall.
When I wrote a letter defending students' rights to protest the genocide in Gaza, my law firm told me, take it down or you're fired. I didn't flinch. We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs and AIPAC. And no, we will not wait to end the genocide in Palestine.
So every key word, that's a problem for Democrats and a problem especially for people who are concerned about the rhetoric around Israel, punctuated by an actual air horn. I want to play one more thing, a voter. And then, Antoine, I want you to talk out of this.
I like to see that she has more socialist ideals.
I think people are tired of our tax dollars being spent overseas and on bombs to kill children.
I'm anti-AIPAC, and so I just wanted to vote for someone that was standing up against Israel, and I knew that the incumbent was for Israel, so I voted against her.
People like Kiros and the DSA in general are presenting more like compelling arguments about how to make this country better for everyone.
Couple things. We're having a generational conversation and an ideological conversation in these primaries. I think the common denominator is that people are frustrated, people are pissed off, and we collective Democrats are against Donald Trump and the Republican majority. How we talk about these issues has defined these primaries. But I will make the continued argument that the most important thing for Democrats to remember is 218 is the name of the game. You can talk boldly and loudly about all of these policies, but if you cannot govern, if you do not win, and losers do not legislate. And when we talk about the way that some of our more progressive candidates who are winning in deep blue districts, the issues they are talking about are going to require them to have to compromise on what they believe if they want to respond to what they campaign.
Or required you and the rest of establishment? Because that's where the money is going to have to come from.
Well, I don't
probably.
consider myself establishment. I consider myself just a Democrat. I think we've put these labels on folks, and I think that has been part of the somewhat division you see within the primaries. At the end of the day, when you go into the United States Congress, you're labeled as a Democrat versus Republican. We should anchor that there. But the second point is what we're seeing across the board. I think this is probably true in Republican primaries. It's easier to vote against something than it is to vote for something. So people are voting for who has been in charge and who they feel like are leading
Terry,
the
can I
parties.
have you answer that? Especially to this point, I'm looking at, like, for instance, the post-response to the Supreme Court upholding bans on trans athletes. This kind of follows what he's saying. It's easy to say no. No is easy to put in a headline. It's easy to put in an ad.
No, that's exactly right, Audie. And I think that candidates like this that are more radical, where the mask has come off, they're winning in deep blue districts, right? Zohar Mamdani is not running in Virginia. He's running in New York City, and the same thing here. It's going to be interesting to see how these new, more radically left-wing candidates fare in terms of the upcoming midterms, but it's also going to be interesting to see how they change the coalition for the Democratic Party. When President Trump came on the scene back, 10 years ago, he changed the makeup of the Republican Party, and I could see a lot of these higher propensity
Can I
voters.
play an example?
Please.
Here's an example of someone who thrives in the Trump era. The Colorado candidate for governor on the Republican side. These are the kinds of questions and back and forth he's dealing. I just want to play this for the audience before we go.
Your campaign website falsely claimed that you had rescued more than 45,000 women and children. You claimed that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
It feels like the takeaway for Republicans has not been radicals don't need them. It seems like it's like certain people are more than encouraged by the current environment.
I would ignore people like this.
Why? He's running for governor.
No, I know, but I'm from Illinois, right? And so what happens in these deep blue states where like Republicans basically give up on is
which is
it's
not
a free for
Colorado,
all.
by the way. It is not deep blue, but go on.
Colorado's pretty blue, Audie. But look. I would look more to the states like Virginia, New Jersey.
But then why run a guy like that?
Because a lot of the serious people are not running in Colorado. If I was a serious candidate for GOP governor,
not just run a guy, but he's leading in donations in that race as
Money.
well.
Money, donors,
I
probably
think,
not from Colorado are giving him money.
And what I will say is that the people, the actual voters, they feel like both establishments are screwing them over. They feel like they're getting behind further and further, and that's the Democrats and the Republicans.
Let's get right to CNN senior political analyst Mark Preston for the latest on all of this. This is now something of a national trend we're seeing, Mark.
Well, John, it's certainly not a one-off, and we've seen it over the past couple of weeks. There's been so much focus on New York City and Zoran Mamdani over the past year since his election, but we've seen that the progressive wing, the very liberal wing of the Democratic Party, is starting to push back against the establishment. If there was ever a generational shift in what we saw last night in Colorado, where Diana DeGette, who was considered a progressive in Congress, losing to somebody who is even farther to the left, shows you right now, as the Democratic Party has gone through 4 years of Donald Trump, again, has decided to push back against this anti-establishment. We've not only happened again in Colorado last night, we've seen it happen in Washington, D.C. We saw it happen in New York City. We've seen it happen in Georgia. We're seeing it happen all across the country right now. It's not a wave. Let us not tell anyone out there that it is a wave. But the fact of the matter is the Democratic Party right now is undergoing this whole transformation right now. And we're seeing these younger, more aggressive, progressive Democrats take on the establishment, John.
Yeah, look. You see an incumbent fall in a primary every now and then, but to see 3 lose in a week, that is remarkable. And you hear from almost any established Democrat, and they'll tell you this is where the energy in the party is right now.
No, it totally is. And, this pushback by the progressive wing of the party didn't just happen overnight. This goes way back to the Clintons. This goes back to the 90s, where Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton pushed the Democratic Party more to the center. We saw Barack Obama come in. For 8 years, the Democratic Party was unified. They had something to rally around. We saw Bernie Sanders take on Hillary Clinton back in 2016. That was not well accepted by the Democratic establishment. We saw Bernie Sanders run again in 2020. Look, what has happened is that the progressive wing over the past 4 to 6 years has tried to work with the establishment. They've tried to work within the bounds of the Democratic Party, and it hasn't worked. And that's why we're seeing this pushback right now.
Instead, 8 TDA members from Venezuela came here illegally, all 8, every one of them, during the Biden administration, and went on to allegedly commit the heinous crimes described in the charges discussed today. First, let me tell you what happened to a family outside Dallas, Texas. In 2024, 4 men murdered a father, and then they kidnapped his 13-year-old daughter and 12-year-old nephew. Today, right outside Dallas, we unsealed an indictment charging 5 alleged members of TDA with various crimes arising out of that incident I just described. 3 of the 4 are already in custody in the United States for other crimes they had committed, and 1 is being held in Colombia. Also this morning in Chicago, federal and local law enforcement charged 3 alleged TDA members on a criminal complaint charging the brutal murder of another victim in the Chicago area. Our United States attorneys from the Northern District of Illinois and the Northern District of Texas will give you more detail about the 2 incidents that I just described. All 8 of these individuals, the 5 charged in Texas and the 3 in Chicago, crossed our southern border illegally. Every one of them entered under the Biden administration between December 2021 and April 2024. None of these men should have been in this country. The father in Texas should be alive today. His daughter and nephew should have never been kidnapped. The young victim in Chicago should be alive. These violent crimes and murders happened because under the Biden administration, open border policies left our borders wide open, and hundreds of suspected and now convicted TDA terrorists poured through those borders into our country. Now, President Trump stopped this madness on January 20th of last year. That same day, President Trump designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. In the 18 months since January 20th, and President Trump did that, nearly 350 members and associates of TDA have been charged and or convicted of horrific violent crime, murders, sex trafficking, kidnappings, along with weapons charges, drug trafficking, robbery, ATM jackpotting, and other widespread financial crimes. Law enforcement in this great nation have worked overtime to find these terrorists, build these cases, and bring them to justice. TDA members who entered under the previous administration should have never set foot on our shores. Much of the work that I just described today was carried out by Joint Task Force Vulcan, which we built to eradicate MS-13 and expanded to take on TDA. Also, the work has been done by our Homeland Security Task Forces, HSTF, established by President Trump to dismantle the cartels and transnational criminal organizations. This is very dangerous law enforcement work. It requires an all-government, all-law enforcement approach. Today, I'm joined by 2 of our United States attorneys from Texas and Illinois, and you'll hear the details from them in a moment about the two charging instruments that I just described. You'll also hear from our FBI Director, Kash Patel. I also want to thank the folks from Task Force Vulcan, our FBI agents on the ground, and our partners at Homeland Security Investigations. All of them, all their work on the ground is the reason why we're here today. So thank them for their work. I'll now turn it over to Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thanks to President Trump's historic leadership and decision to designate Tren de Aragua as terrorists, because that's what they are, law enforcement was given the tools for the first time to go after this vicious gang for what they are, violent, vicious gangsters. And because of that, the interagency was able to get together and go after and attack street gangs and gangs throughout America. Gangs are the reason why so many drugs, guns, and violence are deployed onto our streets and onto our community and take so many innocent lives, as the Attorney General laid out. The task force, Joint Task Force Vulcan, thank you to you and your leadership, not just for Tren de Aragua, but MS-13. Thank you to our United States attorneys, both in the Northern District of Texas and in the Northern District of Illinois. And a huge thank you to our partners at HSI and the Homeland Security Task Force. And for me, a special thanks to the men and women of the FBI, specifically today in the Dallas and Chicago field offices. This work is an interagency lift by a huge team that gets after it every day in combination with our state and local partners. And the results here and the details that you're about to be given will speak for themselves. I just want to highlight, since President Trump took office and let good cops be cops, what law enforcement has done collectively with our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and our Attorney General Blanche's leadership. We've arrested 29,000 violent gang members since President Trump was sworn in. We've disrupted and dismantled 2,700 gangs around the country. That is a 365% increase from the same time period into the last prior administration. We have seen, specifically as it relates to Trende Aragua, a 519% increase in arrests. As the Attorney General laid out, you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Trende Aragua violent gangsters and thugs picked up and arrested and taken off our streets permanently for crimes ranging from kidnapping to murder to drug trafficking to firearms violence and more. We are safeguarding American citizens and American communities because President Trump decided to put law enforcement first, give us the resources that we need to do our jobs and safeguard our communities, and make sure that the details that you're about to hear never happen again to another community in Dallas or Chicago or anywhere else. And that is due entirely to the leadership of President Trump and allowing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to partner with our interagency folks and our state and local partners across the country to make sure this never happens again. And the reach, as you will hear, of the long arm of the law, that is the United States Department of Justice and our partners, will go wherever we find any one of these gangbangers to be hiding. We will get them anywhere in the country. We will go overseas to get them. And as you just saw last month with our successful takedown of the ATM jackpotting scheme led by Trende Aragua, we will go overseas and get the highest ranking members of Trende Aragua and bring them here to justice. Attorney General, I just want to thank you for your brilliant leadership, your support of law enforcement and the men and women of the FBI. It's a truly great partnership. It is a historic partnership. And I want to thank President Trump for recognizing Trende Aragua for what they are, terrorists. And that is how we are always going to treat them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Rabel, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. I'd like to thank General Blanche for his leadership in helping empower us U.S. attorneys in the field to eradicate TDA from our communities. TDA is a transnational criminal organization that has metastasized its reach across the Western Hemisphere by preserving and promoting its power through intimidation and violence. But whenever violence enters a community, that is when freedom leaves. This is not just an abstract concept. People in our communities, including in North Texas, are impacted when the activities of gangs, particularly TDA, go unchecked. Kids cannot play in parks or walk to the ice cream shop with their grandparents. Parents go to bed at night worried that stray bullets might hit their homes. The Trump administration has helped us return freedom back to our communities by systemically attacking and dismantling TDA, criminal enterprises, and other violent street gangs. Yesterday's indictment in the Northern District of Texas underscores the extraordinary efforts we are making in North Texas to disrupt and dismantle any TDA presence. I learned of this case because of the great work of our state and local partners, those in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Farmers Branch Police Department, and the Dallas Police Department. Through their efforts and prosecution of one of the TDA members earlier this year, the evidence that came to light compelled me, as well as General Blanche and Director Patel, to act. Let me tell you what that evidence was. On August 24th, 2024, in the middle of night, a man and two kids had their hands zip-tied and were kidnapped by TDA members who demanded that they pay them money. Once the TDA members realized the man could not pay them any money, they pulled over by a bridge in Dallas and told the man to jump off. When he refused to do so and attempted to flee, a TDA member gunned him down, execution style, in front of the two children. The Farmers Branch police found the man on the side of the road, abandoned and bleeding from the head because of a single gunshot right between his eyes. This led my office to initiate an international investigation of this transnational criminal organization. I immediately mobilized my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate, to team up with Task Force Vulcan and the Homeland Security Task Force, which includes many different agencies, particularly FBI and HSI, to investigate this transnational gang at the highest levels. Yesterday was a culmination of this outstanding multi-agency collaboration to bring the full force of the federal government on TDA's presence in Texas and our nation. In our federal indictment, a Northern District of Texas grand jury charged 5 TDA members, including a high-ranking TDA official, Hector Garcia Zuniga, also known as Murray, with racketeering charges spanning state lines and international borders, including murder, kidnapping, and jackpotting. Those defendants charged in our indictment are all foreign nationals who have illegally been present at one time or another in this country. Those defendants are as follows: Murray, who I just mentioned a moment ago, Carlos Luis Zambrano Bolivar, Yanni Jesus Serrano, Jonathan Toro Gonzalez, and Ihiker Mendoza. And let me be clear, we're just continuing to investigate, and we're going to dig deeper and deeper. And I'll end with this. To members of TDA, we're coming for you, and we're particularly coming for you if you come to North Texas. With that, I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Andrew S. Boutros, and I'm the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. It's an honor and privilege to stand here with General Blanche and all of our other law enforcement partners as we make this important announcement. A criminal complaint was filed yesterday in the Northern District of Illinois charging 3 individuals, Josue Pacheco Torres, Cliver Montesano Bursino, and a 3rd individual with kidnapping, conspiracy, and committing a kidnapping that resulted in death. And let me just also describe the ruthless kidnapping and murder that occurred that is the basis of this criminal complaint. On a spring afternoon in May of this year, just less than 60 days or so ago, a victim was walking with 2 other men near a particular park in Chicago, which houses a large green space on the south side of Chicago with 3 playgrounds, a basketball court, and a baseball field. The defendants captured the victim and then forced him into a car where he was initially driven to a Chicago apartment. There, the defendant and their co-conspirators bound the victim's wrists behind his back, held him against his will, and kept him in there for hours. They later exited this apartment with the victim, where now the victim's hands were tied behind his back. They transported the victim to an abandoned building in Chicago, where he was shot multiple times in the head and in the body. The victim's lifeless body was left face down in the bathroom, partially in the bathtub, in an abandoned unit. When the victim's body was recovered, it was badly beaten, and there were blunt force trauma and injury to his head, his face, his arms, his neck, his hands, and his torso. The following night, the Chicago Police Department received a call from the victim's mother, who requested a wellness check at the abandoned building. The mother told the police that she had been directed to the building by an individual associated with the co-conspirators. Chicago police entered the building and found the victim dead inside the bathroom, shot multiple times, and again with the victim's wrist still being bound behind his back. I want you to think about those facts for a moment. A man kidnapped from a park in Chicago in broad daylight, beaten, held against his will, taken to an abandoned building and shot multiple times, and left in a bathtub. All in the name of Tren de Aragua, and to show just how brutal and merciless this gang is, someone then went and called the victim's mother and told her where she could find her lifeless son's body. The violence that TDA has wrought in Chicago did not begin this spring afternoon in May. Federal law enforcement has been investigating these murderers and these various shootings involving suspected TDAs since 2024 when the new administration came in. And make no mistake that a new dawn of crime fighting is underway in Chicago. It started when in the United States in January of 2025 when President Trump was sworn into office. And it also began when in April of 2025 when General Blanche and General Bondi supported me to become the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. In Chicago, we are laser focused on anti-violence work and on being serious about going after criminals who wreak havoc and violence in our community. And the numbers and the stats reflect the level of seriousness and commitment that we are bringing to bear in this particular program area that is of vital importance. These charges today are just one example of the tireless work that our federal law enforcement apparatus in Chicago is undertaking. And it is literally the reflection of the fact that the feds, all the various agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're working day and night, we're working weekends and holidays to keep the citizens of Northern Illinois safe. I couldn't be prouder of our federal prosecutors and law enforcement partners who have embraced the anti-violence initiative that I've been leading. This 4th of July weekend, as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, many families in Chicago will be able to celebrate with loved ones because the whole of federal government in Chicago is taking violent crime seriously in a way that hasn't been seen in years. The scourge of violence in Chicago has gripped Chicago for too long, and now Chicago is beginning to see relief. The complaint against these 3 TDA members should leave no doubt that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago will vigorously pursue transnational organizations and hold their members and associates accountable for their violent criminal acts. We will continue to prioritize these investigations, in particular of TDA, which very deservedly have been designated by President Trump and his administration as a terrorist organization. Our shared goal is crystal clear: to disrupt and dismantle TDA and not allow it to gain a foothold in the United States or in Chicagoland. Plus, we want to bring to justice those who break the law, especially using violence. Thank you, General Blanche, Director Patel, and all the other partners who are here for the tremendous leadership and unwavering partnership. I want to thank the FBI, HSI, ATF, DEA, and the many others who are on the front line as we work to fight the scourge of TDA and other violence. I'll also say that tomorrow, I'll be back in Chicago tonight, but in tomorrow, and we have a major anti-violence announcement coming out of Chicago involving a historic operation that is actually fully coming down today, and we'll be announcing the results of what we're calling a badgeless operation, and the results of that tomorrow. So for those interested, stay tuned. Big news out of Chicago in the anti-violence front.
Thank you. Just before we take questions, if you can note, we're putting some photos up from the complaint from the Chicago arrests. And you can see in one of the photos that's on the screen right now, one of the alleged participants is wearing an ankle bracelet because he's out on bail in Chicago for very serious crimes. And again, there'll be more coming out about that in the coming days, but it's an example of the dangers of no cash bail and sanctuary city policies that results in things like those photos. All right, I'll take a couple of questions. Go ahead.
I have 2 questions. I know the administration has been using terrorism charges against TDA members in other cases. Is it possible that those charges will be added in these cases?
Yes. Yes. Oftentimes, those charges, additional charges, come later in the case when we're able to supersede. I've instructed, President Trump's instructed our prosecutors to, wherever possible, add any sort of terrorism charges to existing cases or cases that we're charging. So, yeah.
I have a question for the FBI director, if you don't mind. Reuters is reporting that the ransom notes that were sent regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are fake. Are you able to confirm that those have been determined to be fake?
I'm not going to comment on that. We are continuing to assist that investigation. We've always been in an assist role. It's a state matter being led by the state authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I have questions about two recent Supreme Court rulings. Let's start with yesterday, the birthright citizenship ruling. I know you guys announced yesterday you're going to ramp up efforts to combat birth tourism schemes, but Secretary Mullen said earlier today there are discussions about other options after this ruling. Can you discuss what other options are on the table after yesterday's decision?
Well, from a Department of Justice standpoint, it's obviously focusing our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners on birthing tourism, and it's a booming industry, and it will continue. It will continue given the Supreme Court's decision yesterday. There's other things that DHS can do and the federal government can do in the visa process and the application process to try to minimize or limit the opportunity of folks coming here to not to visit and not to do what they're saying they're doing on their tourist visa, but just to have a baby that can then be a U.S. citizen. So from our standpoint, it's focusing on what is a problem. So everybody should agree that it's a violation of our laws if your intent in coming here, if you're pregnant, is to have a child to become a United States citizen because of our now laws. And so what we have to do as the Department of Justice is make sure our agents, our HSI agents that we work with and the FBI are focused on stopping that. And that's what we're going to do. So, yeah.
Supreme Court case. There was another ruling in the Hawaii gun case, ruling that banning guns on private property is unconstitutional. There are other states that have those same laws. Is the Justice Department going to take action against any other states that have those laws currently on the books after this ruling?
Yeah, look, I think Maryland, California, New Jersey, New York have basically existing laws that are now unconstitutional. So the fact that the Department of Justice should have to take action is embarrassing to the attorneys generals and the leadership in those states if we do have to take action, because they now have a law that the Supreme Court has said is a violation of our Constitution. So if we have to sue them, of course we will, and they should be sued, but it shouldn't take this Department of Justice telling a state they're violating the Constitution when the Supreme Court told them they were yesterday. So it's not only those 4 states, there's a bunch of other states that have pending legislation that mirrors the Hawaii law that was just declared unconstitutional. So I expect those efforts will cease, but we'll see what those states do, and if they don't immediately rectify their unconstitutional law, we'll do it for them. Yeah.
Thank you, Attorney General. How have the earthquakes in Venezuela impacted any of the Nicaragua investigations or ongoing cases?
I mean, it's a horrific tragedy, and I think at a time when, over the past week, 10 days, a lot of the effort that we've been entering into has been to save lives and to help the communities there recover. I view that as a separate track from the work we're doing here to combat TDA, whether they're here or in Colombia or Venezuela. So I don't view the tragedy as having slowed us down. It's just something that we all of our hearts break for what happened in Venezuela, and that's separate and apart from the work we're doing on the TDA folks. Good.
My question's for U.S. Attorney Boutros. You said that you had launched a review in light of the revelations of prosecutorial misconduct that came out of your office. Can you kind of give us a sense of where that review stands, how many cases are being examined, and how many cases could potentially be in jeopardy?
So I implemented a several-phase remediation plan. And so we've already implemented phase 1, which went into effect immediately, which was prospective in nature, so future, and it set out very bright-line rules for federal prosecutors in my office about what they need to do in terms of turning over grand jury materials, when they turn it over, and things of that nature. And it removed discretion from the prosecutors and created bright-line rules so that there would be no error in judgment or otherwise. Phase 2 of the remediation plan is now going back to examine to see, are there other errors that were committed both by the specific prosecutor who has been a topic of focus as well as other prosecutors. So that is going to actually be multiple categories. So I've already announced in one of the filings that all the grand jury presentations by this particular prosecutor will be examined going all the way back to 2007. In addition to that, we are putting together a massive plan that's going to involve a review of basically all pending grand jury matters in the entire district. which will probably take us in an order of magnitude close to 4 figures. In addition to that, there will be an additional review of additional minutes in grand jury presentations for an additional category of prosecutors. So when this is all said and done, I will tell you that well over 1,000 grand jury presentations will be reviewed in the Northern District of Illinois. It'll both be retroactive, looking at what happened, in some cases going all the way back almost 20 years. It'll cover everything that is happening now that's pending in court, and so it is current, and therefore there can be assurances and confidence that the cases that are pending are not suffering from those issues, and if they are, that they can be appropriately raised and litigated by the defendants. And it will also ensure that the prosecutors who are in my office and who have been in my office have acted ethically and in accordance with the expectations of the department. So it's going to be a massive review, a comprehensive review, and it is underway, and it's being formulated as we speak.
The first question, Mr. Blanche, is what is the status of TDA in the United States now? I know that the administration has killed the 2 leaders abroad, but I guess what is the status of the gang in the United States now?
So we've arrested, I think, almost 350 alleged or confirmed members of TDA. There's a lot more. There's a ton of ongoing investigations. Task force, I mean, that's a big part of the work they're doing. Their focus during the first Trump administration for several years was MS-13. And now we're focused more on TDA. I think that the numbers speak for themselves. 350 of a Venezuelan gang is a pretty good start. I think that the way these cases work is you get cooperating witnesses that are arrested that tell you about other individuals and other crimes that they were part of or they know happened, and those cases are then developed and charged. So I thought this was a good time to update. These are important cases and heartbreaking cases, but also a nice check-in point to say that we've got 350 of them. There's a lot more that we're investigating, and I think that you'll hear about more arrests in the coming months. So, yeah.
Sorry, just for Director Patel, can you talk about the threat mitigation landscape for this weekend, both here in D.C. but also across the country?
So, we have a lot of events going on. We've got the World Cup, which we're about halfway through. We have the 250 events that have already kicked off here. And what we've done under the leadership of the White House and President Trump is utilize the interagency and our state and local partners and basically dispersed around the country and have had, specifically for the FBI, our special agents in charge of respective field offices make sure we have security plans in place for each and every single event. You've seen what we've done at the World Cup so far, and we're going to continue to do that. As it relates specifically to 250 events, we're working with the interagency, Homeland Security specifically, and mostly our state and local partners where these events are taking place to ensure that Americans have a tremendous time and a safe time celebrating America's 250th.
All right, just one more question, go ahead.
Yeah, so quick follow-up on that one, though, before. Has there been any credible threats at this point in regard similar to ones that we saw with the UFC fight?
Putting the UFC fight aside, we are constantly working with the intelligence community and state and local partners to share even information that is not credible in an abundance of caution. So far to date, we have not seen and received credible information for any ongoing future threats, but we're going to continue to monitor that.
And then for Attorney General Blanche, a few weeks ago, Governor Gavin Newsom said that he was under an investigation by the DOJ. He called this political targeting. What can you share, at least respond to what his comments were on that matter?
I mean, the only thing I'll say about what he chose to do and what he chose to say is I'm not sure his words are in any way grounded in fact. He'd have to address that. But to the extent there's investigations that are ongoing, I will not talk about them, and neither will anybody behind me or in this department. He can choose to say whatever he thinks helps him. It doesn't make it true. All right, thank you, guys.
Some landmark cases today from the U.S. Supreme Court as justices handed down their final decisions of the season, including the long-awaited birthright citizenship ruling that struck down President Trump's executive order restricting it. Here with the latest from the court is The Hill's legal affairs reporter, Zach Schoenfeld. Hey, Zach, so let's start with birthright citizenship. Break down for us what the ruling is here and what are the implications.
Hey, Drew, the Supreme Court ruling 6-3 that President Trump's birthright citizenship restrictions cannot stand. In this majority opinion, authored by Chief Justice John Roberts, he is saying that it violates the 14th Amendment's guarantee of birthright citizenship, saying that it only includes narrow exceptions and that the president cannot extend that to restrict birthright citizenship for children born on U.S. soil to parents in the country unlawfully. I'll just read you here from the Chief Justice of the Trump's executive order saying, quote, "The trouble is that there is scant evidence for this dramatically revisionist view." He is joined here in the majority by all three of the liberal justices, as well as Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who is one of President Trump's own appointees to the court. So that's the majority of 5. And then the 6th justice to create that 6-3 split is Justice Brett Kavanaugh. He disagreed with him about the 14th Amendment, but he still said that Trump's order should be blocked because separately, there's a federal law that Congress passed in 1940 that codifies the definition of citizenship. And Kavanaugh said that that blocks Trump's order. So 6 justices ruling against the president. Meanwhile, you have 3 other conservative justices ruling in favor of President Trump, this being Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch. I'll just read you here some of Justice Thomas's dissent, saying that, quote, "I am not sure that today's opinion will stand the test of time," even saying that today's opinion devalues American citizenship. Meanwhile, Justice Samuel Alito, his dissent, talks about birth tourism, something we've heard the president talk a lot about, calling this one of the most important decisions in the history of the court. And in Justice Alito's judgment, he says it is a, quote, "serious mistake."
All right, let's talk about trans sports. On partisan lines, the Supreme Court upheld trans sports bans. Break down this ruling and what its implications are.
Another 6-3 decision here, Drew, but it's along those ideological lines that we are more used to seeing with all 6 members of the conservative majority ruling that states can bar transgender girls from competing on girls' and women's sports teams. This is an opinion authored by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, one of President Trump's appointees to the court. And he here is talking about the challenges that had been levied by transgender athletes, arguing that these bans violate their constitutional rights. They said that it unconstitutionally discriminated against them on the basis of sex and gender identity. And then they also argued that it violated a separate federal law called Title IX. This is the law that has been instrumental to the development of women's sports. It's been around for about 50 years. But here is Justice Kavanaugh saying, quote, "The Constitution and Title IX do not require an overhaul of women's and girls' sports throughout America." You should note that Justice Kavanaugh there speaking not only as a justice, he himself also a basketball coach for his daughter, so he knows a lot about women's sports. But meanwhile, on this case, Drew, we do have the 3 liberal justices in dissent, this being Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, calling this decision straightforward. But Sotomayor, she says in dissent, that's not the point. She says the majority is moving the goalposts set by precedent and resolving this important divisive issues without knowing all the facts. So another one of these 6-3 decisions along ideological lines, and one of the biggest decisions that we have seen the court deliver yet on transgender issues. But today, siding with these more than 24 Republican-led states across the country that have these bans in place, Drew.
What do you think the implications are going to be here? So now will you have in Republican-red states, there will be laws that prevent transgender women from playing in women's sports, where you have maybe in bluer states that the state would be empowered to continue operating where there are the ability for transgender women to compete in those sports?
That does seem to be the implication, Drew, because the ruling here is simply that states can enact these bans. It's not saying that they have to ban transgender girls from competing on women's sports teams. So this is essentially kicking it back to the states. And it's going to be up to each one of these states to decide what they want to do. And I should note that these wave of state laws that we've seen is a pretty new phenomenon. The case here came from Idaho as one of the 2 states, and Idaho was the very first state to pass one of these laws. And that was only back in 2020. So here we are 6 years later, and now we have seen more than 24 states follow suit, a lot of these red states across the country. So all those laws now set to remain in effect. But as you mentioned, Drew, the question becomes now, will any other states look at this and decide they want to make changes to their policies? But at least for some of those blue states, those Democratic-controlled states that do not want to pass those bans, they would be free to do so.
Let's talk about campaign finance. You hear from a lot of people that complain that there's too much money and corporate influence in politics. A lot of times that's Democrats and liberals saying that. But with this ruling, it appears that there's going to be more of an ability for wealthy individuals to funnel money into political candidates.
Drew, this decision all about what's called coordinated expenses. That is how much political parties can spend in coordination with their candidates. This is a major victory for Republicans. Vice President J.D. Vance actually filed this lawsuit back when he was a senator. But he, alongside the House and GOP campaign arms and a former congressman, had all argued that these limits on how much political parties could spend in coordination, that violated their First Amendment rights. And in another 6-3 decision along ideological lines, the Supreme Court has sided with them. This is another opinion authored by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, one of President Trump's appointees. I'm just going to read you from it. He says, whether the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, or others parties, all political parties and candidates going forward can compete equally under the same rules regarding coordinated expenditures. This is going to free up political parties to send additional dollars to help pay candidates' bills and to help make some of those coordinated expenditures. But Drew, this was a case that really turned into a tug of war between the two major political parties, because even as you had the Trump administration, J.D. Vance, the House and Senate GOP campaign arms on one side of this case fighting these limits, it left Democrats on the other end defending the limits. It was the Democrats' lawyers, Mark Elias, who was the one who had been defending these limits at the Supreme Court, but today only convincing those 3 liberal justices to vote in his favor.
All right, so that kind of closes the book here on what was a very eventful decision season for the Supreme Court. What was it like for you covering this? Take us behind the scenes of your reporting on this Supreme Court decision season.
Yeah, Drew, it has been quite some blockbuster few final weeks here before the justices head out on their summer recess. They left so many of these big cases to the end, not just the ones we've been talking about today, but just look at yesterday, President Trump's independent agency firings. We had more immigration rulings last week. So it really has been a blockbuster June here. And there's been a lot of tension in the Supreme Court courtroom. We have had a team inside there on these opinion days, and we have seen some testy moments. There was a moment last week where Justice Sonia Sotomayor was reading one of her dissents, and it actually caused a bit of a rebuttal from Justice Samuel Alito, one of the conservative justices who had written the majority opinion in that case. And he had actually said that he would have said more and read more of his opinion aloud in the courtroom had he known what Sotomayor was doing. It actually led the court to have to issue a statement to clarify that there was a misunderstanding there. So there was a lot of tension in the courtroom. Several dissents also read aloud, not just that one by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. She read more today. So even though the liberal justices are in dissent, they are not mincing words. These are very fiery dissents at times. Big consequential decisions on big issues that are really going to impact a whole lot of facets of American life from these decisions here from the 9 justices here in the nation's capital, Drew.
All right, that's why we always appreciate your insight. Zach Schoenfeld at the Supreme Court, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maddie, thank you. Meantime, big day at the court. Supreme Court ruling in favor of protecting women's sports, upholding state restrictions on transgender athletes in a 6-3 landmark decision.
But they did block President Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship in a 5-4 decision. Justice Kavanaugh did not join the majority's constitutional ruling, but agreed the order could not stand. President Trump responding to the ruling on Truth Social, writing, quote, "The Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, which is too bad for our country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation with the support of the president. That has now been determined during this process."
A con law attorney and former member of President Trump's transition team, Mark Smith, joins us now. And Mark, yesterday was all about analyzing the decision. Today is a new day. We want to know what happens now. To the president's point in the Truth Social that Carly read, how easy, his words, will it be for Congress to end birthright citizenship if they decide to take it up in the first place?
Well, right now, Todd, because the Supreme Court has 5 justices, it says you actually have a constitutional right under the 14th Amendment to be a citizen if you're born in the United States, even if you're born to parents that are illegal aliens or you're here for a few days on a tourist visa, you're an American citizen. And that means, as a consequence, Todd, this is really a political issue now. And the question is going to be, will Donald Trump continue border enforcement? Will he increase border enforcement for people that are suspected of engaging in this sort of birthright tourism? This is a big political issue. It's going to be a big issue for the midterms, an even bigger one in 2028, because whoever controls the White House is going to have a big say on how aggressive you enforce border laws, for example.
Yeah, Tom Homan, to your point, said the Trump administration will triple, quadruple down on investigations into birthright tourism, like you just alluded to. But on that point, could Congress actually ban the birthright tourism part of this without running afoul of what the Supreme Court said? Again, breaking this up into overall birthright citizenship, but the act of birthright tourism like you detailed.
Todd, you're completely correct, right? The only way someone can be an anchor baby or to have to become an American citizen is if the parents have actually come into the United States. If they're stopped by Border Patrol, if they're denied a visa, if they're not able to come into the United States, they're not able to have a child, obviously. So yeah, so really the only reason why birthright citizenship is an issue, Todd, is because there are people that come to America who, many of whom are illegal. They come to America and they have these children, and these children become American citizens. And again, they only are able to have American citizens through birth if they're here. So if Donald Trump ramps up enforcement at the border, then it's not going to be as big of an issue. Now, it's going to be a huge issue if you get a Democrat in the White House that has an open border policy like Joe Biden. That will be a massive issue. Now, because not only are you going to get the immigrants coming to the United States, you also have their children that come to the United States, through birth and the 14th Amendment.
Right. Okay, so the Supreme Court also ruled that states can bar transgender athletes from participating in women's sports, saying such bans do not violate the Constitution's guarantee of equal protection. How do you see this ruling, and also what does this mean for the 27 states that do allow transgender athletes to participate?
Well, what this ruling says is that there's no protection, if you will, for transgender males that want to compete with females in sports. So there's no federal statute that requires states to permit that to occur, nor does the Constitution require that. So really it turns into a states' right issue as to what states want to do. So if a state says it's perfectly fine for a transgender male to compete with females in sports, there's nothing that prevents that. But what the Supreme Court said, if a state wants to step up and make sure that based on biological sex, the males have to compete with the males, the females have to compete with the males, and it focuses on biological sex and not gender preference or not gender issues, well, then the states are allowed to do that. But ultimately, it's up to what the states want to do on a state-by-state basis.
Yeah, I'm not really celebrating this in Connecticut because I know nothing's going to change in a liberal state like that. But I will say, Clarence Thomas had the line of potentially the year. Quote, men and boys with gender dysphoria are not women or girls, even if they believe they are. That encapsulates it all right there. Mark Smith, thank you so much for your insight this morning. We appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
That pipeline. Let's talk about the Democratic Party. And it's an interesting moment and sort of a question now in terms of where the party goes. We just saw elections in New York last week with Democratic Socialists doing very well. We've heard about Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who is a Democratic Socialist who won. Some of her tweets have come to light, some of her older tweets, since deleted a Twitter account where she has sympathetic references to communism, talks about a Marxist ideology, talks about seizing the means of production, abolish police, prisons, and borders, wiping her hands on a U.S. flag. She now says, quote, I have grown considerably in the years since these tweets, and I'm focused on our community and our community's future, which is not exactly disowning the comments. What do you make of these comments and the fact that this is a growing brand of the Democratic Party?
Well, I wouldn't say that those comments are reflective of a growing brand in the party. I understand that she's advocated closing all prisons, defunding police departments, opening borders. None of those views are within the mainstream of the Democratic Party. Now, what went on in her...
She's probably going to be a member of Congress, though.
She will, at this point, having won the primary, probably be a member of Congress. That doesn't mean that she's reflective of the whole party. You also saw some very centrist wins in primaries. We had a centrist win in Iowa in the primary. We had centrist win in the governor's races in New Jersey and Virginia. All that's to say it's hard to extrapolate from one campaign or even three in New York City and say this is a nationwide trend. But I will say this, it is reflective, among other things, of the power of Mamdani, of Mayor Mamdani. I think he is incredibly charismatic leader. I think he is inspiring New Yorkers and winning people over and has enormous clout in New York. There was a lot of fear when AOC first ran for office that she was going to be this dangerous influence. She's been a great member of Congress. She's been articulate and forceful and made a profound case for change. So I'm not afraid of new members or new ideas in the party. I welcome it. One thing, though, I think is an absolute takeaway in these races as in others, and that is the status quo is just deeply unacceptable to the American people, and they're looking for change agents.
One thing Mayor Mamdani has talked about often is his opposition to the current government in Israel. And it's something that these candidates talked about as well. We had an interesting moment with Scott Wiener, who's a state senator here in California, running for Congress, running for Nancy Pelosi's seat in the Bay Area, one of the biggest advocates for LGBTQ of anybody in the state. He went to a trans march and was thrown out. There's some video of him leaving there. And the folks there said that he was good on trans issues, but terrible at Gaza. And this is something we're hearing consistently, especially amongst a lot of the Democratic socialists. As a Jewish member of the Senate, do you feel like some of this has crossed the line into anti-Semitism? And are you concerned about the future of the Democratic Party, that some fringe on the left may be taking the party into a place where Jews do not feel comfortable, safe, or welcome?
Look, I'm concerned about the fringe on the right and on the left that is more anti-Semitic than taking a position on foreign policy. And you, I think, can find that in certain people in both parties. I think Tucker Carlson is an example on the right. I think the treatment that Scott Wiener got was appalling, and I'm supporting the more progressive candidate in that race, Connie Chan, but I reached out to Scott to tell him how appalled I was at the kind of treatment that he got. There's just no place for that. People can disagree on policy, but they should be respectful in how they do it, and to treat him in that kind of intimidating, awful way, I think is deplorable.
We begin today with the landmark Supreme Court ruling rejecting President Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship. In a 6-3 ruling, the justices upheld birthright citizenship, reaffirming the principle that children born on U.S. soil are American citizens, a right enshrined in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The ruling strikes down President Trump's executive order from his first day back in office last year that declared children born in the U.S. to undocumented people or immigrant parents without permanent residency would no longer be granted U.S. citizenship. Chief Justice Roberts wrote in the decision, quote, "Citizenship, then and now, was the right to have rights to freely participate in our political community. The framers of the 14th Amendment extended that promise to every freeborn person in this land. We keep that promise today," unquote. Conservative Justices John Roberts, Amy Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh joined the three liberal justices in opposing Trump. But Justice Kavanaugh wrote he would strike down the executive order based on federal law, not the Constitution. In their dissents, conservative justices Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, and Samuel Alito Jr. called the decision a serious mistake that would open the door to so-called birth tourists. President Trump, who followed the case closely, even attended part of the oral arguments in person, said on social media, quote, "The Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, which is too bad for our country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation with the support of the president that has now been determined during this process. Congress should start today to work on ending expensive and unfair to our country birthright citizenship. They will have my complete and total support," the president wrote. Well, for more on this momentous decision and long history of struggle over birthright citizenship, we go to Southern Maryland, where we're joined by a birthright citizen, May Nye, Lung Family Professor of Asian American Studies and Professor of History at Columbia University, author of several books, including the award-winning Impossible Subjects, Illegal Aliens, and the Making of Modern America. Professor Nye, welcome back to Democracy Now! Start off by talking about the significance of the Supreme Court ruling upholding birthright citizenship.
Thank you, Amy, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a very important ruling. It upholds a constitutional principle that was set in after the Civil War, that all persons born in the U.S. are citizens of the U.S. It's extremely important because not only in upholding the Constitution, it puts a brake on President Trump's insane drive against immigrants, to drive people out of the country and to deny them any rights while they're here.
So talk about exactly what this means for people. You yourself, is that right, a birthright citizen?
Yes, my parents are immigrants.
So talk about what this means at this point, and President Trump almost not skipping a beat in saying, okay, we'll just go to Congress then.
Well, Justice Kavanaugh opened that door for him, unfortunately. What it means right now is that despite all of the decisions and rulings and support for the Supreme Court for his program of mass deportations, ending immigration, ending asylum, ending temporary protective status, all of these measures against immigrants, this would have been the culmination of that campaign to deny birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented and temporary migrants. So it puts a brake on that agenda, and it also avoids, I think, what would be chaos in this country if that were to go into effect.
Explain what you mean with Justice Kavanaugh opening the door, and also talk about the House Speaker saying that they would take this up, although, of course, he dismissed Congress once again early yesterday.
Well, I think it's extremely unlikely that Congress could even pass such legislation. Maybe they could get some votes in the House where they have not been able to in the past. I don't think it could ever pass the Senate, and would have to go through the Supreme Court again to see if it was constitutional. So I think it's a pipe dream, but this is a path that Trump will take to keep the issue alive and to keep fighting and to keep up his rhetoric against immigrants, especially people of color.
Professor Nye, you wrote a piece earlier this year for The Economist headlined, "America's a Nation of Immigrants with a History of Exclusion." As we go into this 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States, can you talk about that history? What form the exclusion has taken? Are there moments where xenophobia recedes and where it, like this moment today, to say the least, rears its ugly head?
You know, all the discussion we're having right now about the 14th Amendment is really important for us to remember, because it is, the importance of it is that it broke the tie between citizenship and race, and it laid the possibility, indeed the principle, that America is a multiracial democracy, not just for white people, not just for whites and blacks, but for all people. And that is the legacy of the Civil War and the 14th Amendment. Now, what happened, though, after the ratification of the 14th Amendment is that there were moves in the South to retake the South for white supremacy, and this was by and large supported by the Supreme Court in many decisions that eviscerated the meaning of citizenship for the freed black people. And this, as we know, culminated in 1896 with the Plessy decision, which created the legal fiction of separate but equal and enshrined segregation into the Constitution. Now, Wong Kim Ark, the decision that upholds birthright citizenship, is just 3 years after Plessy. So we have to ask what happened in the in between those two times. And as the Supreme Court eviscerated the 14th Amendment for black people, it also upheld Chinese exclusion laws, laws that refused naturalization to Chinese people, laws that said Chinese could be deported without any due process whatsoever. And so we have simultaneously going on in the Supreme Court an evisceration of black civil rights and a strong exclusionary agenda aimed at Chinese, but actually put into the foundations of our immigration policy. These exclusions are potentially used against all immigrants. So these are part of the long struggle to reinterpret the 14th Amendment so that it mainly serves corporations. You know, we have the emergence of the corporation as a legal person with rights under the 14th Amendment. So people are dropped to the background, and we have the power of business and money now taking over the rights of the 14th Amendment.
I want to go to the grandson of Wong Kim Ark, Norman Wong, who celebrated the Supreme Court decision upholding birthright citizenship in San Francisco.
Wong Kim Ark's victory ensured that people like me and millions of others would be recognized as fully American, not as outsiders in the country of our birth. His case transformed the 14th Amendment from the words on paper into living promise. Today, that promise is still being tested. Birthright citizenship is not just a legal principle. It's a statement about who we are as a nation. It affirms that America is not defined by bloodlines or exclusion, but shared values and equal rights. This is Wong Kim Ark's legacy. This is my legacy. It is our legacy.
As we wrap up, Professor Nye, the significance of who Norman Wong's grandfather was, and as we move into July 4th, as everyone is celebrating history, what that history is all about.
You know, Wong Kim Ark, and that statement by his descendant is a wonderful statement about the principle of birthright citizenship. But let's be reminded that why did the Supreme Court uphold birthright citizenship in 1898 at a time when it was rolling back civil rights for black people? I think one of the things in the ruling of Wong Kim Ark that is important is that they said if we deny birthright citizenship to Chinese Americans, we deny it to all the Europeans and their descendants in this country. And they had their eye on the fact that immigration was on an uptick from Europe in the 1880s and 1890s, and they wanted to protect those people. Today, we have a very different country, and it's not just Europeans and their children who enjoy birthright citizenship, but the children of all immigrants. And that is a different country today, and that difference is what the president and his administration is trying to attack.
May Nye, Lung Family Professor of Asian American Studies, Professor of History at Columbia University, author of a number of books, including Impossible Subjects, Illegal Aliens and the Making of Modern America. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Thank you, Representative Perry. I'm now going to go to a second line of questions. So I'll be recognizing myself, followed by, I believe, Representative Bober and either of the representatives if they'd like to join in. I wanted to elaborate further, Dr. Kinzer, on what you had stated about potentially there being bodies, the locations, Germany, because I'm going to reach out to the German government after this to get the ball rolling on that, if that is indeed the case. Can you just elaborate further on what you were hearing from people in that area, what they were saying, and then also to potential locations of bodies?
First of all, the memo that Chancellor Adenauer received is on the record. You can find that memo warning that these operations are going on. I did speak to people who lived in that area, and they all understood. Some of them had cooperated with an investigation by a German magazine, Der Spiegel, that called that house the CIA torture center. And in that article, it said there were deaths, but the number is not known. So it was a secret to us. But what we were doing in that house was really not even a secret to the people in the neighborhood. It reminds me of the bombing of Cambodia. It was a secret to us, but if you were living in Cambodia, you would have known about it. So I think there is fruitful ground for research looking into what happened in Germany and seeing what can be found out about these hugely destructive and devastating projects that were essentially systematic torture going on in this house and who knows how many others.
Just to confirm, too, when you found the initial transcripts with the chancellor or correspondence, was there a response from the U.S. government to the Germans?
No. The U.S. government would possibly have advised Adenauer not to pursue it, but I don't think Adenauer would have even needed to be told that. He would see it, he would understand his close partnership with the United States made it impossible for him to criticize anything the U.S. was doing. Don't forget, this was not so long after the end of the Second World War. So, no, there was no effort by the United States ever to reveal anything about what happened in Germany. And in fact, one of the FOIA requests that I made that was never fulfilled, and one that I would urge you to pursue, is what was Sidney Gottlieb doing during 2 years in Germany? He went to Germany and went to live there as a case officer. I was never able to find out what did he do during 2 years in Germany. There were huge numbers of MKUltra experiments going on in Germany, including a number that were fatal. That would be a very interesting catch of documents to find.
We will definitely be following up. My next question would be for either Dr. Kinzer or Mr. O'Neill. Declassified CIA records have revealed that officers deployed overseas have used USAID funding as an official cover, or USAID as an official cover for operational work that had nothing to do with the mission of USAID, i.e. humanitarian aid, medical relief, etc. In some cases, CIA officers operated under USAID cover engaged in lethal activity in places such as Vietnam, running assassination missions during the war in country from 1965 to 1975. And since MKUltra seems to have found its origin in drug experiments conducted on prisoners overseas, and first by the SS in Nazi Germany and then by U.S. intelligence in camps captured from the Germans, do you believe that USAID may have been used overseas to further influence or further the MKUltra, for example, on prisoners of war? Since part of USAID's mission was to administer drugs to the poor and needy populations, would the organization have abused its mandate by poisoning foreign populations or creating disassociated states for interrogation or torture?
I can't speak directly to AID, but it's certainly true that during this period, after the Second World War, the United States was using publicly announced and official U.S. government agencies to carry out covert action. We now know, for example, that 5% of all of the money appropriated for the Marshall Plan was diverted for covert activities. A number of U.S. agencies were used as cover by covert operatives, and that AID could have been one of them sounds very likely to me.
And the NIMH admitted to allowing itself to be used for covert funding of MKUltra experiments in the 1970s when the operation was disclosed.
Thank you.
Well, surprisingly, they made the right ruling, although when you look at the plain language in the Constitution, in the 14th Amendment, it's a kind of a wonder that the thing had to even be adjudicated, because it says in plain language that birthright is, the law of the land. So we've seen a lot of this from Donald Trump, as you know, issuing, executive orders or making pronouncements that he thinks he can change the law on his own and do things that are illegal because he just says them. And so this is just another example. Over 18 months, how many times has he been overturned? Not enough, but a whole lot, because he just doesn't follow the Constitution or the law.
He's now suggesting that Congress will take this matter into its own hands. He's urging them to do something, as he posted in a very long post today, saying that they should start today to work on ending birthright citizenship. House Speaker Mike Johnson said that he's 100% behind that. Do you think that Republicans on Capitol Hill would actually vote on something like that?
Well, it's be hyper unpopular for them to do it. I think they should, if they want to try to do it, they're going to have to pass a constitutional amendment to make that possible. I just don't see that happening. So it's one of those, yelling into the wind has absolutely no effect. And the reality is that it's very unpopular. So if they go after it, I think it's a good political sign for Democrats of things to come.
Yeah, you'd like for them to go on the record for that.
Listen, so many of the positions that they've taken are positions that are really based in racism. And I believe that this was one of them. They believed that they could accomplish something through an executive order, through now a legislation that will diminish the population of people that they don't believe would be part of their party or should be in this country. And so that is something that I think a majority of Americans would reject.
The Supreme Court also today allowed states to ban transgender athletes from joining women's and girls' teams. Do you think the court was right on that, or do you think they were wrong?
Well, look, we believe that people have a right to live the life that they're born to, the life that they want to. And in Illinois, anyway, we protect LGBTQ plus rights. We protect trans kids. Remember, in Illinois, trans athletes, we literally in high school have 3 trans athletes. We have 133,000 athletes in total in our high schools, and 3 of them are trans. Why is the Republican Party focusing on this issue? Why have they passed laws in, I think, 27 states that have restricted or banned outright trans kids being athletes in schools? It seems to me like, they're trying to foment on an issue that, frankly, I think we ought to be talking about bigger things. I know in the state of Illinois we have much bigger challenges, as they do all across the country, with things like they've cut SNAP benefits, they've cut Medicaid, they've made life harder for people, raised prices. These are all things that we're having to deal with in our states, and they're trying to distract with something that has very little impact.
But Republicans are using it in political campaigns, political messaging. On the issue itself, do you think the court was right?
I think that we ought to be protecting trans kids.
So you think
That's
they
what
were
I
wrong?
think. I can tell you this, that those trans kids, I'm sure you've seen the statistics that depression and other mental health challenges are following these kids because of the way they're being treated in some communities. We ought to be sympathizing with the parents. We ought to be trying to help them help their children, and not putting barriers in the way of children just being kids.
Yeah, and Justice Kavanaugh was writing that he doesn't think that transgender athletes should be vilified or ostracized. When you look at the numbers, though, there was a Reuters Ipsos poll that found that 67% of Americans agree with the transgender athlete ban. Do you find yourself in agreement with those 67% of Americans?
I think that, first of all, this is a decision that gets made by a family. That's a decision that's been handled by schools and school districts for a number of years now. I think we ought to let it happen at the local level, as it has been. The 3 in Illinois have been just fine.
Your party is in a bit of a moment right now following some elections here in New York. 3 candidates who identify as Democratic Socialist won their primary campaigns, several of them to oust the more moderate establishment members of Congress in their races. Do you think that's good? Are their victories good for your party?
I think what's good is that there are Democrats who are standing up and fighting, that there are Democrats who are standing up and talking about and doing something about addressing the high cost of things. Affordability is an issue that everybody is feeling all across the country. And any Democrat that is standing up and speaking out about that, coming up with solutions for that, and importantly, doing it in a manner that is focused on fighting what Donald Trump is trying to do to raise prices on people, I think those are the people who are winning. So I'm not suggesting that I had one candidate or another in any of these races. I'm just suggesting that that is the recipe for winning in 2026 and I think beyond. That is, are you someone who is a fighter? Are you someone who really believes that we've got to lower prices for working families and for middle-class families? And guess what? Those candidates that won, they were talking about those things.
The 3 candidates who won were also backed by the New York City mayor, Zohran Mamdani. Do you consider him to be a leader in your party?
look, he's the mayor of a major city in the United States, so it's hard to say that he doesn't belong in that leadership role. But I think people should pay attention to the fact that what I was saying earlier about being a fighter, about talking about and doing something about lowering costs. Remember, Zoran Mamdani won his election on the same night that Mikey Sherrill won her election as governor of New Jersey and Abigail Spanberger won her election as governor of Virginia. You wouldn't say that they have much in common, those three, and yet here's what they had in common. They were out there talking about the very same issues, and that's the issues of the high cost of and the challenges that people are facing just raising their families on the incomes that they have with prices rising through the roof.
You talked about what these candidates ran on, and a lot of them did have that affordability message. In terms of accomplishing what they've campaigned on, we've heard some different things from people in your party, including a fellow governor of yours, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. I want you to listen to what he said about these figures in your party and how the former progressive chair of the caucus, Pramila Jayapal, responded to us. Which one do you find yourself agreeing with more there?
Well, I think that the point that I think both of them would want to make is, yeah, you do have to deliver for voters. I can say as a governor, and I'm sure that that's what Josh Shapiro was trying to say, we have to deliver. You know, it's one thing when you're voting on something in the legislature, and I'm not suggesting they're not trying to get something done, but let's face it, you can vote on something, you can go and not get it accomplished, and go back to your district and say, I voted that way, and I'm going to continue to fight for that. When you're a governor, you actually have to get it done and deliver for people as best you can. And that word deliver, that is true. Like, that is what government is all about. That is what I think is the reason that Democrats are going to win in 2028 in the presidential election. I think we've got a whole bunch of people who actually have delivered for the people that they represent. And that's why I'm kind of optimistic about the 26 and 28 elections for Democrats, because Democrats do deliver, because we really do understand. And again, I think on the issues that really matter right now, which are the issues about, do you have enough money in your pocket to pay the bills? Are you able to pay your electric bill and pay for the groceries and pay your rent? Those are things Democrats really believe in and are fighting for and trying to get done, and certainly governors have been doing that. And that's what it means to deliver for people. I'm not denigrating any of the people who ran and won. They haven't gotten there yet, so they should go and do the job that they're assigned to do. But in the end, the voters are going to react positively only if we're delivering.
The president says that Democratic Socialist, which he says is a nice term for communist, as he's been labeling these Democrats since they won last week, he says they're the greatest threat to the country since its founding, and he said that includes World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11.
Look, the man is continually suffering from dementia. I don't think he really understands what he's saying. The truth is that, I mean, this is a man who's threatened to jail the mayor of Chicago, the governor of Illinois. He regularly threatens to go after people, and indeed has used the Department of Justice to go after people. So, you know, I think he has these concepts in his head, and he blurts them out without really thinking. And the truth is that these are folks, like I said, who are talking about, look, it is going to be hard to deliver on some things when you're saying I'm going to offer free. I don't know, people want to ban rent, for example, and I'd love it if we could offer some people, you know, free rent that don't have free rent now. But there is also the practical reality of we've got to pay the bills and make sure that we're balancing budgets and so on. I say all that, but you know what? When you're talking about and then doing the things like making electric bills lower, or like lowering homeowners insurance or health insurance or auto insurance rates like we're doing in the state of Illinois, I think it really does matter, and the voters show up for you when you do.
And do you think what these Democratic Socialist candidates are promising is practical?
Some of those things are, I think, that, again, as between Zohran Mamdani and Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger, just to give you the example, there are things they all agreed on, and actually some of those things all three have delivered on. So everybody's got a different way of getting there and a different way of advocating, but in the end, if you're lowering costs for people, that's what matters.
Do you really think the president has dementia?
I do. I think if you look at any of the videos from 2015 or 2016 and look at how he responded to questions and how he was at press conferences, and then you fast forward and look at him now, I really think that there's something genuinely wrong with him. I'm not a doctor. I haven't diagnosed anything. I'm just suggesting to you that just look at the way he puts words and sentences together and thoughts, and they're almost divergent in the same sentences.
You mentioned 2028, you were a billionaire whose net worth Forbes puts at $4.3 billion. What do you make of Democrats in your party as we lead up to 2026 and the midterm elections in 2028 who rail against the billionaire class in your party? Do you think billionaires belong in politics, since you are a billionaire who is in politics?
I completely understand when people feel like looking at Elon Musk and what he's done to this country and, with Doge and all the things that he blurts out on his own platform on X, when people look at what the other kind of oligarch big tech types have done, right? Those are the examples that people have now of billionaires. Look at Donald Trump and the way he has treated working class and middle class people. The fact is that I understand why people feel as they do, but I think it's much more about the values that you carry and then carry out. And as somebody who has stood up for a workers' rights amendment and got it passed in the state of Illinois, who's stood up for LGBTQ and reproductive rights, somebody who's legalized cannabis, somebody who's raised the minimum wage in my state for people from $8.25 to $15, I think it's about what do you stand for and what do you actually accomplish for people, not how much money you have.
So you think you're a billionaire who can be different for voters?
That's a funny way to say it. I mean, I'm somebody who has a bunch of views on issues and then I promised things when I ran and I actually accomplished those things, and I continue to fight for working class and middle class families and for the most vulnerable. I think that's who we are as Democrats. So whatever your income level is, the question is, are you going to deliver for people? And I think I've proven I have.
It's widely speculated that you're going to run for president in 2028. Obviously, I don't expect you to announce that tonight. But I do have a question. If you were to run and to win, the president has made a lot of changes to the White House and to Washington. Would you reverse those changes? Would you take back what Trump has done to the Oval Office, to the East Room, the arch that he's building in Washington?
Absolutely. It's disgraceful what he has done, literally tearing down traditions of Washington, D.C., of the White House, the arch that he's building, all of those things. The reality is that we need to restore not only the traditions of Washington, but most importantly, the values that belong in the Oval Office itself. And I think that's why we need a new president. Whoever that is, we're going to need somebody who actually carries with them honesty, integrity, and importantly, kindness and empathy into the job.
Governor Pritzker, thank you for your time.
Good to see you.
Assistant Commissioner John Vecchio, Rita Peters, Special Counsel, the Attorney General, Temple Terrace Police Department Chief Rob Staley. I think many people know a couple months ago we signed legislation passed by the Florida legislature to do things like prevent any creep of Sharia law, but also to put the state on the offense against terrorist organizations. And those obviously span a variety of ideologies. As that was going on, I issued an executive order designating both the Muslim Brotherhood and the CARE, Council for American Islamic Relations, as designated terror organizations. That would have consequences in terms of availability of anything that the state is doing. We obviously are not going to be funding any type of organization directly if they have those links. But that litigated, we always lose in the district court in Tallahassee. We'll win that, but we did need to have more of a legal structure to be able to add teeth to these designations. and the legislature responded, and I signed that legislation earlier this year. These are permanent statutory tools to combat terrorism while defending the constitutional rights of our citizen, and we are going to continue to do that. So as part of that legislation, it created a process for our state law enforcement to identify groups that can be given this designation. It requires ratification by the cabinet. I don't think that's going to be an issue, and we'll get that done very, very quickly. But the law takes effect on July 1st today. And so we are not going to waste any time. We're going to move forward, and we're going to make sure that we're very robust in doing this. And so based on the recommendations of Florida's domestic security professionals and the authority, the newly established authority in law, my office and the cabinet are poised to officially designate the first slew of terrorist organizations under the new law. That'll be a reaffirmation of my prior executive order for the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council of American Islamic Relations. We will also be adding and ratifying Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, as well as a number of groups that are affiliated with drug cartels or themselves drug cartels, such as Cartel de Sinaloa, Tren de Aragua, and other ones that you've heard of. And then finally, including this initial tranche, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. These are things that have very strong factual bases for. When the cabinet does ratify these designations, this is going to impact state and local governments in terms of providing funding to any organizations either directly or that are materially supporting these organizations. It will impact colleges and universities in the state of Florida. It will impact Florida's K-12 school choice scholarship program, not sending scholarships to schools that are in cahoots with groups like CARE. That is not going to happen. Organizations designated under Florida law may also be subject to dissolution, depending on the facts and the circumstances. We've got to draw a very strong line in the sand here. We've seen this creep throughout the country over many, many years. I mean, some of the stuff that's happening in other parts of the country, I mean, you can't believe what is going on in some of these other parts of the country. We're standing for doing what's right. This is, I think, what the people of Florida expected when I signed this law. And again, the law took effect today, and we are moving forward today very strongly and resolutely. Okay, I'm going to let both Brad and Mark say some stuff, and then I'll take some questions. So,
thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad McVeigh. I'm the statewide prosecutor. We're honored to stand by the governor today for this important announcement. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'd like to offer our office's full support for this important piece of legislation and the initiative to designate dangerous groups as domestic terrorist organizations. Our mission at the Office of Statewide Prosecution is to keep Floridians protected by prosecuting criminals to the fullest extent that the law allows. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis and our Attorney General, we have seen a massive decrease in fentanyl trafficking, dope trafficking, record crime lows, major increase in human trafficking prosecutions and convictions, crackdown on abuse of vulnerable adults and exploitation of children, record prosecutions for against sex predators. But the fight continues, and we stand here committed to working with Commissioner Glass at FDLE and prosecute any individual or group associated with terrorist activity. Thank you, Commissioner Glass, for your partnership. I know that your guys at FDLE are experienced. They're experts in this terrorism and all matters terrorism, and so we look forward to working with your team on this new bill, continuing our efforts to ensure that Florida remains the safest place to raise a family. Thank you again, Governor, for being here today and making this important announcement. And thank you on behalf of our office for all that you've done during your tenure as governor to support our prosecutors and our law enforcement and the rule of law.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Glass.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate you highlighting this bit of legislation that was put forth this year that gives us more tools in the toolbox for domestic security to be strengthened in our great state. Under the governor's leadership with the cabinet legislator, they have put forth a great law that helped enhance what we already have on the books that not necessarily covers the domestic or foreign terrorist organizations as identifying. This gives us something a little bit more oomph to go after things. Now, I will just kind of give you an idea. So having people highlighted there is not only just for the organizations to be notified, which they will be. The other part is you heard the governor talk about, we're not going to fund terrorism in our great state. We're just not going to do it. So this allows state governments, local governments, federal governments. It allows any organization within the state of Florida, or even people that claim affiliation with something, they understand that there's a place to go look that these people are designated, or these groups, these organizations are designated to fund terrorism throughout our great state and across the world. So it's actually even a public service campaign to ensure that you know where if you're receiving dollars or you're giving dollars, you know where that's going. Because the majority of the people don't take the time, or they do not have all the information that sometimes we're privy with to understand where this is all connected. So as you heard the governor talk about the role of what we're doing here today, and my role, I'm the commissioner of Florida Department of Law Enforcement, but also I'm dual-hatted as your chief domestic security officer. I live in a world of worst-case scenarios. Every day I wake up, I have to think about what is going to hurt the men and women of this great state, what is going to impact anything that's going to happen or that we're trying to move forward, and this great governor and our leadership in our state has done. And you see, we are the free state of Florida, but in order to be a free state, we got to be a safe state and secure state. So with all that information, we're presenting to the cabinet and the governor our recommendations for notice of intentions for designating certain groups to be on the domestic terrorist organization list, to include the foreign terrorist organization list that you would see that's out there with the U.S. Department of State. So with that, Governor, I just want to tell you thank you again for this great opportunity to put this legislation in full force, and we are here to protect the great citizens of the state of Florida.
Okay, thank you. And so the way it works is it needs to be ratified by the cabinet. There's a little window before the cabinet's able to do it. We don't have a regularly scheduled cabinet meeting in July, but I haven't kind of cleared it with other offices, but I think we're going to be able to jump on a call and do an emergency meeting to be able to ratify this, and then off to the races. And look, hopefully, you're not needing to do a lot of changes, but if there's groups that are involved in local governments or some of these programs, then we're going to put a stop to that. We cannot allow that to happen. And I know there's a lot of concern with how some of the education dollars is being spent, some of the money that local governments are spending, and our line is very clear: zero tolerance, and we're going to enforce that. And I think this we wouldn't have been able to do it without this new law. So I thank the legislature for stepping up, getting that done. And I think that'll be something that'll be good for for Floridian safety going forward. But we want to make it very clear: we are not we are an inhospitable state for this type of activity, and you are going to run into a lot of resistance and a lot of accountability. And I know some other states do it differently. Hell, Antifa practically lives in Portland, right? I mean, it's like their headquarters, and people just kind of seem to let it go. That ain't gonna fly here, and we're gonna hold you accountable. Okay, any questions?
Sir, if the behavior of these groups is so clear, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but your determination is that it is, can indictments and arrests be made right away? And if not, why aren't they being made?
Well, it's the type of thing. So first of all, I mean, some of these, the CARE was an unindicted co-conspirator in the largest terror financing trial in American history, Holy Land Foundation. You look at Antifa. Many people have been prosecuted. Now, not as much under Biden, but now you're starting to see it under Trump. So our point is like you have an Antifa. They obviously have committed criminal offenses, but if they're involved in any of these programs, at a minimum, we've got to cut that off. I mean, we cannot have any quarter or give them any type of support. Now, a criminal prosecution involves proof beyond a reasonable doubt of an individual. Sometimes you could do a corporate entity, so that it's just different. But in terms of protecting our taxpayers and our institutions, this bill gives us the ability to do that, and that's what I know FDLE will do. And I know there's a lot of local law enforcement that are going to want to be doing this to make sure that we're getting ahead of any type of threats.
Governor, I spoke with Joel Rudman, who you know, former legislator, Republican legislator, when the bill was signed or passed with the legislature. He had concerns as a Republican saying, what happens if a Democrat is governor and maybe a Democratic cabinet, that the power that you now have in this bill could turn around the other way and maybe give power to somebody who gets something from the Southern Poverty Law Center to say that this group is a terrorist.
Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center already says that. I mean, they do that all the time. They smear people. They say that they're Nazis and racists and all this other stuff. And our view on that is, in fact, there was a bill about youth volunteers in elections offices, and it was filed by Republicans, actually some friends of mine, and it passed, and I vetoed it because, like, a big booster of it was the Southern Poverty Law Center. So I'm thinking to myself, well, wait a minute, if they think it's good, then there must be something that we're not seeing here. And so we erred on the side of caution on that. So they already do that type of stuff. I think you saw how the Biden administration treated some of these groups. But I think this is something for public scrutiny. I mean, do people dispute that? I mean, clearly they have the goods on this in terms of their operations, not just in the United States, but across the world in some of these instances. I mean, are we going to say Tren de Aragua should not be designated? They are a transnational criminal terrorist organization. They've killed a lot of people. Are we going to say the IRGC should not be designated? Now, look, I don't know. I mean, hopefully we don't have any actual people here present in the state, but that border was open for 4 years, so you just don't know. But I know they're involved in financing things, and so if we have evidence that something's touching IRGC, it's dead in the water at that point. So I think that these are common sense tools. It's not taking saying like, some random civic group. It's based on conduct, and it's based on accumulated. And as I mentioned, with CARE, they were an unindicted co-conspirator in a very serious terror financing trial, the Holy Land Foundation. They've been linked to a lot of these groups. Clearly, the Sunni Muslim Brotherhood has been very much involved with very, very militant strands of Islamism. That's just a fact, and I think that people can judge for themselves. Antifa, first of all, I had an Antifa jump our fence during the whole Summer of Love back in 2020 at the Florida governor's place, and he was held accountable. But it's like, how are these people showing up now? Florida's not their target now because they know they'll be held accountable, and we've passed legislation, done a lot of different things. But I think these are good. I think it's trying to identify based on conduct. It's not really based on, well, it's not at all based on ideas per se, even though I don't like Antifa's ideas. I mean, they're militant leftists, but it's their actions and what they're involved with that's very destructive. And the same with Tren de Aragua, same with IRGC. Obviously, they're a revolutionary militant Islamist military organization, but they're also one of the leading fomenters of terrorism worldwide. That's just a fact, and that's been the case for many, many years. So I think that this is good. You're going to have cabinet. People are going to be accountable for ratifying or not ratifying this. There's an election coming up in November. You're going to have all three cabinet members will be up for election. My sense is they will run proudly saying, hey, we're holding these groups accountable. I don't think it's going to be something that the voters are going to do. I would imagine if you were doing something where it's just some, like a Rotary Club or something, you were trying to just because you didn't like. I think the voters will punish you for that. But I think on these groups, people realize, we've got to be strong, and that's what we're going to do. And a lot of this dovetails with things that the federal government has already done, and under both parties too. I mean, the IRGC under both parties, I believe, has been designated as a terrorist organization. I know the Holy Land Foundation trial that may have been under Clinton or Bush, but I mean that happened, maybe Obama, but that was back in that era. And that was folks on both parties were involved with that. So I think they did it right. I think it's tailored. And I think it's, look, we don't want to spin our wheels on anything that's not going to actually make a difference. But I can't just allow a scholarship to go to an organization that is going to be linked or getting material support from some of these. Nobody wants their money going to that. And there's a whole bunch of things that we got to make sure are on the up and up.
Elaborate specifically on how CARE files under this Florida statute definition of terrorism, negating violent crime or computer crime?
So here's the thing. If you're materially supporting organizations that do it, if you're financing that, then obviously you are also guilty of that. And so when they were an unindicted co-conspirator, and you guys should read all the background on that, it wasn't that they had an officer of CARE engaged in violent jihad, but they were funding groups that were fomenting terrorism, and so that material support is something that is always been viewed as a necessary trigger, and that's the case here. It's more on the financing, it's more on those relationships, but those are very serious. I mean, when the money spigot is on, that's how a lot of these groups are able to go. If that money shuts down, it's a lot harder to do. And my hope is that we find it's not flowing in Florida at all. But if it is, you now have tools to be able to stop it.
You mentioned your executive order was challenged legally earlier this year. Do you expect this now then CARE again to legally challenge this?
I'm sure. I mean, this is 7.5 years. Whatever we do, they go to Tallahassee. They file suit. They usually do win in the district court. I mean, let's just be clear. And then we almost always win on appeal. That's been the status of it. Our executive order, we had constitutional authority to do that. But this is even stronger because you have the legislature setting up a statutory scheme. The agency had to go through a process to be able to generate. And yeah, I mean, we'd already pointed to some of these groups. It wasn't we just pulled them out of a hat. I mean, this is stuff that's been long running and well documented. So I think that having that will probably be helpful. I'm not saying that we're going to win in district court in Tallahassee. It just is what it is. But I would note when these things tend to settle, we probably have as good a record as any recent administration in terms of getting our stuff to stick. And you remember, I mean, we just did the redistricting stuff, right? We had that 4 years ago. I vetoed. Then we got a map. Oh, they said it's not going to work. The trial judge said the map was defective in 2022. And then we won on appeal and eventually were validated by the Florida Supreme Court. This map, oh, you can't take away. And then the Supreme Court came out with their redistricting decision, which justified what we were doing. Then they still tried to go into court, and they actually didn't even win in trial court this time, lost on appeal, and the Supreme Court rejected. And on it goes on a lot of these things. I mean, just the women's sports. We did that many years ago. We got sued on that. And the Supreme Court, I think, rightfully said states have a right to protect women's sports. I mean, of course you have a right to do that. I mean, the fact that even is going to the Supreme Court, I think it's a pretty sad commentary on where we are in some of these issues. So, yes, we will definitely get sued. I don't think I can have a cup of coffee in the morning without getting sued. It just goes along. I mean, it's law. I mean, look, there's a lot of lawfare. There's a lot of things that happen, but that's fine, and we'll fight through it. But I definitely think that this is something that'll be beneficial. And think about it. I mean, let's just say, you had a school with ties to CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood. Do you want Florida scholarship money going to those schools? Of course you wouldn't want that. That would be absolutely outrageous. And we have a right to make sure that we're protecting the taxpayer, but also protecting the public on this stuff. It's going to work out good.
Governor, now that CARE has been declared a domestic terrorist organization, are you looking to close down their offices or chapters statewide?
Well, I think I think the question is what is their relation to state and local government and our programs? I think that's the first thing that we're doing. So, if you have a local government that's getting state funds and they're in league with CARE on some initiative, they will lose that state funding. If you have a school that's in league with CARE, they will become ineligible for those scholarship funds. So I think we're going to look at it from that perspective. When you go and say we're going to close, the problem is, the federal government had him as an unindicted co-conspirator. They didn't close it. They basically, were exposing what was there. So some of these things can be a little tricky, but I know we're on 100% solid ground on our state and local government and associated entities that work with state and local government. We can draw a very strong line in the sand and stop collaboration or stop money. And that'll be a big win, to the extent that we see. I mean, look, I get anecdotal evidence. I don't know. You got to go through. These guys will do that. But man, I mean, people want to make sure that that we're not underwriting things unwittingly that are detrimental. I mean, look, you can have political disagreements, but some of this stuff, I mean, when you start talking about, Islamist groups, terrorist groups, that's a whole new ball of wax. And if you don't draw a firm line, then you're not doing your job right.
Is it fair to say, Governor, that there are open criminal investigations into these groups' activities in Florida?
I'm not going to comment on that. Well, quite frankly, I'm not usually privy to most of these investigations. Mark's agency is a cabinet agency. I mean, I'm obviously the head of that, but I mean, it's a joint thing. And, they do investigations. There'll be times where I get briefed, and sometimes I'll ask to be briefed on the overall footprint of certain things. But on a day-to-day basis, when charges are being brought against people, that's done in the usual course of business. It's certainly not me saying, oh, yeah, what about Fort Myers? You guys got to go through there. I mean, look, if there's criminal activity that's not being addressed, I'll ask Mark, well, what's the deal? Why is there the fraud here? Why is there this? So I'm not privy to everything, that they're doing. But even if I was, I wouldn't reveal that. I think that they keep it confidential for a reason. Okay, thanks everybody.
Let's talk about the Supreme Court ruling, which was paired with a very bizarre story. You can walk us through this. Nina Totenberg, who is the kind of legendary Supreme Court reporter for my entire lifetime.
Bestie of Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah, and so she reports that Justice Alito is retiring, which would be tactical and smart of Alito at this point, because if Democrats take the Senate, then they are going to follow the McConnell precedent, and they're not going to confirm a Trump justice. But as you'll see on the image here, editor's note, oops.
This is enormous.
This is not good.
The decisions that were handed down yesterday were enormous as well. Obviously, upheld birthright citizenship, upheld states' abilities to ban boys from girls' sports. So West Virginia and Idaho's laws were upheld by the Supreme Court yesterday. A few pretty significant big decisions, but potentially overshadowed by the story from NPR, where Nina Totenberg reported that Samuel Alito, who right now, I mean, he wrote the Dobbs decision. Samuel Alito is seen as like the conservative leader of the court. Obviously, Clarence Thomas is there as well, but in recent years, Alito has been seen as the kind of champion, where people are nervous about Gorsuch sometimes or Kavanaugh sometimes, and certainly now Amy Coney Barrett many times. He was seen as like the stalwart who was writing these brilliant conservative opinions, and the strategy of him retiring now makes sense. It's been a rumor for a long time, but Totenberg posted a story to NPR that got taken down pretty quickly. And yet, interestingly enough, it said in the post, people caught this in the Wayback Machine, that on Friday, Alito announced his retirement. So what that means is possibly it was
and yesterday was not Friday, just to be clear.
Yes, yesterday, thank you. Yesterday was Tuesday. So it sounds like possibly she had something that was under an embargo, or she knew, because she has very deep relationships on the court, that something was coming down, and had a pre-write ready to go. She says, let's just walk through this so that you can make your own decision about whether or not we have a Supreme Court vacancy coming up, which would be massively significant, obviously. So I'm going to read from Brian Stelter's rundown. NPR's eminent Supreme Court correspondent Nina Totenberg says she made a rookie mistake on Tuesday morning, and that's why she reported that Justice Samuel Alito was retiring. Totenberg's story sent other newsrooms scrambling to confirm, leading a court spokesperson to deny the reporting. Totenberg discussed the matter on All Things Considered Tuesday afternoon and read the text of the apology she sent to Alito. The apology didn't fully explain why NPR published the report without additional confirmation. However, the embarrassing episode, Stelter said, amplified questions about whether Alito was contemplating retirement. Totenberg said, quote, I scared everybody half to death for about 5 minutes. It's entirely on me. It's not anybody else's fault. So she read her apology to Alito, which was, Dear Justice Alito, there are no words to adequately apologize for today's error in reporting your retirement. It was entirely my fault. Now here's where she explains what happened. I rushed out of the courtroom after the opinion announcements, and when I realized that the usual rush of folks after a few minutes had not happened, I asked somebody what's going on inside, to which the answer was retirement announcements. I didn't hear the S on announcements, and I assumed something no reporter should ever do, that you were retiring. So just to be clear, she says this was the worst professional mistake of my more than 50 years in journalism. I don't know, I could go on, but I don't know what else to say except that I am so sorry. It's a classy apology, I suppose. But just to be clear, what she's, right, it looks to me, trying not to do is reveal the source here. Because she's saying, I heard announcements, I heard announcement instead of announcements, which I think the implication of that is she knew that an announcement was coming.
Right, exactly.
And she took that as license to then phone up NPR, say, run the pre-write, which they didn't change to Friday when they just ran it. So NPR then didn't do the due diligence of saying, okay, we need to even get behind this. They were just rushing, which is odd because NPR doesn't really even need to do that. They're not competing with like the wires for the most part. So they really wanted to have that story first, and it ended up going out. I've never seen anything like that.
It's the stuff of nightmares for a reporter who's driven by these scoops. But yes, clearly it seems like what she's trying to say is that she knew, or somebody told her.
Yeah, an announcement.
Maybe Alito.
Probably not Alito.
Maybe.
He sort of famously doesn't talk to anybody.
Not even Nina Totenberg? I think
Definitely not Nina Totenberg. He just...
Somebody told her that, hey, Alito's retiring. This is my guess.
Yeah.
That Alito's retiring.
Yep.
She then hears, announcement. Retirement announcement.
Yep.
She's like, oh, shoot. Like, run my story, quick. Yep. Without checking, like, what announcement. Now, in her defense, is like, she thought retirement announcement, there's only 9 justices.
Right.
Like, what are the chances it's somebody else retiring? What was it, a secretary or something?
Without her knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they run the story. And it's like, ooh. So, yes, so the substantial point here would be it's likely that he is.
Yes.
Retiring.
Yes. But now does he stay on another year? Honestly, does he stay on another
year? It'd be amazing if he stays on another year just to spite Nina Totenberg and then Democrats win the Senate. Well, what he would do is retire the day after the election.
Yeah.
And then they would use the lame duck
Boom.
In 1 week and just ram somebody through.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like we're about to have a Supreme Court vacancy and another fight over that. Now, conservatives we covered this a bit yesterday, but that was before the birthright citizenship opinion came out. Conservatives were already frustrated with Amy Coney Barrett's mail-in ballot decision in the Mississippi case. But yesterday there were actually calls after the birthright citizenship case went 5-4 with Coney Barrett, siding with Ketanji Brown Jackson, John Roberts, and Sotomayor and Kagan. There were calls for her to just resign. Here is B3, Mike Davis of the Article 3 Project. There he says, Amy Coney Barrett lied during her confirmation hearing, and he's demanding, this is Benny had Mike on his show, that she resign. Quote, I think it was the biggest mistake imaginable supporting Amy Coney Barrett. She is a disaster for the Supreme Court. She is a rattled law professor with her head up her ass and thinks she's the smartest person in the room. She's not. She is a junior varsity justice. She auditioned as a constitutional conservative. She is a fraud. She lied. She should resign. She is not up to the job. That just honestly gives you a little flavor of what seems like we're poised for with a Supreme Court vacancy coming up, because Trump famously won the conservative coalition over by agreeing to choose in 2016 from the Federalist Society Leonard Leo handpicked list of potential Supreme Court justices, which included Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. And now, yes, there have been contentious back and forth over Gorsuch, some over Kavanaugh, but she has just become the source of the ire. And that's going to upend the process for Donald Trump actually picking a Supreme Court justice. You could see, honestly, it go to like a Mike Lee or somebody that's totally left field because he's so exhausted with the Federal Society, kind of Con Inc. conservative establishment. Meanwhile, you have
Mike Davis, by the way, the guy whose client Ticketmaster, who he worked for Ticketmaster and persuaded the Trump administration to give them a completely corrupt settlement.
Almost
So,
single-handedly.
Spare us, Mike Davis.
Almost single-handedly, yes. So let's put up actually Graham Plattner. This is a taste of what you might see from the new Democratic Senate if they take the upper chamber. Plattner says not a single Democrat or self-proclaimed moderate should vote to confirm anybody to the Supreme Court over the next 2 years. And if you have a problem with that, blame Mitch McConnell, famous callback to the one and only Merrick Garland. Now, Stephen Miller said this was, quote, one of the most destructive and outrageous decisions in the long history of the Supreme Court. American citizenship is not the birthright of the world. It belongs only and solely to Americans. No provision of the Constitution can be read to require our national self-obliteration. Donald Trump, we can move on to his reaction. This was a Truth Social B6. The Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, which is too bad for our country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation with the support of the president that has now been determined during this process. No long and wieldy constitutional amendment is necessary. Congress should start today to work on ending expensive and unfair to our country birthright citizenship. So a call from Donald Trump to then move on a major piece of legislation, what would obviously be a significant piece of legislation, overturning birthright citizenship through Congress. Now, whether you can do that, that would actually itself probably end up back to the court, right?
The court said no.
Kavanaugh, I guess the legal take is Kavanaugh's opinion left a little wiggle room.
But he was the sixth vote.
Yes, yeah.
So Kavanaugh said that according to federal statute, birthright citizenship is legal. Therefore, you can change federal statute and make it illegal. The other five said that it was a constitutional right. And if it's a constitutional right, you can't go in to the House and the Senate and change it.
And this is why people are so angry at Amy Coney Barrett, basically, because they believe the opinion actually went way further than it had to. And she co-signed the opinion that it's a right, not just that it's upheld, but that it's actually a constitutional right because of the amendment.
Now, what they could do, and I've seen them start to float this, maybe you have some more details on this, is try to tighten visa restrictions. Like, I don't even know if you can say, like, hey, if you're like demonstrably pregnant or something, then you can't have a visa to come here or something like that. Because what's interesting to me, though, is that how Stephen Miller saying we're just going to lose our country, and people cite that there is this like Chinese tourism where you somebody will come here.
The New Yorker just had a great article about this.
But think about what we're concerned about if that's the case. So we're worried that a mom from China, will fly to the United States, have a baby. The baby's an American citizen. They will fly back to China. They clearly have a decent amount of resources to be able to pull all of this off and to think about it even. They will then raise their kid in China, getting a very good socialist education. They will obviously teach them English because they care a lot about the United States. China will spend an enormous amount of money educating and training this kid. The kid will be bathed in the American hegemonic cultural stuff. He or she will know our hip hop artists, know our movies. And then the fear is that when this person turns 18, they will then go to college in the United States. And then after that, maybe start a company or go work for an American company as an American citizen. And that is going to destroy our country. I just don't see that. Like in a world of absolutely plummeting birth rates, the country that can attract that driven person who obviously likes the United States because they want to be there and they will speak English, they'll do all these things. Like, we win there. Also, the hardest thing about training a labor force is the parenting and the immense cost that goes into raising a baby from 0 to 18, 0 to 22.
I actually think that's probably, if Stephen Miller were here, I think that would probably be his rebuttal to you, that the bigger problem is not like Chinese birth tourism, but the bigger problem is that when you have people who are, for example, given asylum, or if you have Democrats with laxer border policies that look more like the Biden administration's, and they are not in detention while they wait asylum hearings or make different claims, then they have children here. Because some of those like TPS claims are like 2 years. The court date would be 2 years in the future. They have American kids, and that basically makes it impossible, unless you're the Trump administration, to deport people who came here, then had kids. And it's like the quote unquote anchor baby theory. I think that's probably what he would say is the bigger concern when he says it's going to destroy the country.
Like a Honduran mom?
Yeah.
Or, okay, well, I don't know.
But the Chinese birth tourism stuff is wild, but I agree. I mean, it's not on like a massive scale. Like it's not at all on a massive scale.
Yeah, and if you're born here, like this is, I was kind of surprised at the outrage from conservatives, because like, you're raised in the U.S. being taught if you're born here, you're American. Mm-hmm. It's a fundamental thing. And you saw in, I think it was Alito's dissent, saying other Western societies don't do that. It's like, yeah, like the whole, I keep being told that we're exceptional, that we're special.
It's like, no.
Like American exceptionalism, like we're the greatest country in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get somebody like Alito saying, well, Europe does it differently. It's like, that's the whole point, isn't it? Like, are we exceptional or not? Or are we just another Denmark or something? What are we here? I was always told if you're born in America, you're American. And that's what makes us great.
And there's been a lot of backlash to that sentiment in the sort of like intellectual right over the last 10 years. So that's probably what you saw flaring.
It's un-American. Those are un-American weirdos.
Here's Matt Walsh calling Amy Coney Barrett a DEI hire, B9. He says it turns out that Amy Coney Barrett is a DEI hire, a little better than Ketanji Jackson. Terrible pick. When's the last time we had a Republican president who didn't put a liberal justice on the court? So actually taking it out on Trump a bit there. He did get, I guess, a win or the administration got a win in the form of B7. So this was a decision rendered yesterday that upheld state laws in Idaho and West Virginia banning boys from competing on girls' sports teams. But that also didn't go as far as some conservatives would have liked. They would have liked, actually, the court to have overturned any state that is allowing it to happen on a like federalist basis. But the court didn't. The court upheld just the ability of the states to make their own laws on this, which means that the blue states that have their own laws on this are safe going forward.
Democrats might have preferred that too.
Yeah,
and then they'd be like, well, we'd love to keep fighting on this 90-10 issue.
Hands are tied.
But hands are tied. Supreme Court says we can't.
Right. It's sort of like Republicans after Obergefell. Now, let's put up this other major decision. This is B8. The Supreme Court, as this Politico headline says, loosens campaign finance laws, opening up a flood of midterm cash. So this was actually it was a case involving the National Republican Senatorial Committee, the NRSC. And as Politico says, it struck down limits on coordinated spending between candidates and political parties, a win for Republicans that will fundamentally change how tens of millions of dollars are spent in congressional elections. The decision, Politico writes, is a blow to Democrats who argued that eliminating the limit on coordination would put more power into the hands of large donors who can cut bigger checks to party committees than to candidates. Republicans tend to get more money from large donors, while Democrats have been more reliant on small dollar donors. And that is particularly in reference to these party committees. So as Politico says, the NRSC brought this case seeking to overturn the limits in 2022, alongside now VP J.D. Vance's Senate campaign. Trump's Justice Department declined to defend the law in court, while Democratic groups intervened to oppose the lawsuit. And while we're talking about this, let's put B10 up on the screen. This is a new report from Public Citizen that found corporate political spending has surged to a record-shattering level. Corporations have spent $1.58 billion on federal elections since Citizens United in 2010. In the 2026 election cycle alone, they have spent $517 million already. $500 million already, and it is July, Ryan.
Yeah, it's absolute flood of money. What this ruling does Right now, you're limited. You can give $3,500 to a candidate for the general election, $3,500 for the primary. That's the maximum you're allowed to donate. What this would allow you to do is give $3,500 to the candidate and then give $1 million to the NRSC or the DCCC, the party itself, and basically tell them with a wink and a nod, spend it on my guy, which you currently can't do. You can't coordinate now because they're trying to keep the limits on the spending. What the party committees have said, well, you have super PACs now that aren't exactly coordinating, but they basically are coordinating, and you can give the super PAC $1 million to spend on this candidate. So what that has empowered super PACs and hurt parties. What they're going to do eventually is say that, you know what, actually then it's not fair. So super PACs can also coordinate with campaigns. And then you will have any limits totally in name only. And coordination will be legal. And then when they get angry at DropSite for naming like who the donors are, and the donors get yelled at on social media, they'll say, well, that's not fair either. And you really can't participate in the democratic process without anonymity. So let's let people give millions of dollars in secret directly to candidates, and that'll be fine. And the joke that's embedded in their ruling is they say there are already prophylactic measures in place to prevent quid pro quo corruption.
Huge.
So they're like, they use the word prophylactic, it's so funny. So we've already taken care of corruption. There is no corruption. So we can let a little extra money and coordination into the system. And the joke is the Supreme Court, every time they get a corruption case, they overturn it. They overturn the conviction.
The prophylactic.
Yeah, they'll say, oh, yes, okay, money exchanged hands for a public favor, but the money came after the favor. And so you really can't say that the favor was done for the money. Maybe it was, but maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it's free speech.
And yeah, so like they whether it's Republicans like McDonnell or Democrats like Menendez, like they just keep eroding what counts as bribery down to you would need to be on video saying, I am giving you this cash for your personal use in exchange for you performing an official act on my behalf today. Like not tomorrow, because that would be okay, but I need it right now. Then maybe the Supreme Court would find that to be illegal.
And they're all getting away with it anyway, so at this point
That's the Supreme Court's argument.
Yeah, well.
They're like, F it.
My argument too, but not for the particular decision, just in general. I think we all understand how pathetic it is, and they're basically doing whatever they want, so that's exciting.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad-free, and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Hi, I'm Ben Parker from The Bulwark. This is Command Post on The Bulwark Takes feed, joined as always by The Bulwark's own Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. General, it's great to see you again. We got a lot to talk about. We have to start with the breaking news from The Atlantic, which is more Signal stuff. We were just talking a little bit before we went live here about some of your experiences with Signal. So I'll just summarize the story real quick and say that the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs had their own private Signal chat, even after there was the whole Signalgate thing in the early months of this administration, where a bunch of senior national security officials in the Trump cabinet invited the editor of The Atlantic into their secret Signal chat where they were planning military strikes. And even after the president said, hey, maybe don't use Signal so much, they've still been using Signal extensively for sensitive and official government business. General, is there any way this is a good thing?
There is no way it's a good thing, Ben, and it's also sort of an illegal thing. When I first joined the Joint Staff, one of the first messages I got, which I had never heard before, was that all of my communications on both the secret internet protocol router and the non-classified internet proto router, the Nipper and the Sipper nets, which what we use to communicate with, and anything that was on our official BlackBerry, were subject to collection after our time in the job. because it's part of historical records. Now, the Presidential Archives Act specifically designates that for members of the administration, but there are all kinds of different people who have any kind of records keeping on government equipment kept for historical purposes and for the potential of class action suits or legal matters or all that. So, you know, the Atlantic article about the three of them, specifically Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, and Chairman of the Joint Staffs Kane, having an auto-deleting chat room, if you will, tells me they don't want to save some of the things, and we don't know whether they're classified or non-class or unclassified. You know, I know very well one of the authors of this article, Nancy Youssef, who's a terrific reporter. She was embedded with me in Iraq for a long time. She's top notch. She understands this kind of stuff. And I think she understands it a whole lot more than some of the people that are using these networks.
Yeah, ditto Shane Harris, an excellent and very experienced national security reporter. I remember when I was an intern at one point in the government, you know, we had a whole training about the Federal Records Act, and, you know, anything you produce that has to do with your job that you write down is a federal record. So remember at the end of the summer, I was an intern. I had to, like, you know, turn in all my meeting notes. You know, I couldn't just throw those out. You can't just throw that out because that could be a federal record just because I was in a meeting taking notes for people. So, yeah, auto-deleting signal chat at the highest levels of the administration, not a good thing. And as you mentioned, we have these rules because we want people in the executive branch, people in the legislative branch, future historians to be able to go through and look at what was happening. We had a question when we did our mailbag episode about, can you do an after action report for policy? And the answer is that's what a lot of historians and scholars do, is they do the after action report, but it takes 25, 50 years to get the right perspective. And if we have auto-deleting federal records, we're not going to get that perspective and we're not going to learn lessons.
Yeah, and it gets to the point, if people remember back when we were talking about AARs, after action review, the first step is what was supposed to happen, what did happen. And these kind of things that are being deleted tell you what actually happened. So the person who's involved doesn't get to say 5 years later, well, what I really did was this. No, it's right here in record. This is what you did. And that's what drives the point. But we're now talking about process and after action. We haven't yet talked about security.
Oh, yeah.
Security. That's kind of a big thing, but it doesn't seem to be such a big thing with many in this administration. Every nation, let's put it this way, every major nation in the world can hack into Signals or WhatsApp. They can read the conversations as they are ongoing. They don't even have to wait until the chat's open. It's over the airways. And I don't think that message has become clear to some of these people because, as I understand it, isn't the Atlantic the same one that published the first story about this? Wasn't that?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's kind of an after action in and of itself. You were doing it then. You're still doing it now. You ought to really knock it off because you're giving our enemies our secrets.
Yeah. And we should just emphasize that that's not conjecture. We know for a fact that Signal, you know, if it's me and my friends on a Signal chat for whatever reason, because, you know, we have different, you know, some people are on Android, some people are on Apple, whatever. Yeah, that's probably more secure than, you know, Facebook Messenger or whatever, but it's not government secure. It's not multi-billions of dollars in secure communications and one-time pads and all the fancy technology. Oh, and by the way, here's Representative Don Bacon, who is a one-star general in the Air Force, saying Signal is not secure. It is not secure. I was notified by law enforcement, he says, and House cyber experts that Russia hacked my Signal months ago.
Okay, I don't know how you want me to couch this, Ben, but what I would say, I know Representative Bacon. He was once a cohort of mine in Iraq. He was on the staff in Iraq when I was there, commanding a division, not my staff, but the headquarters in Baghdad. And he was one of their planners. He is also a very adamant opponent of Russia's intervention in Ukraine. And what I will tell you, and I can't tell you how I know this, but I know that there were several retired and active general officers who were notified by, quote, law enforcement. And what I'm talking about is the cyber division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation about Russia hacking general officer Signals and WhatsApp channels. And those who were hacked, and I know this for a fact, were told what to do about it. And if that's not enough information, I don't want to give you any more. But having been banned from Russia because of my support for Ukraine in one of the early lists that Putin gave out, I would tell you, I know quite a few of the people who were being monitored on signals and WhatsApp. It's not hard to do.
Yeah, again, we know this isn't a hypothetical. This isn't oh, this might be a threat. When they don't say you might be hacked, they say you've been hacked and here's what to do now. When they give you instructions, yeah, that's speaking of those lists of people who've been banned from Russia, I'm really disappointed they stopped putting those out because I was really gunning for a position on one of those for a while. I was doing my best to try to get banned. They didn't pay attention to me. Oh well.
Well, I was on the very first list, so yeah, I got that going for me,
That is a major decoration in my mind.
Along with 950 other people, of which about 6 of them were dead. So I don't know what that means either, but yeah.
They really can't go to Russia.
Yeah.
All right. We should move on from the latest Signalgate and talk about the latest in Iran briefly. You've written a lot for us. One of the themes that you always return to is that when we are trying to accomplish something in foreign policy, all the different elements of national power have to work together. The economic power that we can bring to bear, the intelligence and diplomatic power, and the military power all have to be orchestrated to achieve the same result. Like, it's like using all of your limbs together. You wouldn't try to open a pickle jar with one hand and drive your car with the other.
Right.
I think what we're seeing now is we're trying these sort of seriatim. Like we tried the economic lever and then we tried the military lever. And now we are holding indirect negotiations with the Iranians in Doha. We are represented by Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, and they are meeting with the Qataris, who are then meeting with the Iranians, but we're not meeting directly with the Iranians. And meanwhile, there's more fighting in the Strait of Hormuz again, except when it stops. I mean, is this just how it's going to be forever? Is this a frozen conflict now?
No, because frozen conflicts usually don't have as much craziness as part of them. You know who's on each side. What I would say is what you just teed up is exactly right. That this is a chaotic approach to attempting to reach strategic objectives. When you don't have those strategic objectives at the very beginning, when you're not really sure what you want to do, when you haven't included elements of your own government as well as allies and supporters and understand what foes are looking for, this is the kind of sclerotic action you get where it becomes piecemeal and somewhat ad hoc. Dealing with the Qataris, okay, that might be good. There might be an inroad, but there might not be either. I mean, the Iranians are basically saying, we don't want to deal with the Qataris. The Iranians are saying every time President Trump or Secretary Rubio says something about what is going to happen next, they say, that's not happening. We're not doing that. And why do you think that that's what's going to occur when you haven't talked to us? It's an issue that both sides, Ben, are saying the other side is violating the memorandum of understanding. And that in of itself is kind of crazy because the memorandum of understanding is not a document that requires adherence. It's something that says we're going to talk about these things. And even going into future talks, and this is one of the reasons Iran walked away from last weekend, you have to commit to doing certain things. And every time we said we've committed through Vice President Vance or Secretary Rubio, President Trump will put something else up as a tweet saying we're going to blow Iran to smithereens or bomb them on their head or whatever he happens to say. So it's just, it gets back to that favorite movie of mine, Drumline. There has not been one band, one sound in all of this.
Yeah, it is really more of a memorandum of misunderstanding from the very beginning. When we first saw the leaked text and people were going through and finding, or not when we first saw the official text, people were going through and finding the differences between the English and Farsi versions. And they were kind of significant differences in meaning. Yeah. The administration is trying to negotiate from a position of strength, but they don't have one. We do have this clip of Trump, and I want to play this, and then we'll comment on sort of what kind of position we're actually negotiating from.
You've been meeting with Secretary Hegseth and General Kane about potentially returning to an all-out war with Iran. Does this mean you've been unhappy with Iran's adherence to the MOU?
Well, I think they've come a long way. We hit them very hard last week.
I think they're fine. I think we're going to. It's the denuclearization of Iran. It's very simple. And Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, all of this stuff that we look at, all of these things that we do.
So,
can I point out two things first?
Please.
We have the president, and I'm sure he's a great family man, but behind him were standing Don Jr. and Eric, and I think it was Don Jr.'s new wife. These individuals are privy to all the inside information inside the beast, which they're about to get into, as well as flying around on Air Force One. I mean, let's go back to the Signals app again. It seems like national security is an open book right now. We're telling those who are business people, who are making deals with foreign government, big deals like Don Jr. and Eric have just made, everything that's going on within the government. Okay, let's go fast forward now to what the president just said. We hit them very hard again last weekend. And my response to that is, yeah, and it didn't do anything other than what we've been doing in the past, because Iran is still adamant about their approach. And, there's been a lot of, and I'll say this, Ben, because we're trying to give the inside information for our listeners. When you see a lot of media reports saying that Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Kane and Secretary Hegseth are meeting with the president to talk about options, future military options, that happens all the time. This is what's called course of action development. But the media will tend to smack onto and glom onto what's going on in the military, because that's an indicator of what bombs are going to fall next. They aren't reporting as much of meetings with the economic advisors, with the Secretary of the Treasury, with the Director of the CIA, with the ODNI acting. So we don't know what's going on in those spaces because they're not sexy. I'm kind of concluding, truthfully, that not a whole lot is going on in those spaces.
Yes, I think that's right.
So, go figure. We have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff leading delegations, two businessmen, and God bless them for being businessmen. I could care less. But they're trying to deal with Iranians, Persians, who are well-versed in what diplomacy is and how precise words are important on documents. Like you said, the difference between Farsi and English is going to be, a huge chasm. So all of these things are contributing to some of our, I don't want to say failures, but I kind of do want to say failures.
Yeah. It's not a success.
This is not a well-performing team. And it's not because I have Trump derangement syndrome or, that I'm a libtard or anything like that. It's just, this is not how these things are done. And it's causing problems on the world stage.
I think Trump got convinced after, maybe after Venezuela, maybe after a whole series of small scale military interventions and operations in a few different places, that if he clicked the military button, good things would happen. And he has not updated that mental calculus since his war in Iran failed. It failed to achieve his objectives. You can tell because he keeps on changing the objectives, even the one he just listed, right? The denuclearization of Iran. They give up their nuclear. Well, they just announced for the first time ever, we are publicly committing to getting nuclear weapons.
Right.
They always kept that secret before. Now it's not a secret, right? Now they just announced it. So Trump, it's the definition of insanity. He keeps on thinking if we drop more bombs, maybe the next bomb will do what the previous 1,000 didn't. And there's just no reason to believe that.
Right.
Also, if you look at what Central Command has announced that they were targeting in Iran, it was missile infrastructure, it was missile storage facilities, and it was radar systems, all of which Iran has reconstituted, and we've talked about this, reconstituted since we were bombing those heavily in March and April. So we're just going after the same targets. As you always say, every time you think you've got the last one, there's always more. I don't see how we get any. I don't see how we don't keep just doing this stupid dance again and again and again until one day Iran detonates a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I think there have been, and I can't recall the names of the individuals, but there have been several economists who have really weighed the price of this war in terms of the tit for tat, U.S. versus Iran, and it was mostly in terms of fiscal resources. And we are far outspending anything that might be considered a minor action. This has turned into a major conflict from the resource standpoint. And people are still there, and they're still prepared to drop bombs. And as the president continues to think that that's the solution to a problem, if he continues to drop more, it's not only going to cost more, but it's going to further deplete an already announced depleted supply of munitions.
Yeah, I mean, it is in some ways war on the cheap. It is in other ways war on the very expensive.
Yeah.
And this is just the way that basically since Vietnam, the United States has chosen to make war, is that we will spend more money in exchange for losing fewer people.
Yeah.
And
I'll interrupt you there, Ben, for a second and say in past war, we have, because we always try and find the technologically advanced solution.
Right.
But at the same time, in past wars, I think we've attempted to adapt and to change our patterns. I haven't seen any of that in this conflict.
No, I think that's exactly right. Trump is more than happy to deplete munition stocks, to reveal some of our most exquisite capabilities, like some of the sea drones that the Navy has been using in the Strait of Hormuz,
right,
to tip our hand to some of our adversaries, which is the next thing we're going to talk about. It's just when we face casualties that he gets really uncomfortable, and that's put him in this bind, where if he wants to do something more aggressive in Iran, it's going to cause casualties, and he's not willing to do that. But he also can't think of anything to do other than lob a few bombs every now and again, and that's clearly not working. It's just going around and around in circles, right, and it's very frustrating. But we did want to talk about, are we learning? Are we adapting? How are we going about this? Are we making good decisions? And how are people around the world answering those questions? You pointed me to this really interesting article in Defense One by Peter Singer, in which he tries to imagine a conversation basically between Chinese intelligence and the American government about the U.S. military and the Iran war. So tell us a little bit about what you thought while reading this really interesting article.
Yeah, Peter, what Mr. Singer does in a very unique way is he puts himself in the position of a Chinese analyst reporting to the People's Republic, the CCC, what's called the Chairman's Committee within the People's Liberation Army. And what it is truthfully a kind of document that many of us in the military have seen throughout our career. It is, here's the intelligence that we're seeing, here's what we're seeing, here's how it applies to how the other nation is doing their business, and here's what it generates for us in terms of their strengths and weaknesses and how we can either counter their strengths or attack their weaknesses. So that's what Singer does in this piece, and he does it in 5 different categories of what the Chinese military is learning from the U.S. from our actions in Iran and how they can apply it in the future. Fascinating article. I would highly recommend it to everyone. It's not behind a paywall. It's on Defense One. And what you and I are going to do, and what I think we've already done, if I can give a prelude, we've taken it beyond China. And I was so enamored with this article that I thought I'd write something about not just what the Chinese are looking at, but what everyone in different parts of the globe is watching in terms of the American actions in Iran and how it's affecting both our friends and our foes.
So the first country I know you wanted to talk about was our closest ally historically, our closest ally in many ways, period, the United Kingdom. What do you think they're thinking in their defense and intelligence establishment about what just happened in Iran?
Well, in all the countries that I talk about, and I'll go back to the UK in just a second, they all conclude that the United States has the best military in the world, the preeminent military, that they can do things that a lot of other nations can't do, even those that are bigger, like the Chinese military. But in the case of the UK, what they are most concerned about is alliance, information and communication, intelligence sharing, and how allies play a part. So if you break down what we did and didn't do during the Iran war, we really were kind of non-committal in each of those 3 areas that are pretty important to the UK. I mean, you started off by saying they're one of our most important allies, and they are. They've always been with us, even during tough times when their prime ministers have taken heat for some American bad actions. They've still been with us in Iraq and Afghanistan. So what they're concluding, first of all, being a member of Five Eyes, that they're not sure they want to share intelligence with us because they know we're not going to share intelligence with them. From the standpoint of diplomacy, they were not notified, according to public record, on what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. They were then treated like second-class citizens in terms of allies when they were browbeaten by the president saying, let us use some of your ships. How come you're not shipping your Navy, the world's best Navy, allegedly, to help us in the Persian Gulf? So all of those things compound a relationship that has been built on, truthfully, probably about 200 years worth of partnering in different conflicts where we've always stood together against different threats.
So what do you think? I mean, if you are, let's say, the next long-term prime minister of the UK, because they're going through a bit of a transition right now, and you get your first briefing from...
That's a very nice way to say it.
Yeah, they're going through a bit of a transition. Let's say you're the next long-term prime minister of the UK, and you get your first briefing from your top intelligence briefer, and you say, like, what should I know about the United States, right? Like, let's say I'm roughly 55 years old or so. So, I remember the 80s, the 90s, the Blair and Bush era, that kind of thing. I've also seen what's happened the last 10 years or so. What is the thing that I should know about the United States right now? What do you think is that briefer's answer?
Well, if I were the briefer, the first thing I would do was probably cite to that new Prime Minister Carney's speech at Halifax, where he said the world is upside down. It's changed. We cannot depend on the United States the way we once depended on them. And even if, the midterms occur and there's a blue wave and the next president's Democrat, it's going to take a whole lot longer to regain trust. I keep going back to the old saying, trust is gained in drops and lost in buckets. We've lost buckets full of trust with our British allies and many of our others. So that new prime minister is going to say, hey, I'm all about the national security of the United Kingdom. I really don't care what's going to happen in America next. That's up to them, but I'm going to watch them very closely and not trust them a whole lot in terms of what they're trying to do with me. No matter how much they say, it's going to be about all of what they do, because this is the hard part, Ben. It's not just President Trump and his cabinet. It is the 77 million Americans that voted for him.
Right.
It is a lack of understanding of how the world works today in terms of supply chains, alliances, dependence on one another. So if I were briefing, they would never ask me to brief a UK prime minister because I'm too crude. It would have to be in much better political language. But that would be the gist of, I think, what his exchequer is going to say to him.
Yeah, I think that's right. Basically, since the end of World War II, there have been sort of three poles of British foreign policy. One of them has been, we're the Americans' best friends. One of them has been, we have the Commonwealth and the legacy of the British Empire, and so we have, these special relationships all over the world. And one of them has been, we're a European power. Right. And it's sort of balanced all three of those. And right now, what that means is, if they're not America's best friend, they have other options, and they're going to be more closely integrating with Europe, probably more closely relying on their special relationships around the world through the Commonwealth, and less focused on being our best friend, which is ultimately not good for us.
Yeah, and one other thing I'd add to that, and that's the cultural dynamic of the UK. They have been a world superpower at one time in their history. And knowing the British the way I do, they are not going to want to be subservient to anyone. Mm-hmm. And yet, what we've seen over the last 18 months is members of the Trump administration have, in both formal documents, in spoken word, and in interactions or lack of interactions, they have messaged that the UK is subservient to the United States. We want you to do what we tell you to do. And that just doesn't fly, not just with the UK, but many other nations that we could talk about.
I want to get back to that point when we talk about Russia. But first, I know you wanted to talk about Poland. So what's going on in Warsaw? Because Poland is in many ways sort of a pivot country in Europe.
Well, what I would tell you is, and I've said this in one of my articles once recently, that we used to keep track of an order of merit list of the power countries in Europe and how they were changing. Poland quickly entered the top 5 while I was commanding in Europe. And I think they're probably one of the top 3 right now. And I won't tell you where I rank them, but they have now a very good government. They have an extremely strong military. They have the right values in terms of their position in Europe. And I think, there would be some that might even say that whereas Germany was once the major power in Europe during the Cold War, Poland, I think, is now one of the major powers. So we should be listening to them. And in some cases we are, and in some cases we're not. So from a Polish perspective, their center of focus is Europe, period.
Mhm.
I mean, they're heavily engaged in the world scene and the global supply chain, but they are most interested in the security of Europe and the countering of the Russian monolith. So if you take those 2 things into play in terms of an assessment, when you see our current administration continuing to support either openly or covertly the Russian monolith, that doesn't do well in terms of relations with Poland. And Poland has built, since about 2004, probably the best military in Europe, the largest and the most capable. And they've done it purposely because they've seen what happens in the past when other nations get overrun, and they have often been one of those. So they are not going to let that happen again. And if you don't see the support and the partnership with the United States, and you're not granted kind of the special category that they should be granted, I think they will not be happy about that.
I think they're also going to note very clearly that we are not focused on Europe and that we're spending a lot of time and attention other places. And they're going to say, okay, well, the Americans aren't focused here, so it's just us. I would also say if people want to read a little bit more about Poland, very interesting article we published at the Bulwark by Dalibor Rohacz, I think last week, about how Trump's friend in Poland is doing Putin a favor. The president of Poland, Nawrocki, is a big MAGA ally. He's a big sort of Polish nationalist, not Russia friendly, but hostile to Ukraine. And he's been doing his best to muck up Polish-Ukrainian relations. The prime minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, is much more pro-Ukrainian, much more sort of pro-Western, pro-European, if you will. So they're having a little bit of a battle internally and externally over what direction to take right now.
Hey, as long as you mention Ukraine, can I jump into that for just a segment?
Please.
And that is reports that President Zelensky has met with former general and current ambassador to the UK, General Zaluzny, and asked them straight up, are you going to run for president next year? And Zaluzny said, yes, I am. So that will be an interesting dynamic to look forward to. Here you've got this battlefield hero commander who's over the last couple of years since he was relieved of command has been an ambassador and has learned a whole lot more about politics. That will be an interesting matchup.
I wonder, I know Zelensky has hinted in the past that he might not run for re-election,
right?
When they are, constitutionally allowed to have elections. So I wonder if he was going to Zaluzny to confirm that choice, or maybe to offer an endorsement, or what. It's interesting. All right, let's move on to Russia. What are the intelligence analysts in Moscow telling their supreme command about the American war in Ukraine?
Well, the first thing I will tell you is every time I dealt with the Russians, it was obvious to me that they thought they were a much greater power than they actually were. And that rang through in everything. They thought they could dictate terms. They were, to a degree, very transactional, something that we tend to be right now. So in terms of the war in Ukraine, I'm not sure what Mr. Putin is thinking right now. He's, let's use the doctrinal term, he's getting his ass handed to him right now on multiple fronts. And I think there's been a lot of speculation how there may be an end coming to the Putin regime in the near future. And whereas a lot of people will jump up and down for joy for that, it's almost never good in the history of Russia when they change command of their supreme leaders. So there's always some difficulties that come with that. Yes, I'm all for overthrowing Putin, but it's going to be what comes next that will be important. What does Putin think right now about the US war in Iran and how we might further either support or not support Ukraine? He's very happy about what he sees happening to us in Iran, to be sure. There's no doubt about that. He's, I think, confused, and that would be a kind term, about what the US is going to do in Ukraine, because he sees a president on one hand who seems to be supportive of Russia, but on the other hand, in the last couple of weeks, we've seen a Congress rebel against that by voting for Ukraine aid and supporting openly Ukrainian advancement. And we're seeing, and everybody, by the way, in the United States likes a winner. And if they're paying attention, which most people have not been, Ukraine has increasingly become a winner in terms of their operations over the last 6 months.
Absolutely. The other thing I said we talk about allies a little bit, and Putin, not unlike our president, is a man with a lot of power and of a certain age, and finds it very difficult to update his thinking on a lot of things. I think for both Putin and for Trump, the world kind of stopped in the late 80s, early 90s, and they haven't really caught up. Putin thinks that the world works the way he wants Russia to work, which is that there is the center and there are people who are vassals of the center, essentially.
Right.
There aren't allies. Russia doesn't have allies. Russia has countries that it dominates or countries to which it's hostile, basically. And he thinks that that's the way American alliances work too. He basically thinks that the European Union is a tool of the Americans. He thinks that NATO is just a tool of the Americans. And right now, I think if I were a good Russian intelligence analyst, and I'm sure they have such people, I would be saying, yeah, what we're seeing here is that these alliances are not just sort of lord, vassal, patron, client relationships, and that they're actually much more complicated than that, and in some ways much more even and autonomous between the United States and Brussels or the particular countries of Europe or the UK. And I wonder if Putin is going to think, I doubt Putin is going to get the message, oh, my conception of the way the American alliance system works has been wrong for 50 years. He's probably going to think, oh, that means that the vassals are rebelling against the metro, which is a different sort of thing. So I guess my point here is that I really doubt Putin's getting a clearer understanding of what's going on, even if his intelligence services are giving him a good idea, which, might be something that happens in other countries too.
Well, what I said early on in the war in 2022, when Russia first invaded, was Russia had 5 strategic objectives. I won't talk about the first 4 because they all involved Ukraine, but the 5th one was further divide the US and NATO and further execute internal divisions within the US, because he saw a truly divided society in the United States after the 2018 elections. Okay, so he didn't achieve any of his 4 objectives against Ukraine, but he has divided the US and NATO. But it hasn't turned out in a good way for him. NATO has become stronger. They realize that they have to exist without the United States. They are attempting to do that right now. There are blocks within NATO. We've already talked about the strength of Poland. We've seen Germany and France reinvigorate their defense spending and their economic and diplomatic core. We've seen the formation of the Nordic Baltic 8, which is a powerful group of nations in the northern part of the NATO alliance. We've seen 2 new members of Sweden and Finland join NATO, which didn't want to join in the first place. They wanted to remain independent. The only thing that might be better is, or would be worse for Russia, is if Switzerland decided to join NATO. That would really be a coup. But I think you're seeing Mr. Putin saying, oh my gosh, I accomplished an objective because of Trump dividing the US and NATO, but NATO has become even further convinced that they can stand up to Russia, and they can. So that's been a fascinating dynamic, and I'm sure that's part of Mr. Putin's calculation as well.
Yeah, I think that is. I think in the interest of time, we're going to have to talk about DOD lawyers becoming immigration judges another time. We've talked about that in the past. Maybe we can get on a special guest to help us understand that a little better. Before we go to our last topic, which is the article you just published in the Bulwark about what it means to celebrate July 4th in uniform, a great article that I recommend everyone read. Before we talk about that, I need to talk about our July 4th sale. If you are watching this, you are not yet a Bulwark Plus member, now is the time to become one. Because honestly, I think it's a patriotic thing to do. I mean, obviously, there are a lot of patriotic things to do, but if you ever feel like the MAGA movement tries to own July 4th and patriotism in general, you're not alone. If you ever look at the American flag and you feel kind of mixed emotions, like you're sort of proud of it, but also there's sort of some negative associations, that means that, you know, part of the country has succeeded in at least somewhat taking over a symbol of all of the country. And that's what we're fighting back against at the Bulwark. We think the most patriotic thing you can do is work to make the country better. And that is what we do every single day. That's what the Bulwark is about. We're creating a community of people who are trying to be the kind of citizens this country needs and deserves. So with 14% off a Bulwark annual membership, you can 86 the insanity. Get it? 1486 out of 200. Okay. If you're thinking about becoming a member, this is the moment. Everything we offer for a full year for $86, 14% off. The place to get that deal is at thebulwark.com/July4 with the numeral 4. That's thebulwark.com/July4. And we'll put a link in our show notes. And while we're on the topic of July 4th, General, you had this great article about celebrating July 4th in uniform over your many decades of service to the country. So why don't we just, as our final note, why don't you just talk us through what you learned and what you experienced celebrating July 4th all over the world while in the Army?
Well, you know, I start the article off, Ben, by talking about my first summer at the military academy at West Point and how I was in the midst of what they call Beast Barracks as a new cadet in July of 1971. And at the end of the fourth holiday, we went to Trophy Point, which overlooks the bend in the Hudson River, where West Point got its name. And they played Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. And at the end, there were live cannons firing, and they were reverberating through the banks of the Hudson. And it struck me that even though this was the 1812 Overture, it reinforced what West Point was first put there to do, and that was part of the bastion of the Revolutionary War. It was the strongest post guarding the British from coming down from Canada. And it struck me that year as a young 18-year-old that this was something different. That the 4th of July in my past had always been about fireworks and hot dogs and hamburgers and going to the river in Missouri to swim. But now it was something different. And then in each assignment I had in the Army, I had the opportunity really to celebrate at different locations in the United States, but also overseas. During our 1976 200th anniversary, I was in Germany. And Germany had just gone through 31 years since World War II, and they were still rebuilding, still overcoming some of the things that occurred in World War II. And yet they were already seeing the citizens collaborate and combine and celebrate with Americans. So there were German and American fests. The Germans would come onto our post and eat for the first time our ice cream as opposed to gelato, and understand what freedom was all about for us. And it was just really a dynamic of something that we were sharing with the world and representing what freedom and liberty and democracy was all about. My next experience was in Korea in 1999 when I was over there for an exercise, and it fell on July 4th. And what we saw is a combination of South Koreans and Americans celebrating together. And we were very close to the border with North Korea. So there was that juxtaposition of a free and independent South Korea versus an autocratic dictator in North Korea. A few years later, in Germany again, we celebrated at Grafenwehr, the training center, where I was the commander with German partners, who all came on our post. They brought a keg of beer that they wanted me to tap. The mayor of the town, the burgomaster, gave me a red, white, and blue shirt to wear, and as a gift on the 4th of July. And there was this collaboration again between Germans and Americans about freedom. And this was after the wall came down. There were a lot of former East Germans there at the post. Czechoslovakia was right across the border. It was 20 kilometers away, and it was now the Czech Republic, free and independent. So there was that vibe going on. And then the last one I recount was in 2007 and 8 when I celebrated the 4th of July in Iraq. We didn't have a whole lot of fireworks, but we did celebrate the day with some unique foods, hot dog, hamburgers. Al-Qaeda provided the fireworks with some rockets pointed our way. But, it was just an example of how American soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines all around the world are dedicated to preserving our liberty. And it goes back to the point that it is about our Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. It gets into each sentence of that magnificent document. And then it goes forward a few years later when the Constitution was written, and how we take a vow as military officers or as government officials to support and defend that piece of paper, which represents the ideas of who we are as a nation, the liberty of individuals, the freedom of the people. And it's more than just the hot dog, hamburgers, and fireworks, I guess. And that's what I've learned over 4 decades in traveling around different posts and celebrating the 4th of July at different occasions. And it's more meaningful to me. And I think to my family as well, as we've moved around and see the way different people celebrate. So that's what that article is about. And we hope everyone enjoys the 4th of July holiday.
Yeah, I think it was a great reminder that, first of all, sometimes the best way to appreciate freedom is to spend time with people who have experienced unfreedom, which is luckily not something that we've had a lot of in the United States recently. But, places like Iraq and North Korea and East Germany certainly did. And also, he went into this wonderful note about how serving the country helps you appreciate the country. And even for people who aren't in uniform, I think that's a wonderful way to think about July 4th this year for the 250th anniversary and every year, in that, this is a thing we're all trying to do together in this country, is to have a free, democratic, self-governing country. And so if you can serve it, it will help you appreciate it. And with that, we wish everyone a happy July 4th. General, thank you so much for another great command post.
Thank you, Ben. It's a good one. Lots of things to talk about. We'll continue this and we'll bring in some guests after the July 4th weekend.